Not too hard, huh?
If I have a video that's a bit laggy, then the whole video is fake. So if I record myself and there are some frames that skip, therefore I don't exist, and me recording myself, it's all fake and CGI, clearly.
It's not a frame skipping.
You know,
Even if it were perfectly smooth, you could still just deny the whole thing. It's intellectual laziness.
No, it's not intellectual laziness. This is intellectual rigor because you are the one being intellectually lazy, excusing it on. Oh, my camera is bad, bro. My bad camera. I have bad camera.
Yeah, no, dude. There's a live stream through. Are you fucking kidding, man? Like the standard is that it has to be like completely like fluid, no fucking lag, right? Nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Throughout the whole time, and if there's one, you're fucked. You're fucked, right? It's CGI.
What are you now harnessing data from NASA so as to make the better video with? Guys, you can't do this over and over. You're always gonna have this cut. Keep doing it, guys. Keep trying to make this real. Look at this shit. Here you have someone sees you. Someone sees this.
Either you are not experienced
stupid and you are very dumb by the you are no intelligent.
Dishonest. So
yes, likely.
Either you have no clue of video transmitting or you are dishonest. This is a radio transmitted video signal which is transmitted from the rocket to the ground. And yes, there are some missing frames. And those missing frames are not by downscaling from 30 FPS to 25. This is just a gap in transmission. So there are frames missing. Yes. But if you are at all any experienced with
this doesn't happen. Yes, you would know that this doesn't happen. If you're at all any experience. Really, any experience, this wouldn't happen. If you're at all any experience, this wouldn't happen.
About the content, you have.
If you are all any experience, this wouldn't happen.
If they try to talk contentful with you,
Zanuck, have you ever just a sec? Wait, Zanuck, have you ever watched like videos of people driving, flying like drones in POV, like with the whole glasses thing, right, with radio transmitted signal?
The fuck?
Hello. So, did you hear my question?
It has nothing to do with
this. Yes, it does.
Okay, let me answer you.
If you look at the footage of this, they regularly, right, have problems with the feed. It cuts out, like lags out. Like, and what do you think is gonna happen when it's put on a fucking rocket and you're trying to transmit that fucking audio video signal? It's not an answer.
It's an answer.
What is this? What is this? Like fucking grog noises. What is this?
He just doesn't want to listen to any contentful comments.
Yeah, what is that?
Because contentful comments
can you
intellectual.
Wait. Can you please answer? Can you please like address that question that I posed to you?
Interview me more. It sure is a post.
Say what?
It sure is a post, that's for certain. But you see,
what?
How are you like just waking up, dude?
What you saying? It's a post? What do you mean? What the fuck?
He means like a post-productive.
You mean a post? No, I'm talking about the fucking drones, the drone like live footage. Right, the feed cuts out regularly.
He cannot answer honestly to that question.
Yeah,
because he
has to deny that exists, right? Yes.
How many billions goes into your little fucking FPV drone,
that
dude?
Doesn't mean you can.
It doesn't mean I have a little cable. My little cable.
Fuck's sake! Can't let you fucking wombat.
Maybe don't have 10 billion.
Maybe you talk about
medical stuff.
Zanuck, right? Look,
will you?
Zanuck, look, we've been. I think. Look, I didn't talk here for a long time. I'm respectful to you, right? Right.
Okay.
I did. Right.
So
and I listened to you. I listened to your arguments.
Okay. I'll be honest with you.
There's a cut, right?
Here's the thing.
Well,
I'll be honest with you. Okay, then here you go. Please talk before me, and I'll be quiet.
No, go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
Okay, so you see, the thing is that here we have smoothness.
Yeah, they're missing frames. Come to your point. There are missing frames. We give you the missing frames. Come to your point.
Oh, you give me the missing frame. But you
Yeah,
see,
they are missing frames. So what the fuck? Yourself.
here you have a camera recording. Here you have.
Ryan,
dude, will you grow up?
can your brain
Will you grow up?
Can your brain compute any additional information?
Just fucking mute him. He's not yet.
Come on, guys.
Mud him.
This
Mud
is
him.
You're being a child, please. First
Dude,
of all,
this is so fucking immature. Dude, really, seriously, you're acting like a 12-year-old? You will be treated as one. For fuck's sake, be a man instead of just being a fucking idiot. And we might
I'm
listen.
a stupid flat earther.
please show me
Just a
the
loser.
actual jump right as it goes along. Like,
Come on, it doesn't matter. There are some missing frames. Afterwards, the
not-
video
not-
quality
yeah,
has
yeah,
switched to a different codec, which is normal on digital video transmissions. So you don't
right.
have disturbance. You either have a frame or you don't have a frame. There are some missing frames.
Can you
Yeah.
can you like play? Can you push it like to the middle of what you're like showing? Like how long is it? A couple of seconds, right? So I can see at least the frame missing, and how much is it? Not that it really matters, but
It's
just
just
for
for one.
curiosity. For curiosity's sake, yeah, play it from then. Yeah. No, can you wait? Can you play? Yeah, from the middle of the left thing. The left,
Something like four or five frames are missing there.
No, don't do this. Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
What?
No, not Zant, the Z guy. Can you please go like further and like have it play?
no, because this is the fiction after here. This is what.
No, not
Look
this
at all this
part.
water.
The part
Yeah,
before
fine
that.
water.
I'm
What is
asking you
this?
to play the part before the cut, right? Play at least 5 seconds before the cut.
What the fuck is going on here?
Can you please play 5 seconds before the cut?
What the
We
fuck
cannot
is this,
engage
guys?
with you seriously.
Come hire me already. This sucks, guys.
What do you think that this means that the whole thing is a joke? Again, okay, can somebody like find drone footage? Because I'm in a match, man, and I'm like losing because of this. Somebody
sure are
find them
losing.
like POV drone footage, right? Like racing drones. They lose fucking stream like all the time, right? It gets all fucking mad.
That's a shitty example to use when you use like millions and millions and billions of billions of
I'm
zillions
sorry.
of zillions onto this shit.
What zillions?
Dude, I can buy it. I
zillions?
can.
First of all,
you don't need to get us so hung up in the word.
First of all, no.
$40 drone. Show me the video for $40 drone, dude. $40 drone, dude. Show me the video for $40 drone. This is not a $40 drone, is it? Is it a $40 drone? Is this
Dude, can you actually shut up and let somebody else respond to your stupid point? Thank you. Yeah, unless it would just is not really physically possible to increase the quality of transition much more, right? Because just there's no technology for this, right? There will be some interference. Right? How do you know there's not going to be like if you put $2 billion in it, like what? Are you going to make a camera that magically doesn't have interference when it's transmitting? Right?
Yeah.
Fucking thousands of kilometers. Well, not thousands.
Why
Hundreds of
is
kilometers.
bro? All of this is smooth. All of this is smooth. Looks smooth.
So what?
And yeah.
So what?
Smooth. Where are all the interferences, bro? Sometimes there what happens. Much interference. Much interference. No interference. Where is the interference? Where? Oh, interference. Where is the interference? Other than the ones you're making. Oh, what was that?
Can you shut up while people are trying to explain? Can you shut the fuck up?
Oh, what was that?
But okay, I think we can just move to the next topic. So yes, in the pictures, in the video transmission, there are some missing frames. Yeah, because we're just feeding a child here. It doesn't really make.
Oh, you mean not talk to him? You mean
Yeah.
by moving on to me not talk to him?
Let's just change the topic to a different point.
Yeah, please.
It's absolutely pointless to talk with
he's
that
not
guy.
even a particularly entertaining troll at this point.
No.
Let's
talk with
What the fuck
Schlitzy.
is going on, guys?
He's even entertaining.
Look at this.
What happened?
let's
Dude, you're just
Come on,
idiot.
okay.
You're the guy who's arguing before that space is supernatural, man. Shut up.
What's happened? Fill me in, because
No, please, please. You don't.
I
have
heard
to.
someone. I heard someone.
I mean, look. This is posted on YouTube. This is like a live stream on YouTube. And by the way, my first point was gonna be bring up example of like the live feed of YouTube of this channel, right? And I would bet money there's like some interference at some point, right? Would he then say that we're now all CGI like robots, right? Of course not. It's fucking ridiculous. Like they're grasping at straws, like trying to deny this evidence any way they can.
Literally an hour ago, there was a launch of Blue Origin. There are endless launches every day almost. Endless footage, and we are still talking about vibrations and some distortions inside the video that
Yeah, it missed.
I don't
it
know.
Missed,
He
it
claims
missed one
it is
frame.
CGI.
What's happening, John?
Oh, by the way.
John?
Wait. By the way. Sorry, Jesus Christ. Wait, can we show him footage? Because this is footage of a live transmission. But there surely is footage, and I think I've seen this on like SpaceX.
There is.
Where
there is
like footage that wasn't transmitted, but footage taken on board and then like taken back, right? So
people, there is
simultaneously.
I'm sorry, there is
posted-
4K stream from the ISS 24/7.
yeah, but they use
I just
fisheye
posted
lenses.
another rocket launch of the Atlas V, which is basically has very similar pictures. There's no frame missing, so you can also look to that. Just ignore the dumb shit that he's talking.
Was there frames missing in what he was showing you?
Yeah, that happens if
Yeah,
you have
and
radio
he-
transmission of a video stream that is a digital video stream. Some frames are missing, and then you catch up again the stream. That's very normal if you have transmissions close to the surface
This
or
guy, like,
fast-moving objects.
Even if you sit in your room and you do a stream and your internet drops, it can happen. Who cares?
If you're sitting in your front room and you do a stream, you might want to put a nappy on.
Because if someone
it wasn't the point. The point is that software and streaming isn't perfect. You will always have artifacts.
hey, look, we already addressed this.
Especially
It's really
if you super zoom on them.
The funny thing is, if this would be a CGI rendered video, why should there be a missing frame? Seriously, I mean, try to understand it from the different point. So you create a fake video of a fake rocket, fully computered. Why should you do any kind of funky compression artifacts or missing frames into that computer calculated video?
But
and
to
also,
this
why
point,
would you actually launch
but to
a
this
real
point,
rocket that would show
can I say
partially
something?
real footage?
I know you're right about this point, but he can tell you they would want to make it more real by entering fudged footage.
Yeah, but then
something like that.
it's not his argument. If it's more real, if it looks more real with missing frames, then these missing frames are not evidence for it being doctored. And the same, for example, with Antarctica. And if they say, "Oh, there are funky artifacts on the stitch line," if it would be computer generated, why should the sun change shape? Why should they calculate clouds again 24 hours after at the same sun position? If you could just say, hey, these are just lens artifacts because there are small scratches in the lens. So they are just using evidence for dumb arguments.
And we do.
Don't try to find logic in a nutcase mind.
Have we
It doesn't
another
exist.
one of those funky
if you are arguing that rockets don't exist because this footage is doctored, there is footage of rocket launches back in 1944, 1945, where they launched the first V2 rockets. There is plenty of films, documentaries. I even posted it multiple times.
They would
in
still
the
say,
text chat.
man, They would still say,
Yeah,
well, of course, that means that they had secret technology to do CGI back then, which the government
yeah,
was hiding.
CGI in 1945.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Yeah, no, I
would
heard
like
that.
to see. Yeah, I would like to see which computers existed back then that could fake film footage.
Well, yeah, they would say they hide them. The government hid them. Yeah.
The government hid them. The government hid what? The film?
No, the technology to make CGI like this back in those days, even.
Yeah,
They
instead of
hid
cracking
CGI when
Instead
computers
of
didn't even exist back then. Like, wait,
No,
what?
no, computers did exist. No, they would say computers did exist, but the government was keeping it for themselves. It was top secret.
You never did
Yeah,
say
no.
that?
I heard people say that.
No way.
Yeah, and there's people that say that World War II didn't happen and nukes didn't happen.
No
We
way.
had QOP here like four days ago, trying to convince others that nukes never existed. So I mean, once you go down the rabbit hole, let me finish. I'm almost done. Once you go down the rabbit hole of utter sheer stupidity in like this fucking conspiratorial thinking, you might as well say that Hamburg can tell the future. But it becomes so ridiculous that you can't even talk about anything.
Let me answer a question. Because you sound like you're a straight talker.
Like this is why the conspiratory rabbit hole, like why it needs to be stopped at certain points, because not only does it become unproductive. We had a guy here yesterday trying to tell that you can get cancer from eating common foods and pharmaceutical, telling people that if you eat carbohydrates, your cells will be permanently destroyed. Like that's the level of.
By the way,
it's moderation. Look at the moderation channel. I posted the fucking bits there. You can read it for yourself. They're right there.
Who told you that?
The point is, once you go down the conspiratory rabbit hole, you will encounter a lot of stupid shit, but also a lot of misinformation that endangers the entire existence of the server itself, because it isn't allowed to talk about that shit here or on YouTube.
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. You can ask me a question. I can barely hear you, but sure, go ahead.
Oh, they got me turned down, yeah?
No, sir. Wait, do you have it turned down? Because you do sound kind of shitty to me too. Shitsy. Yeah, Schlitzy.
Yeah, you can call me shit too. I'm kind of
sorry, Schlitzy.
Schlitzy, no, dude, Schlitzy, you don't get to ask me shit. Fuck off. No, Schlitzy, you don't get to ask me anything. Fuck off.
Right,
okay. Well, anyway, can we move on to another topic? Because this is we've been at it for like hours. Is the other guy muted? I hope so. He's still on.
Hey, Schlitzy, did you think the rocket footage was genuine, launching from Earth into high atmosphere?
Which one? Which rocket launch? I ain't got a clue. I didn't see anything. So. Yeah, I can't hear you. This is the new tactic, yeah? Put this on live. Whoa.
Like the thing that I never get about the conspiratorial thinking is that these people try to somehow argue that rockets came out of nowhere and therefore we can't trust the footage, we can't trust the evidence, when there's plenty of scientific evidence that shows that rocket has existed since the 1940s, that a lot of the V2 rocket engineering is stuff that we and the Russians copied. And
Yo, can you stop lying?
come again?
Can you stop lying? There is no rockets. Also, there is no cars. There is no any machines.
Yeah, my apologies. Nazi
It's all
UFO
fake.
setting up bases in Antarctica too. Yeah, that one, right?
I didn't went there, but like, I'm sure my refrigerator is fake.
Jen.
And men can be women.
But like, it's the same logic. If you deny our ability to design a machine like a rocket, you deny our ability to manufacture anything.
No.
Nah.
And in the end, everything becomes ridiculous to the point where you might as well argue that hamburgers can tell, and that the government and
No. Just because you find one claim radical doesn't mean all conspiracy theorists are stupid.
Are we
all conspiracy theories are stupid.
No, we're not.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Well, that depends
I think
on how
they're
ridiculous they are.
conspiracy.
Some are more ridiculous than others.
Right, we can obviously weigh each individual conspiracy theory based on its own merits and evaluate what the probability space would be of one of those being more likely than the other.
Yeah, but in this case, the conspiracy theory presented is that rockets are fake, which is ridiculous.
Or that the footage was deliberately cut and replaced with some sort of fake imagery. Because
yes,
who here did we ever determine who has the qualifications to analyze the video evidence and determine whether or not it's fake?
I am trying to get a professional video forensics person to come in here and speak to us.
Oh, that's fantastic! Thank you, Omni.
Do you need a professional to tell you rockets
No,
exist or
you
not?
don't. You can decide yourself when you want to.
Go on, Neil.
Let's forget all the people that are working on the rocket lines and assemble them every day and take footage for themselves. Of course, all this footage is fake.
Let's also not forget that NASA is not the only space agency. There are like 80 space agencies on this planet, of which a lot of them have sent rocket into space independent of NASA and the US and the Russians.
Okay, so let's not forget that you don't have to be a space agency to be a space company dealing with missiles and the design of rockets.
I thought you were
which
gonna
is
say
like
imagine.
in 10,000s of companies around the
I thought
world.
you were gonna say you don't have to be a space agency to be.
You're breaking up.
There was a flat earther that designed a rocket. Unfortunately, he died trying to fly one.
He
Oh
didn't
yeah, I remember that.
design the rocket, but he died. Yes.
Yeah, he died. He severely hurt himself, and everyone told him that this shit is dangerous and you shouldn't do it. And he said "Fuck that," and then did another test flight, and then he died doing it. There's even
I
video
don't
of the
think-
crash.
I don't think he was a flat earther. He was like a daredevil that used flat earthers to found these exhibitions. Let's call
So
it.
a grifter, in other words.
So a flat earther.
Sure. So flat earther, yeah.
Regardless of his motives.
Well, grifters and flat earthers are not the same. Grifters is something that is super common, especially on the internet. Like everyone does it. It's to the point that it's so common that it's almost an accepted practice because people are gonna hustle. It is what it is. I don't know. I don't know if he was a grifter. Like if he was pretending to be a flat earther, then it was just a grifter, and it's okay.
Also, you cannot live flat Earth because if you live flat Earth, you never been a flat earther. This is like by definition.
Is it the no true Scotsman of flat Earth?
Is it like once you go black, you never go back?
I posted the link to the flat Earth rocket guy in the text chat.
Oh.
Canadian one guy. Apparently, in 2020.
Yeah, we are talking about the same grifter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Point is, If he could build a fucking rocket, yeah. I don't know how high that shit went, but yeah.
Not high enough.
If he could,
Not enough to kill him.
if he could build a rocket, then he wasn't a flat earther.
They said
Since he
Why
had
does
to
he
know
keep saying
geometry.
wrong things?
Well, no, you can still design, like, you could still have, like, a super rudimentary understanding of how to engineer a rocket and get it off the ground.
Let me ask
I
you.
wonder, I wonder
can
what
you
kind
know-
of fuel he used for this thing.
That's a good question.
Can you know geometry and not be a global?
Let me ask you a question.
Can you know geometry and not be a
I
global?
mean, you can have like a mind palace thing, right? Where you isolate each individual like piece of datum into different rooms in your mind palace.
Okay, Hannibal Lecter.
Min.
Zoidberg, your
Yeah, a steam-powered rocket.
What's up? What's up?
It's not supposed to be associated with flat Earth. He just happened to be a flat earther and a Mason. IPS convinced him to put flat Earth propaganda all around it.
Wait, he was a Mason?
When you say
That's what-
stuff
that's what I
like
think.
Mason, I
Yeah.
don't want to listen.
That's because you're a peasant.
Unbelievable. Why wouldn't you want to entertain such a thing?
Mad Mike the Mason. Come on, it makes sense. No,
You know
honestly, he
what,
did.
that-
He did
you know-
streams and he did the 666 and all that with his fingers. So that's why I was
And
saying.
MM looks like 33 sideways.
Right.
Ooh.
That is funny
The
because
plot
every time I see MM, I think
Why all debunkers on YouTube are Mike or Dave?
that is coincidence. Theorist.
Masons.
MM is Master Mason, right?
There you
And they
go.
always tie it to things like Marilyn Manson, Mickey
10
Mouse.
points, Andy.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's all over Disneyland, isn't it? If you,
I have a question though. This Mike Hughes, he built a rocket, and that's actually commendable. Couldn't he just contact like a bunch of professionals that know how to build a rocket to give them some tips so he can survive?
Exactly. Who told you he built the rocket? He hired someone to build the rocket.
I'm just saying.
And
Well, somebody killed him then, essentially.
It's not representative of the flat Earth idea. That's what I mean.
Right.
I mean, just
doing experiments doesn't represent the flat Earth idea. Doing anything outside your computer screen doesn't represent the flat Earth idea.
But when you say this, I don't want to listen.
Because it's true.
Straw man, ad hominem.
I think he was just echoing back what you said to him earlier. That's all.
Zoidberg, is that you typing?
No.
I think it's.
Who the fuck is
I
typing?
don't know. I don't know how to write or read, so couldn't be me.
Sorry, Andy. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, as I said in the chat, it could be a fake story. You don't know.
Could be.
Yeah. There's plenty of them.
Yes, that's a theory, isn't it? That he didn't die.
Well, I mean, sure.
He
But
didn't
again,
die.
the point that even if he didn't die, why couldn't he just contact like an aerospace guy to help him build a rocket so he survives at least the rocket? I mean, maybe it doesn't go to space, but he survives the
Because
rocket.
if he had been successful, right, then the whole gig would be up. He would have seen the Earth was flat and.
Oh, so you think like NASA killed him, like sanctioned an assassination?
No. They just let him fail.
Well, if you just think of the sort of overarching story, just reading the headline thing, I don't know too much about it, but it says to launch himself into space to prove that Earth is flat. I mean, to me, you can just imagine the zeitgeist. You can imagine people going, "Ah, fucking what an idiot!" Right? So it just pours scorn on the.
Or he could have just made the calculations for the height to see the curve and to understand that making a rocket isn't relevant.
Right, but it also says that anybody that's even questioning that is an idiot, right? That's also the sort of overarching message, don't you think?
Or he went up high enough to see that it was concave, and then after he realized it, he crashed on purpose.
Or the real story that he was jumping with motorcycles and he was looking for something more extreme than jumping with a motorcycle. Then he found out about flat Earth and become a daredevil. This is why his middle name is Daredevil, and his story is doing extreme stunts.
Agent, I'm so glad that you're here because my Hebrew's kind of shit, but yours is not because you talk in that language all the time. I assume.
Ooh.
So, can you tell me what the word nasha mean, please?
Carry.
But can we now dispel the idea that the name NASA does not mean to deceive in Hebrew?
It's not. And yeah, when I went to this space,
No,
I was fighting with everyone about this, but nobody can explain to me why does checking things in Hebrew matter.
Because they think that the Jews run the world, and therefore the Jews are responsible for NASA, and therefore the Jews are responsible for the mass deception. That's
right. So I didn't expect you for really to answer it. Just think about.
I know, but I'm being autistic.
How stupid it is to take a shortcut of 4 letters, which can be for any company, any I don't know business around the world, and then say it sounds like X in a certain language, therefore it is evil.
I agree. I choose to believe that NASA stands for nice ass, shitty ass.
Like you know, BMW brings more women and stuff like that. Who cares?
Oh, it doesn't mean. Never mind.
There is a physical attraction down on a molecular level between a human woman and a BMW, like preferably something made in the 2020s.
Okay. Oh, I just looked that up. So Nasha, isn't it, with a H in there as well? Nasha, to deceive or lead astray. So it's close.
Which is
Yeah,
the
but
mantra of the elite, isn't it?
Strong's concordance number that's not 2 before that, and it's Nashar, and it's like upward. So
also the Hebrew in the Torah and stuff, it's not the same Hebrew that we use today. There is like a modern version.
The modern version was reconstruction of what was left out of my people's culture, essentially. As a modern language.
So unless someone can debunk my BMW claim, I don't trust his NASA claim.
You misunderstood it.
Mr. Adjunct, I have a question. You said modern Hebrew. When does modern Hebrew appear?
When Eliezer Ben Yehuda reconstructed the old Hebrew, it was the 30s, the 1930s, before Israel was founded. He wrote like the new dictionary of Hebrew and
vocabulary plus grammar and structure, syntax.
So
late 19th century.
At the foundation of Naja, it was already the modern Hebrew. It was not. Nobody knows about the old Hebrew from 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
In the 1950s, they would have been using if they're using the biblical Hebrew, then that would, as a basis for NASA, right? then that will not mean that will mean that they're correct. But at the time, the standard was modern Hebrew, the reconstruction, which no longer holds the same meaning for that word.
Explain the impossibility of this.
I mean, Nas is not pronounced as Nasha, for one. So even if you're using ancient Hebrew, it still doesn't get you to deceive onto God, to beguile, for one. And for two, like, that's it.
Sure. So now that we have established that there are a den of parasites that feeds on the humans by
None of you get it.
deceiving them, look at this. How this is not real.
What are you posting?
This is impossible.
What are you posting?
Hey, Zenek, the clouds behind your building when you fart are real?
Dude, okay, great. How did the material
What do you want
body...
from us with this shit?
How does the material body get dragged off the surface? What? How is a material body now liquid? Please tell me how a material body gets liquid, and tell me how is there a shadow here going into in front of our eyes onto that of a material object that is behind it?
Have you heard the resolution?
Don't do this, Zanak.
It has nothing to do with the resolution. There's an obvious
Can you allow
thing
him
that's
to
going on
respond?
here.
Zanak, can you allow Agent to respond to you?
Yeah, allow it to be respond. Resolution. Please explain resolution here.
First, YouTube compresses the video. Then when you save it on your computer, it gets compressed again.
You're not so. Please don't tell me you're so utterly stupid that you're using compressed video to try to debunk something. Please don't tell me you're that stupid.
Dr. Pepper,
Please don't tell me you're so stupid you don't actually see what's going on the screen.
Please, guys. Dr. Pepper, Agent, M Agent was responding to Zanak, so I'll ask
Go ahead,
please
Agent.
let him
I'm
finish,
sorry,
and then you can produce your criticism as well.
Kom hit din jävla idiot och snacka med mig själv.
Okay.
Står du inne på detta här? Till regeringen?
Guys, English only.
Fy fan, tjock och idiotiskt detta här är.
Dansk jävlar. English only.
Fuck, this is so stupid. Detta är faktisk idioti. Se på detta här. Vad fan är detta? Här har du en fysisk objekt som är bakom.
So you have been asked to use the English
okay,
language.
so you're talking to yourself.
He's been muted. This is an English only server. Dr. Pepper, also English only, please.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead, M Agent.
I'm just saying, before even judging the video, the YouTube compression and the algorithm is relevant. I don't know why you call me stupid, but if I'm wrong, correct me, okay? Dr. Pepper, you wanted to correct me. You didn't like the idea of.
No, I didn't want to correct you. I think you're saying what you're saying is completely sensible.
But may I ask, by the way, out of curiosity, I DM'd you as well. What language was that?
Commander.
Dr. Pepper?
I don't know. I have no idea. I could barely hear him because everyone was talking at once.
So I got confused. Who called me silly, or what did you call silly with the video?
I said I hope you're not so stupid that you're using a compressed video to try to analyze if it's fake or not. That's what I said.
Yeah, they were talking to Zanak. They were not talking.
Yeah. Because I think that speaks his level of honesty. If he's using a severely compressed videos and he's zooming in, where it's kind of like very evident that you're going to get a lot of artifacting, a lot of compression artifacts. Like using a compressed videos, you're going to get some weird stuff going on.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. YouTube needs to save a lot of bandwidth because we generate shit all the time, endlessly. It's a known fact. They will save up any close pixel that they can to save space on their servers. It's a known problem.
Yeah. Well,
you should see the kind of shit I upload.
You sound like flat earthers.
Because we're disconcerting the quality of YouTube videos.
It's artifacts. It's compression.
Don't
I told
what?
Slitzy for that earlier, and then I heard 3 of you say the same thing.
John, but I think this is contextual, and also why are you being so sour? Being very sour, Don. You don't have to be this sour and hostile.
Because you gloss over all the good topics, and then you talk to each other like you've won. But actually, you've misunderstood every single
No one is
conspiracy
winning or losing here.
possible.
We're just talking about stuff, dude. Calm down. Don't get your panties in a bunch just because we're talking about important points.
But rockets are religious.
Okay, so you want to go back into accusing atheists and globers into being religious. You want to go back to that conversation. You want to talk about scientism?
No, not really. It was a very dumb conversation. But if you other guys want to do it, then go ahead.
In the first place.
You wanted to understand what the conversation was about in the first place? We already told you that
There's
was
been more points since then you got wrong as well.
Like which ones?
I can't remember exactly.
Are your globe girlfriends going against you?
So they were moaning about YouTube compression as if that changes any evidence.
Yeah, because the quality of the stream will result in having artifacts and having all kinds of things that will make the video.
It does not.
So
It does
tell
not.
me what's the next argument
It
was.
does not.
Let's see if that's related to artifacts.
Look at here. Look here, guys. Here you have a frame. Let me get. Can I? I should overlay. I should be able to draw on here. I should get another software. Look here. Here you have a figure. Here you have a square that you put in to attempt to normalize. Like even here, it doesn't. This doesn't compute, guys.
When he said
you go from the shadow here down to here.
Pixels. Those are pixels.
No, those are not pixels. You have to zoom even further in.
Genuine, and then there was a cut, and then afterwards he's saying there's an artifact.
I'm still talking, dude. I can speak. I do exist.
Can you
don't need to translate me. You don't need to translate me.
Needles.
He's translating me with weird stuff.
That needle that will
Thank you for
justify
talking about
the
the needle.
position.
Amazing.
Like the video you're showing, Syntac, you have pixels the size of fucking ants. It's so.
Look at this.
You can see that the thing is being. It looks like it's distorted. Yeah, it's the pixels. It's because
No,
there's
it's
smoke
not
in the
looking
photo.
like it is distorted. This is
Yeah, it is
3D
because there's
animation. No. This shadow here cannot exist.
It is Minecraft.
This shadow here cannot exist. Cannot exist.
So therefore the video is
not
fake. That's the conclusion.
Exist. No, I'm already just showing you more to why it is fake. It being fake has already been established. Like, look at this. Look at this seal that is lying on here. What the fuck is this? Like, look, sea lion flies.
Please stop me.
Nice. Look at this lighter square right here, and look at the surface of the rocket getting liquefied, pulled in the image. That is not an artifact. That is editing mistakes, not an artifact.
So the video
this is editing.
Fake. So the video is fake.
It definitely is. This is just a 3D.
So
what the fuck is this?
The rocket launch is also fake.
No, the rocket launch itself is not fake. That does not compute. It has been. There is a rocket that launch.
Where does it suddenly cut off to not being fake?
Oh, that has already been established. I'll show you. So like going back, here we are landing.
When you see the Earth, it is fake because it has to.
Oh my god, what a stupid argument. That's not my argument.
Right? It's your argument.
No, it is not my argument. Have fun with it, though. What you believe my argument is. Here it is cut already.
When you
From here it
present
is
one,
fake. Oh, it's so funny. Must be very funny.
yes, Zenek,
Look, look
your
at
voice
this.
is funny.
It is funny.
Yes.
I know. It sure is. Look,
So
look. incredulity,
Zenek,
No.
incredulity is your claim?
No, yeah. Could be, yeah. Look at this, guys. Like, this does not compute as well.
Except
Here we
saying,
have this.
look at this. You actually want to explain what do you see in your highly compressed video?
Why is it trying to discredit through using a word that says compressed that is not at all actually attributing to the notion what's going on here, because compression doesn't induce
Right, so-
artifacts.
So did you ever upload the
Compression
file?
doesn't do artifacts.
Compression does not induce things like that, or this other phenomena.
Would you like
There's,
to
liquefaction of a solid material because
like
an
to
animate
discuss-
an animate object has to be lifted off of the surface of another animate object, and you have like what the god, like here there's more.
Take a picture of yourself.
Look here.
Upload it
Would
to
you- would
YouTube.
you-
Then download it. Then upload it again. Download it and upload it again.
Look
You
here.
will
Would you-
see you distorting with time, even if it is the best picture ever.
Would you like to look at actual code, like programming language written code that is for applications that do compression on video images? Would you like to?
Does it look
can
like I
discuss- we
don't
can
have
discuss
Photoshop?
in-depth-
Does look
we can
like
discuss in depth.
he
You can
can't
discuss
read.
in depth how the code works, and therefore the underlying mathematics beneath that code, right? And then we can establish if compression
Look, I'm-
exists or not when it comes to video images, to videos or images. Would you like to do that?
No, I mean, at
Compress-
this
Yes,
point,
and then you are going to explain to him how you convert with FTT a picture. Yeah, I'm sure we are all here for this math. With a guy that can barely read.
Yeah, thank you for keep ad hominem me. When you
I
barely
just
can
wonder
use
what
your
would
eyes to
happen.
see that it's computer
I'm sorry,
software.
insult isn't at home.
And
Learn
dominating
this.
himself.
Look at this. Look at it.
I just wonder if
Why do you make those noises?
analyzing the
it's too
footage
weird.
of like a frame, and there happened to be a frame missing, that he would conclude that everything after that skip frame wasn't footage of a crime happening.
Yeah, that's the logic.
Look at this. Look at it. No. That is not the logic, because
It
And
is
you're
the
zooming
logic.
in on a video which has the resolution of like 100 pixels by 100 pixels, and you're telling us, look at this.
tell me about
Yeah,
the
the-
liquefaction of this material here.
Nothing's
so-
being
That
What
is what we
material?
started from. The resolution is pointless. The image is pointless.
So
Tell me about
You-
this
you-
shadow here that shouldn't exist.
First,
Man,
Zanak,
the
we can
video
discuss-
is of tragic
What
resolution,
the
and there's
fuck?
no
Why-
compression.
Zanak, we can discuss the
Bro.
multitude of algorithms used for, let's say, H264 compression method, right? 264 compression standards, right? And then we can discuss. It's written in multiple languages. You can write this. You can write this in C, in C++, in Java. You can write in all kinds of languages the algorithms for that. Would you like to discuss? We can look code line by line in any selected language, explain the mathematics to you, and why it causes video artifacts, and why it's not a reliable source. You have to operate with the raw images or raw material in order for you to make the type of statements you're making.
Doing
Would you like to
anything
discuss
in compressed videos.
in-depth technically examine the code and then examine the underlying math? Would you like to do that? I'm willing to do that with you if you want.
Actually, I think this footage proves the flat Earth, and so when he says it's fake, I think, yeah, my flat Earth hypothesis is fake. Yeah.
Interesting approach.
What is this? In the field of view, I guess. In the field.
As
Yeah,
you
outside
don't-
the field. In the field. Where is the field?
We
The
get it. We get it.
Here is the field.
You like theatrics. You're educated in theatrics. We get it.
I definitely am. Look at
Has he
this.
shown how,
This shadow
a
here.
distant straight line
I'll help
bends
you
because
guys.
of a lens?
I'll show you
Has he
what to
shown
do
it yet?
here. I'll show you. 1 second. So let me find my magic tool.
So I'm going to assume it's been an hour and a half, and he
What
still
it is
hasn't
now.
tried to
Literally.
actually do the.
Yeah, he's not here
He
to
hasn't
do
even
that.
thought to put it.
I'm going to assume in the hour and a half that it's been, he still hasn't addressed his initial claim that depth of field was going to somehow make the Earth curve.
Hasn't
No,
shown.
Correct.
we don't
Oh
need to.
no, we didn't go there.
But do we know that Zanak believes that the Earth is not a sphere? I'm not
He's
familiar.
acting this stupid. He can't be this dumb, really.
There, yeah, look
It's
at
a student
like the rep ages we're calling like pixelated. It's called blockiness. This occurs when the video is divided into blocks during compression, resulting in visible square-shaped areas.
It's
It
video
can
and
disrupt
photography
smoothness,
101.
disrupt
I don't know
smoothness
why
of
he
the
doesn't
image.
know that.
There's banding, there's mosquito noise, there's color artifacts, temporal artifacts. There's all kinds of artifacts in compressed video.
But yeah, the blockiness of after compression is like the basics when it comes to compression. Like everyone who wants to try to say that they know anything about video editing, etc., should know that. So you just drawing in Photoshop over a square showing us that, oh, there's a square. Yes, that's like a part of the compression. If you don't know that, you're just making a fool out of yourself. You're not showing any evidence.
Which rocket is he showing?
A Saturn V, I think.
Yeah, but which one?
I don't know exactly what flight.
Bendy posted a video that I think is getting shown here in general.
This is how it should look like.
Saturn
Somewhat
V
like
was
this.
in the 1970s. So not only would that be a video that is highly compressed, it's coming from a source which is from film.
Atlas 5. Atlas 5.
Atlas
not
5.
Saturn
Oh, I
My bad,
apologize.
Atlas 5.
No, it's my bad. I misled you. I thought it was
No,
Saturn
that's
5.
fine. That's fine, dude. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
So look at this.
Can we
Okay.
figure out which one it is?
He's
So by
trying
the
to
way,
show
is
us.
this the? But is this
trying
the
to
only
default
footage of
presentation
this Atlas 5?
What looks more real, guys?
About the stuff that
You know,
Zanak,
already know is
Zanak,
fake.
is this the only footage of this particular launch that you could find on YouTube? There's nothing else. That if you go to the
Which
website
one
of whatever
looks
agency
more
operates the
real?
Atlas, I think NASA. Right?
One second.
Would you not?
dude.
it's United Launch
it's a NASA rocket.
Alliance. They have a lot of launch
Yeah,
videos.
yeah.
Not-
It's
One
not
looks more
NASA.
real.
I mean, it's
Who
very
operates the
easy
Atlas
to
5?
figure out if whatever if that
ULA.
rocket actually had a payload or not, and it's very easy to prove if it's a real rocket or not.
The artist Synac showing you here. What looks more real?
Zanak,
The
so
left
I-
one.
Oof.
so
The left
Agent,
one was-
Agent M, you mentioned something. Who operates the Atlas 5? Which
NASA.
organization?
The United Launch Alliance.
United Launch
Yeah.
Alliance. Does United Launch Alliance provide videos, raw footage of their like rockets in flight?
You could-
I
you
assume
could-
so on their website, right?
Yeah, you
Yes,
could order it.
you can find.
Okay,
Also,
let's do this. I'm gonna search for
It's a launch system. I'm sure they didn't just launch one type of satellites. They carry payloads.
Yeah, and
This
there
is
would
like
be
their
just one
job.
camera. Yeah, he's right. But this kind of, it's like there's reasonable doubt, and it goes into unreasonable doubt. And I mean,
What the fuck is
it's
this?
not sure.
What is this
Like,
huge penis there, guys? Is that
Yeah,
is
but
that is
declared
that
a
the
certain
dildo
part
they
of
forgot
the
at the
footage
office
as
or something?
real, and a certain part of the footage is fake from that point onward, and then analyze that fake footage saying this shadow is impossible when you've already declared it fake.
In this stage, with such a zoom, you already have a shit on your camera. You don't know what you're looking.
I don't think there's
Okay,
a single
I'm
day that he
searching.
doesn't
I'm
mention
searching for.
penises.
I'm searching for in-flight footage of the sorry, not Saturn, Atlas 5.
so bad.
Let's see. 4K launch of the Atlas V. Okay, but this is
Zynic is
YouTube,
even
so
listening.
it's full of.
Yeah, but YouTube doesn't do true 4K.
help
It
you
just
guys.
does
Yeah, yeah,
upscaled
yeah, yeah.
4K. So you'll still have a ton of artifacting and
I'll
everything.
help
But
you.
I mean,
Look,
it's very
it's
simple
gone.
to debunk. It's very easy to debunk this guy because you can only find out which rocket it is he's referring to.
What is
Check
this,
the
guys?
payload, check the flight logs, and see whatever they launched. Might be video from multiple angles too. It's just dumb. But at this point, he's being intellectually dishonest on
No, I'm not.
purpose. So it doesn't really serve any purpose at all.
He's editing it as we go. He's editing it right now.
Okay, so why don't we take the same launch of the same rocket from a month ago or a few months ago? Because
You know what that is? Wait.
There is.
I think he's showing that's the fairing of the second stage engine. If you skip the video to like 1 minute earlier, you can see the detachment.
So
So
I'm
skip the
curious.
video to like 1 minute early. Yeah, 1 minute early.
No.
Early, not after.
No. We gotta look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's the fairing. That's the no, even before.
Yeah,
that.
look here. It
Before
leaves.
that.
Look here,
Before
bro.
that. Yes, look, that's the engine cover. That's
Sure
the
is.
engine cover going there.
It sure is. And look what
Can't believe this all spurred from the conversation where Zanak said that we worship rockets religiously.
So what?
It's been 5 hours,
Zynax,
guys.
so you're showing us the engine cover and saying, what is this? That's the engine cover. There I go.
Who's talking like a robot?
And beautiful curve earth in the background.
That's still the engine cover. Zooming in on it doesn't change what it is.
And even if this video has a problem that you cannot resolve because of your incredulity, why don't
Which
you
you
move
are
on
presenting. Come on,
Right.
dude. The incredulity that I try address here with my amazing brain.
Yes,
that
your
pretends to
Stop
incredulity
mocking
of
him and answer the criticism. You don't have
incredulity
to act
of
stupid to respond to what he says.
And he doesn't need to state me as an publicly
I can state
deteriorated,
whatever
rotten
I
state.
want when you act
He's being
as an
respectful
asshole.
and he's asking you to respond to his criticism. He's doing it very respectfully, and you're acting like a monkey.
Okay,
That's
Mr. Monkey.
Okay, enough, please. Before we start
Yes.
insulting each other as hominids, please. Enough.
Again, insults are not ad hominems, and you're allowed
No,
to use them
hominids, like
inside.
hominid species, like that's because monkeys get it. Those.
Anyway, you were faced with the fact that the video is a complicated matter and it has compression issues in this field of zooming. What the fuck are you even showing? You're showing a zoom of 10,000 right now, or what, over a compressed video, and you call it honestly evidence for something?
Which launch was this? Let's find the launch, and there's probably raw footage.
He
of it,
doesn't want to
not-
say. He doesn't want to say.
Oh, okay.
No,
But it doesn't matter. Anyway,
This is
the
the
Atlas
Atlas
V.
5 Ghost rocket camera. It's in this chat even. Like, what the fuck? He
But
doesn't want to
that's not
say.
the launch number.
He doesn't want to say, but it's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Zynax, you don't
So
have to
I
act
think
like a
I
child,
think
we
some
get it.
yeah somebody posted it. Ben D Space posted a video. Okay, maybe there's more information in the video description about this particular launch.
Yeah,
Let's read.
But let's give more
By the way,
voice
this
to
is
the person who
This is
just
7
spaced
years
shit.
ago.
That's
7
7
years
years ago,
ago.
and there's no
No description of which particular
no
flight.
description. Yeah, so maybe find something slightly newer with more data on it instead of zooming into what looks like.
We can try the
8 by
date. We
8
can try
pixels.
the March 9th, 2018.
Yeah,
Give me the
something
raw.
newer. 2018 was 7 years ago, man. What's
Give me the raw
next?
footage, guys.
Right.
The next rocket launch he's gonna show us is the Sputnik.
How is this suddenly now close?
Okay, I found it. I found it.
Create destruction.
So this was
now.
This was on March 9th, 2018. An Atlas V rocket carrying NASA's InSight lander to Mars was launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base. The launch was initially scheduled for March 7th, 2018, but it was postponed due to inclement
InSight
weather.
lander?
Yeah, InSight lander. March 9th, 2018, Atlas V. Mission, NASA InSight. The mission is NASA's InSight mission to Mars, Vandenberg Air Force, California. Launch vehicle, Atlas V rocket, initial launch,
I will
time.
post the stream in the channel. The link to the stream is here. There we go.
So it was such a good fake launch that they continued to launch more and send more satellites to space.
I mean, presumably the United Launch Alliance are not dead; they're still operating. So.
And getting money for air payload.
Correct. It was such a good fake launch that they continued with religious worship of rockets.
Oh, we're back to the initial conversation.
We go back to the religious worship of rockets. Even though
Yes, because this goes back to the topic of religious worship.
5 hours ago.
No, it doesn't.
Because it's always been religious worship of
No,
rockets.
it doesn't.
Look,
No,
is that
it doesn't.
Elvis Presley
There's no
or what
history
is
of
that?
people worshiping rockets. You're just making it up.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that doesn't exist. Oof, 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 oof.
What is up
Can
with
you
like
even?
this
can
is
you
divorce
even
dad behavior.
We are all accused of scientism. We believe in the religion of science, and it's been 5 hours that we're trying to establish that we're not actually that by addressing tertiary topics.
Is that a
like,
face? Do we see a face here?
like
What supernatural
optics,
entity are we
rocketry, video analysis?
Is
We're
that a
doing that.
face? Someone looking at a screen? What is going?
Yeah.
Are you
going on?
divorced, man? Are you divorced?
No.
Do you plan to get divorced?
No.
Okay then.
I don't
That's a
plan
good
to
thing.
commit suicide either. Just so you guys
Is
know.
there a faith in this
That
fake
has nothing
footage?
to do with my question.
I love life. I love living.
Do you
Do you love your
And look
wife?
at this.
wear wigs?
Look at this shit. I love life. I love living. I love my family. I love my son. I do not intend on committing my life.
We don't care.
Oh yes,
No one
that's the
gives a
point.
shit.
That's
That
all
is the
since then.
problem. You don't care and you don't give a shit. Thank you for your intellectual honesty. It's the best.
You
Xenic,
also
has your
don't
life
give a
improved
shit
since
about.
letting go of the globe, or is it remain the same? Or any thoughts?
We don't even know Ethan if he's a flat earther.
That's the
He's
point.
just a
I am
troll.
not. I
It
don't
doesn't matter.
identify. I don't identify as your controlled opposition. You see, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not
Oh,
with
so
it.
he's
Staying
your enemy as
controlled
well, Eden.
opposition as
I'm
a
not-
straw man to make people seem upset. He's trying to say that
I-
somehow flat earthers are our controlled opposition in order to
They are.
Well, I
validate
mean that
we are the ones that
infantilizes
are
flat
They are.
earthers
we are the
and
ones
just
They are.
that are
insults
being under controlled by something. It's
Flat earthers are
dishonest
a
to the
controlled
nth degree.
opposition. No,
Nothing
it
he
is
says
not.
can
It
be
is
taken
not.
serious in any kind of
Doesn't
capacity.
No,
doesn't that
completely false.
infantilize and insults a whole group of people that be flat earthers because
Yeah,
he's
but he
saying that
doesn't
they
give a
cannot-
shit.
They
Because
can't
they
hold
have-
an honest
they have-
position. They're just like pretending they're all liars as well.
Because they have
Can I-
miscorrectly identified under a label that was given to them in purview of them
Yes.
having an existential crisis.
Okay, so Eden, it's proven he's also
Oh,
your
I like
enemy.
it. Wait. Zenek is Earth curious.
Earth curious, like bike curious, but for Earth.
This cannot happen.
Yeah. He's Earth curious.
This cannot happen.
Interesting.
In
I don't
your very
consider
professional
anyone,
opinion of being a what?
Seekers enemies.
So apparently, Eden, I control you because I'm convinced the globe is a thing, and therefore I need opposition. So I invented you, and all of your opinions are basically given to me. This is how he's dehumanizing you. That's the
He's
point.
dehumanizing
He's
anyone
calling
that'll make them upset. He doesn't
He's
care.
calling you a liar, and you're participating in my lie as well. So you're a double liar. I don't appreciate you calling my friend Eden a liar, by the way, Zanak.
He doesn't give a shit.
Thank
He's
you,
just
Zoidberg.
trying to get a rise out of you.
No,
I mean,
I don't.
this is my pet peeve when people just accuse me of lying when I'm not lying to them. Like I hold the opinion that
He doesn't
this is
care.
here in good faith.
He doesn't care. You're barking up a
I
tree
do
where
care.
there's no
I
one up
always
there.
care. No, that's not at all. That's the case.
No, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit.
Dude,
You're
I
just here to
survived
rile
through
people up.
all your ad homs.
Crazy.
Keep repeating them. I don't care. You think? Keep ad homing. Keep creating this fake image of me that I don't identify with. That is your making.
Wait, when did
Are you-
when did he ad hom you? I mean, he insulted you, but he didn't ad hom you.
He says that I'm as dense as a thing that is unmovable up in a tree, dude.
I never said he
Yeah,
was
so
dense.
that's just
I never
that's
said he was
just an
dense. He's
insult.
lying.
That's just an insult, not an ad hom.
Oh.
So
Yeah. Also, I didn't even say
stand
that, so he's
behind
lying
what I
again.
say.
I
You
never
not
said he was
stand behind
dense.
what
He's
you
lying.
say. Okay. Right. Thanks.
Do you know how to read in between the lines? No, you don't, because you hide in the literal surface of what you say.
There
so
we
you
go.
don't hold
Insulting other people
yourself
as well.
responsible
It's funny
for
that
anything
it's funny
goes
that when we get
beyond.
to say things about him, he feels insulted, and then he insults even more.
Oh, really now? Lul.
Well, I mean, that is the reactionary mind, sadly.
Yeah, well, I don't appeal to reactions because,
I mean, you're literally doing them. Like, what do you mean? You're reacting to what they say without, like, thinking or having, like, a second layer of sophistication to your mental processes. You're just saying, oh, they're saying something against me, therefore I must be hostile and aggressive.
Check, Mr. Linear. I live in flow.
Okay, well, I mean, it's your thing, man. Like, I'm not trying to, like, rain on your parade. I'm just saying...
Or are you trapped in this Hegelian dialectic?
Right, you're a bi-horizontal.
No. Dude.
So Earth curious? Which one you prefer?
I do not cater to sexual fantasies.
See, you go to emotions because you're
No, I don't.
incapable of responding.
Emotions? Bro, I am capable of responding. I already told you, I don't appeal to fantasies.
Right. So instead of responding about how video works and algorithms, you're doing a fake voice of me and crying about it until you get muted. So
Okay.
who is the crybaby?
I guess we first have to establish whether your voice is actually genuine.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure am.
Can you
I heard a
entertain?
voice
Can you
crack,
at least,
and then everything after that
who's
voice
this
crack.
Blake
I'm not
Anvil
even
guy?
sure
Blake
it's real
Anvil.
anymore.
Blake Anvil. Can you hear me? Why do you just power through people like that? Don't do that.
I thought there was a gap in the conversation where I could make a
Right, well,
comment.
pop yourself on mute, please.
Maybe there was some
Pop yourself
fucking
on mute,
lag and I
please.
didn't notice. So I'm
Pop
sorry
yourself
if I
on mute,
interrupted.
please.
I thought there was an
Fucking hell.
opening
This
to
guy,
say
what's he
something.
doing? He just powers through. What the fuck
He
are you
just
doing?
does that all the time. That's his modus operandi.
Jeez.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Bit of social etiquette, please. Let's give each other room. Anyway, Ziak, can you? I always call you Siak because that's the first time. The first time I saw your name, so that's all I ever call you now. So, can you entertain the idea that this outer space fantasy could it be real? Could it be actually real though?
Oh my god, look at this. No.
No answer.
The fantasy is not real.
No, but could you entertain the idea that it could be real, that they are going to an actual vacuum?
But you
or
see,
whatever?
exactly, Andy. You see, I could entertain the idea because an idea can be entertained.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
so I could entertain the idea.
Entertaining an
Look at
idea
this.
without like any heading can just result in just purely boring subjects where we're just talking because we're just scratching our tongues, right? We're not.
Well, no, it's important
really
because
saying anything.
Zoidberg, we have to take it on faith, right? That people have been to this alleged location that we can't go to. The average person can't go to this place, right?
We can explore the probability space, right? And that would give us more confidence rather than faith.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But it's still when all said and done, it's still a place. This is why it annoys me when people say, "Well, You know, I don't know, Paris is real or something like that. That's a false equivalence because you know,
Yes.
for obvious
not.
reason. Well,
Could
yes,
you say
it
that?
is.
Could you say that Greenland is real? If you've never been there.
Millions have been there, right? So this it's different. It's not the same
I
thing.
mean, millions have been to Antarctica. People say it's not real.
But it's not the same thing. Only a couple of dozen people have been out of low Earth orbit, right?
No, but hold on. Antarctica has the same stigma to it. A lot of people say, from a flat Earth at least, Antarctica is not real, does not exist. Yet,
I don't think so.
I
No,
think
they think-
up until
they think
now,
Antarctica
2 million
is
people
real.
have visited Antarctica.
Yeah, they think Antarctica is real. It's just that they think it's different.
I would have said, yeah,
Yeah,
that's more accurate. But also after TFE as well, and the marathon runners, anybody saying that, I think that's just very dishonest. I would say.
No, the point is that Antarctica is a continent, which falsifies flat Earth.
That's true.
And this is what they don't admit.
And by the way, regarding astronauts, there are more than 600 people been to space.
There are islands in the Pacific Ocean that are only been visited by 30 people. Those islands exist, right?
Yeah, I mean, how many people have been to Moon though,
Sorry, I
Guy?
thought there was a gap.
It's like 24, right?
Sure.
Yeah, Moon
there's only 3
doesn't
left
matter,
that are
but
alive.
into space, over 600, 680 roughly.
Right, Katy Perry, for instance.
Yes, she has seen the entirety of the Earth. Yeah.
No, she didn't. She only saw curve.
Anyway, let the Anvil guy get in and give him some room.
Thanks, Andy. I wasn't sure because I prefer to use push to talk, so I unmute my microphone to talk. But yeah, I didn't mean to overstep any conversation. I just thought there was a gap. I just thought I'd
You're all right, bro.
apologize.
So is that your daily mantra?
No, it's not. And I think you can know me better than that.
Yeah, it's your daily mantra. Sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk.
Okay, chill. Let's just move on. Jeez. Anvil, that's your cue.
I don't remember my point anymore. I thought
It
it
probably
at the
wasn't a good
time.
one then.
That's funny, mate. That's real funny. I know you're joking, but
I'm halfway through my manual.
So
Oh,
Zen,
yeah,
if
we
you can
can,
present some evidence. Oh, go ahead.
oh yeah, we were giving Schultze the manual to the theodolite so he could read it that it's appropriate for stellar observations.
Yeah, the good thing is I've got a brain, so I started looking into it. I read the thing. I did, and I declared to you, I dare say that is the thing. But when I covered the manual, and it's got such a small bit about celestial, so I started to look at places where they've actually started using it because it's such a precision on terrestrial. It's such a precision instrument. And I've got 5-6 incidents where it was used to do celestial stuff, and it's the discrepancy is too much, which I said from day dot is inaccurate. Where you're going, no, it can do this, it can do that, and with the celestial stuff, it's not accurate. It's too much.
But
of a
how do you know that? Because
I've got the
you had
paper. Let me just post some stuff. I'll post some stuff, and that'll show you exactly that it's not accurate. And there's recorded events. So,
Not accurate for what purpose?
do you want me to?
I mean, it's not. What does not accurate mean?
I'll give you a summary. I'll give you a summary. Yeah. Rather than me blabber on about something I don't understand. Hold on, let me have a look. Right. Astronomical azimuth determinations. U.S. National Geodetic Survey. Context. The study analyzed 100 first-order azimuth determinations using wild T3 theodolites. Findings. When the same observer and instrument you are used over 2 nights, the mean standard error was 1.72 arc seconds. With different observations and instruments, the error increased to 2 arc seconds. The variations were statistically significant on 99% confidence level. I can go on. There's another one. Satellite observations. This is Warsaw University. There's another one.
So
Indonesia. They were doing land surveys. Another one. Oh yeah, look, Australia national mapping, 1960s, using T3. They had to, in all those things, they had to stop using the T3 because it was like. And I said this on the ground. I dare say it's accurate. That's what the tool is designed to do. Terrestrial elevation angles. There's no, and I said, like, I didn't say you couldn't do it. I just said it's going to give you an inaccurate. And the other guys, no, you don't understand, but I do understand.
There are very
I took my time to find these,
margins
and they've all got
of
papers with it.
There are small margins of error which we do acknowledge, and the theodolite itself is got an error margin of 2 arc seconds, but that doesn't change the results of that land survey. That was from one mountain peak to another mountain peak, which is a terrestrial observation, which was posted to you, the results of that survey, which was terrestrial, that demonstrated Earth curve.
Yeah.
This conversation of stars and what they're not able to do is a complete
So now
tangent.
we're talking about celestial. Now you don't want to talk about celestial because I've got proof. And backing up the claim that I said it's not purpose built for that. And now you want to talk about mountain to mountain.
It is purpose built for that. It's purpose built for measuring angles, and it can measure angles to stars or to the top of
Look, Omnivore, I've just got the details. I've actually got papers where I can post them. If you want. No
Yeah, you
problem
can post
whatsoever.
them, but you don't understand them. An error
Yeah, I
margin.
do understand them. In all cases, they did. Like they didn't continue with the wild T3 because of the
How many arc seconds in 1 degree?
Well, it's not just that because like some of them, in some cases, they were up to 46 arc seconds. So I'm giving you the best ones. So there's other cases where it was full because they took in one of the studies they took over 1,000 measurements. And it went up to 46 arc seconds.
How many arc seconds are in 1 degree? So let's see.
I don't know.
Basically, 46 arc seconds is roughly the
3,600 in 1 degree.
So you imagine, yeah, because you're with a distant thing that would be amplified. It's just not that.
It's not. Oh my God! It's not amplified.
Okay. All right. I'm wrong.
Yes, you are. Yes, you're very, very wrong.
They said there was nothing, so they all stopped. They didn't continue with the wild T3 because of the inaccuracy. It was inaccurate.
Even worse, you're being dumb about it. So you're not.
Should I just post it and then you can read yourself? Yeah. If you want to try and dumb me down and say you don't understand it, I'll just post you the things. And you ask your. And the question is, if I'm so stupid, why did they not continue with the wild T3?
Well, we can take a look at that. But there's 3,600 arc seconds in a degree.
But what? Maybe I got it wrong. I'm flying off the top of my head here. So.
Yeah, I know.
Why didn't they just continue with it then? They even declare, it was at the time it was a good tool to use, but it was it was the inaccuracies. They couldn't continue with it. So they had to use other things. And really and truly, it says and there's one paper, it says like, it has to be used with other things. And I can go through the list of that because like I don't know about these things. What it has to be used with.
Like you've held a protractor before, and you know what 1 degree is.
Yeah, I don't care. It's not about 1 degree, is it? Because like you can read the papers yourself, and afterwards we'll talk about it. Because I'll read them as well. Because I just skimmed through them. And I thought, why didn't they continue using it? And the conclusion was it was too inaccurate. So I'm not being disingenuous, am I? I'm only look. I've read some papers, and they all said that they didn't continue with that, or they said it had to be supported by other means, and they give a list of the things what it had to be, you know, and it was only used as kind of just a reference tool, not actual the input. So I'm not lying, am I? I'm just telling you how it is. I can post you the papers. It's easier. Me then defending papers I haven't really fully read. I've just read the conclusions, and all the conclusions where they discontinued the use of the tool. Because I told you, it's going to be inaccurate. But you won't have it. You think it can look at fucking Mars. You know, you think you go down to the beach, and you're seeing 280,000 miles or whatever it is.
Yes, you are seeing that. I saw Mars about 2 months ago during a position, or 3 months ago during a position, so yes, you can do that.
Oh, man.
And the manual allows you to do it. So you've tried to say you can't do it. The manual says you can.
I'm not talking about the manual. Look, the manual is not going to say this tool is shit, yeah? But when the survey who used the tool...
How about you stop interrupting me, you stupid fucking cunt? That's what you need to do. Stop fucking interrupting me.
What did you say?
I'm halfway through a fucking sentence, you dipshit. I'm halfway through a fucking sentence, and you won't moderate yourself, so someone else will.
And you were apologising for over-talking people earlier, I think.
Yeah, and then you over-talked him, so give him some room, bloody hell.
Mate, I swear to God, this guy, you don't know... Obviously, you don't know him well enough.
I can see why he powers through now. It makes perfect sense.
You can see why he powers
through. He's having to deal with
Andy,
it.
Do yourself a favour and go and take that bin and fuck off yourself.
Well, just put yourself on mute, dude. How's that?
I got a question first. Let's see. Before you go on mute.
No, I'm not listening to you because you're a prick. How about that? You would answer my question earlier, would you? So fuck you.
No,
Yes,
I'm somebody different.
But I apologise for interrupting you, but you don't apologise for interrupting me. I just feel like it's not a mutual conversation.
Okay. It's like how you talk. You're talking away, then you sort of have a long pause, and then you say something, and then you carry on talking, and we're railroading each other. So sorry for that, yeah?
How about you try and listen to the complete sentence instead of listening for the gap in which I say something? I might have a pause between what I say and what I next say, and then my sentence will be complete. That's how things go.
I just want to mention, Schlitzy, you were not claiming anything about accuracy in arc seconds or arc minutes or anything. You were just complaining that they were using a theodolite for stuff that were not in the manual, or that this tool was not built for. And we demonstrated it and proved you that a T3, a T2, and a T1 are all made also for celestial measurements, because they are literally writing that in the manual.
Right. So now I can continue and rebut that. I never talked once about... My thing was a generalization, yeah? I said that tool is limited. And I know that tool's limited, yeah? And that's all my argument was. It's a limited tool. And even in the surveying, I'm talking about, yeah, within a certain distance, perfect. But it has a limitation. The tool does have a limitation. There's no questions about it. Or every tool is going to have a limitation. So I knew I was right in saying that. So I wasn't saying anything what isn't true. And I didn't talk about anything specific because I didn't have anything specific to say. Now I have some papers, maybe 5, 6 papers, where they used the wild and they pulled it because of inaccuracy. And it was all to do with like celestial using it celestial. So yeah, there was
your claim was
inconsistencies.
my
my
was
claim
distance
was
limits.
it's
Your
not
claim were
accurate.
distance limits.
Hold on.
and
Can you stop? Can you stop? So my claim was not very good, not very accurate with celestial because it's terrestrial. It's perfect for terrestrial. It's most probably they actually admit it's one of the most accurate tools.
Could you put your documents for
But
that?
Yeah, it's just not true. Your claim was celestial observation are not the purpose of the tool.
Yeah,
You were
they
claiming-
ain't.
You shut up. I'm now talking, and you can listen.
You shut
So
up.
your claim was that Schubel is using a tool that is not made for that purpose. You were claiming that he was doing celestial measurements, and the tool is not made
it's
or
not made
not
for that
designed for that.
purpose.
Can you
Are you
stop
stupid?
interrupting? Sorry,
No, but
was I
won't.
ready? Am I breaking up or something like this?
No,
Or are you just
No,
fucking
he's
interrupting?
just interrupting you.
Okay, that's good. I was assuming that. So we showed you that in the manuals, it showed on and explained how it should be used for celestial observations, how you could use a solar prism to figure out the center of the sun to actually measure it, how you could use the polar finder to find true north, and how you could measure distances to other stars or to Venus with these angled optics.
Okay,
so that is all in the original manual, and that has just proven that this tool was made for celestial measurements or angle measurements on celestial objects.
All right, I can talk now. Right. The tool is for elevation angles on a terrestrial level, yeah?
No.
That's
No,
why.
it's not.
Listen.
No.
Can
It
you
is-
stop?
You ask a question and the answer is no.
Right.
It's
Can I
perfectly fine
just finish?
to read
So why are you jumping down my throat when I clearly
Because
have not finished?
It's perfectly fine.
Clearly
for
not have finished. Clearly not finished.
Okay. Don't ask questions
Okay.
if you don't want the answer.
Yeah, but I'm not asking a question. I'm stating facts. Yeah.
Well,
So
no,
I'm
you're
not
wrong.
asking a question.
Okay. All right. I thought it was a
What?
question. Yeah, and I thought that was.
So have a look at the manual. Have a look
Sure.
at the manual,
Wrong about it.
and it has one paragraph about the celestial stuff. Yeah, it doesn't go into any details, does it? So even though it says it can do that, it doesn't say about its accuracy or anything like that. It's capable, and that's not the question. I've never said it wasn't capable of doing it. I said the results were return inaccurate results, and that was my argument from get-go.
Let's see. You went and Googled desperately for papers.
No, I didn't Google.
Whatever you did that support your claim, and you came back with a bunch of stuff you don't really understand. You were like, it's 40 arc seconds off. So post the papers. Post those things. That
Okay, perfect.
I have one question, and that is just simply, is there a more accurate tool that you would think that would do a better job?
Yeah, I can't remember the name, so I don't want to say something and I can't remember it. But yeah, they said it's like there is better tools for sure. Especially if you're doing celestial.
Don't distract him. Slitsky is not capable of doing multitasking. Let him first post the stuff and then talk to him, please.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I do think that the topic of the capability of going to stars has been a diversion from Schubel's original post, which was a terrestrial survey of at least 30 kilometers. So this talk about stars is irrelevant because what Schubel brought to the table was a land survey using land survey equipment.
Yeah, well, he most probably didn't achieve that shot just in one 30-mile shot, yeah? I don't think so. Well, I'd hope he wouldn't have done that. You know? And he will tell you, if you want to get accuracy, you would take maybe 200 to 300 meter shots. And that's not bullshit.
No, you wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you
Can
would.
you just post?
That would be the most accurate. The lesser the distances, the more accurate it is, and he will tell you that. It's going to be time consuming. I don't know, and then they get paid real good money. So do your job.
Okay,
You're
so
not like doing a 5-minute job, are you?
if this professional theodolite is good up to 3 arc seconds over land over 300 meters,
Don't quote me on 3 arc seconds.
How does the difference of 3 arc seconds affect 20 kilometers?
Well, why did they was mapping Australia? Why did they pull it? And they discontinued using it. Why did they do that?
Can you post a paper?
Yeah, I'm cooking something right now, but I will post the paper. I've got more.
You
I'm going to
continue.
post the
You
top
continue
3
not
ones.
posting
I'm going to
your
post
evidence.
the top 3.
Okay.
Yeah? Don't
Yeah,
worry.
you're never posting your stuff. So okay, that's fine.
Mate,
We
look,
just continue lying about it. Okay, cool.
Fuck off, you German little prick. I fucking
Demons.
Oh, I don't really want to go into
Yeah,
insults.
and there
but
he is
come on.
again, just insulting when he
Yeah,
cannot
because
answer
like
it
you
in
just,
a content.
you know what it is. You know what it
That's what
is.
you're doing. You're
you know what
doing
it
that to Schlitzy.
Calling me
grow up.
fucking this, you're never gonna do it. I'm fucking cooking something. Do you want me to put my camera on and show you that I'm fucking cooking something?
Oh yeah, but 5 minutes ago you had time to read it instead of just
Fucking
posting the
talking to
link.
you one hand and listen. And using my fucking thing, stirring something, please.
I don't want to know what you are doing
I was
with
going
your
to DM
thing.
you personally, but I know that you're just you're not a very genuine person. I actually was going to post it to the other guy, the Zoid guy, because he's definitely a more honest guy than you are.
I was just going to
Why are you not just posting
what
it here in
happened?
public that everyone can evaluate your stuff?
Yeah, I'm going to post. Listen, I put it in the omnipresent text chat. Trust me, and I will do that. And give me look. I tell you what, right? A couple more minutes, and I'm done on this, and then I can turn it off and continue later. So look, I will get the actual, the findings of this because it's well documented. Because the stuff I was asking for, I needed papers, yeah. So like, they will be papers why they used it, why they discontinued it, the discrepancies, blah blah blah. So you can go through it, but the bottom line was they didn't continue with the tool. If it's so accurate, why did they discontinue with the tool? That was my other question.
Whether they discontinued the tool or not. And
No,
they probably
discontinue using the tool in what they were setting out to do.
They might do different things than what Shoebill does, who probably can own or operate such a device.
Oh my God! Are you talking? You didn't hear the people who were using the tool? There were people mapping Australia. There were people mapping Australia. Yeah, they were proper land surveyors. You know that tool was built a long time ago. You know that, so the people were using it who 100% knew about it. They weren't sort of like a group of flat earthers been let loose with a tool, didn't understand how to use it. Yeah. Right.
And so what Shoebill brought to the table was a land survey over about a 30-kilometer distance, maybe less.
Yeah.
And then you're telling us that
I'm not telling you nothing. What I'm going to do, I'm going to post something. Read it yourself, which I have to laboriously read as well. Then you can make your own minds up. Yeah. So I'm not telling
You're
you
making an
anything.
argument earlier. You're making an argument earlier about its inaccuracy, which has been documented.
Yeah,
and
and I'm now going to give you the documents. So I'm not saying anything. I'm just going to bring you the documents because I had a question in my head. Is this really accurate? I don't think so. You can't look. You've only got to look at it logically. You've got a thing what measures distances on the land, and then you're according to you lot, you're millions of zillions of miles away, and now you're going to do measurements from millions and millions of miles away. Hold on, we're going to measure something on the ground, millions miles away. You wouldn't have that discrepancy. There's no way that tool would be, measuring things on land to measuring things in the sky. Impossible. Sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Just because you don't.
I'm going to prove it. So I'm going to post it. I'm going to prove it. So eat some humble pie and cry.
I don't think you understand how small an angle, like 2 arc seconds, is.
Well, maybe we're not talking about arc second angles. So hold your horses and read it yourself. Then you'll know, won't you? Because at this moment in time, we're just talking for the sake of talking. Let's read it and we find out. Yeah.
Okay, so we have realized now that Witsit was one of your fake actors, and the identity of Flat Earth is not something that they actually identify as, and so.
And he went to Antarctica for a ritual.
To misrepresent. Yeah, they did, and to project that label would be to misrepresent the actualities of what we stand for. So you could continue with your intellectual laziness or dishonesty, or choose and pick between the two, and possibly some more stuff. And or we can just actually have a conversation. But I do get that this propaganda that you have created, and still are dramaturgizing into the narrative that you are still creating, is sort of necessary, because you've held the entire public hostage to this imagined fantasy that they live on a ball that is spinning. So with that existential crisis that might occur when the beings are presented with the deceit that you have created, it is very likely so that you should be taking responsibility for what you have done and face the trial of court and assess for all the damages you have done to the populace of that being, the people walking on the grounds of Earth. Thank you.
Most of the things that the surveying has done over the years has assisted Earth. Like when the inaccuracies were a degree, we looked for something better. When the inaccuracies were an arc minute, we did better, and then we refined it to an arc second. Like we've been trying to get more and more accurate each time, but it doesn't seem like you understand like how small of a distance that is.
What is the science regarding eating ass?
Zanuck.
Have we improved?
Zanuck?
Cyanide.
China. What was the thing that you just said about Witsit? It's all come out?
He's not the person you should stand behind.
No, I never did. I didn't like the fact when he was I was asking him something, and I thought, man, I just don't believe this guy.
Good luck with Witsit saying what I just said. Good luck.
You guys talk all this shit about Witsit, but you wouldn't say a damn word if he was in this VC right now.
No, I've been talking with him and even been on video with him when he's with his child.
Witsit, he loves to talk about the Jews. He's a big Jew hater.
He's been eating the
Globers.
He's been eating the Globers.
He's gone full cannonball right into the Jews, right into the slaughter.
Just FYI, he does actually worship a Jew, Marty.
No way.
Jesus Christ was a Jew. I love all the books of the Bible, not just one. They're all great. They're all great guys in the Bible.
Is it fair to say that all these people he's talking about aren't actually Jews? Or is that wrong?
It's fair
I'm
to
not
say that
sure.
everything that spawned out of Judaism is also Jews.
They say
Jesus
Jesus
was
Christ. They said he had
Jewish,
dreads.
then
He was had
Christianity wouldn't
dreadlocks.
be a religion.
We got a lot of Jews.
I don't like talking about theodolites, so I'm going to derail the conversation into Judaism. Fantastic.
It's more
We
interesting,
could
to be
talk
honest.
about eating ass instead.
The Jews, they loved me almost as much as the blacks, but not as much as the gays. The gays love me so much.
Definitely sounds like you can't have the integrity to stay on topic.
That's getting better, that impression, dude.
Well, if
that's
somebody
so good.
puts an ass on my plate, I'm gonna lick that plate clean. How's that, Anvil?
Yeah, we know you want to intervene with your sexual fantasies all the time. All the time, dude. Come on.
Their sexual
Right,
fetishes,
just like
when
eating
you look
ass.
at them,
I don't
you're
understand.
gonna
the
get
You
deal.
sure do.
hepatitis A
So,
through Z.
tell us about the flavor of shit on your tongue when you eat it openly.
How did Wish get
I
unbanned?
I
I thought he
don't.
was
I
permabanned.
don't.
Hey,
I
that's
was
really
never
bad.
perma-banned in here. I was never banned in any server. But
Yeah,
I don't
eating
ever go
ass
past the
requires a
barriers
container.
intact. I just stay outside. You know, I don't go inside. That's crazy.
Like, why is this being talked about? This guy's desire to place his tongue inside a rectum.
I literally
Like,
just
what the
told
fuck?
you I don't go inside. That would be crazy.
I literally just told you. Why are you talking
He's
about
like the two trailer
your
park girls.
desires?
He
Why
just
not?
goes
I don't. What's
around
the
the
big deal? What's
outside.
wrong?
Because you
Around
just
the
tried to
outside.
derail a conversation about measuring things.
How many more fake actors can you hire that talks about their insecure sexualities, like on a repeat? Please throw them at us.
No one's
Another
paying
one,
me,
please.
unfortunately.
Where is Ish? That or these other weird things. Like, come on, throw them at us. Ish, wish, shish, shish.
I wish this guy would leave.
I don't smoke hashish.
I can't handle conversations about theodolites, so I'm going to just drop in eating ass because I'm uncomfortable.
No, I joined and started talking about eating ass. I wasn't trying to derail. I just
Yeah,
wanted this to
eating
be
ass
put
is
on
always
the
the
table.
topic in here, at least sometimes, I guess, isn't it, guys?
Well, it always smells like ass in here.
Wish. Let me ask you a question. What's the worst thing about getting your ass eaten?
Oh no.
I've never
Coming
been
so
on the
fast.
receiving end yet.
You come so fast and it's over with. That's the worst thing, huh?
Having to kiss your boyfriend afterwards.
So fast. Yo, Lion, thanks for joining. They were like aggressively talking shit about Jews probably a minute ago. So they were making fun
I'm
of
going to turn
Jesus
this Wish
as well.
guy up. I can't hear him over my zombies.
Yeah, I don't know. Wish, are you like choking yourself while you're trying to talk to us? Is that a sexual fetish?
Oh, my mic's fine. What, you
Are
guys
there
can't
a
hear
pair
me?
of butt cheeks
No, you
pressed
sound good
against
now. You
your
sound good.
chin?
I turn everybody down, so don't. It's okay.
I think Wish, you're a flat earther, right? If you don't mind me asking. Or maybe not. You don't
I
believe in
would
the globe,
say
right?
more of a not glober.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Thank you, Wish. You're awesome.
Definitely after today.
Wish your white horse ran off. Do you need a ride home?
I've got a green croc that'll get me back home.
No, the white horse you rode in for Witsit on, it ran off. So are you gonna still white horse for him, or white knight? I mean,
I'm not any sort of white horse
if
rider.
Witsit was in here right now, you guys would be eating his asshole. You'd be in line waiting to eat
True
it.
though, it's
so
true.
disgusting.
Dude, Witsit used to hang out at
Everybody-
Gem Pandas in the Lion's
Okay.
Den. Why invite him in, bitch?
Well, I don't have any connections to Witsit. All I know is that if he was in here, you guys wouldn't be aggressively talking shit.
Oh yeah, this is
That's
the
not
first
how you
thing
talk
we
to people.
talk about eating it.
Do crocodiles climb trees?
They do. Yes. They also don't like eating ass, but that's
No one's scared.
Great. Now we talked about your insecurities for a while. You had fun with it. I love that we are hosting this.
If I was insecure, you think
Omnivore.
I wouldn't
It's
be
great.
talking
Talk
about
about
it, right?
eating ass. Continue,
What?
dude. So, how's the flavor of shit on your tongue when you swallow it? Like,
I
come on,
told
dude.
you, I don't ever break the barrier, bro. I don't ever go
then
past
what
the
do
barrier.
you do? What do you do, dude?
I just
Come on,
stand
this is
outside.
so interesting. Keep talking. And we also know that Lion earlier admitted to being gay. So, I mean, you share the room here now. So,
What Wish
I guess
says is,
why are you putting
Lion
words in
also.
Lion's
Please,
mouth, man?
what do you guys do? What do you guys do? Like, please explain it.
I'm not gay in that way. I'm just happy.
Oh, not gay in that way. Just happy. Receiving, I guess.
Yeah, English isn't your
Yeah,
first
yeah.
language, bro, and we understand that you don't understand that gay means happy, joyous, and free. And if you're a gay American, you're one of the only true free people to speak freely and shoot your gun freely outside of county, city zones, right?
Well, have fun with eating
I'm
ass.
so gay that I voted for Trump. Not a single laugh.
I was laughing. Actually, that's pretty good. Why doofus? What are you on about? Crocodiles climb trees. Well, that threw me a little bit.
No, it's true. They actually
was
climb
that?
trees.
That hit my ear funny. It was good.
Looks like Doofus has been doing some crocodile research. Gotta give him props for that.
Oh dear.
Oh man, I live in this land that semi idolizes Steve Irwin at times. They named part of a road after him.
That guy's a
Are you
legend.
talking about the
He's
land
a
with
legend.
the same orientation as everywhere else?
Did you see actually, that's quite interesting. Did you see the one where the Komodo dragon climbed the tree to bite his boot? He literally bit like a leather boot in half or some shit. That was pretty fucking intense.
Omni, do you want to ask this wish guy a question for me?
What's that?
Question number 1.
Why don't you ask him?
If it's the first
Hey, Wish,
question,
say
it should
my
be pretty
name.
easy to answer.
Say my name, Wish. Do you see me
not a-
lighting up over here?
That's not a question.
Yeah, I'm
don't say
demanding
his
you to say my name.
Don't say his name, dude.
You demand
You
a
know
lot
who
of
you're
answering?
talking to right now.
Don't do it. He's masturbating.
Donnie.
It looks like your name says eat
I'm
ass.
lighting up, eating the ass eater. That's right. Trademark.
Nice. So, are you guys done publicly
impersonating
masturbating?
me.
Can we have a topic now?
I'm still holding out for those documents about theodolites because I've been using theodolites for a while now, a bunch of them, and
Oh my god, not the drone of the
When did
light.
Jesse get here?
Jackie, path of light.
Oh, he
I'm
said
actually just
Godlight
reading
wasn't
through it
useful for
because like,
making us
I'm reading through
over
this.
30
I'm
kilometers.
reading through
It's
this.
hilarious.
Jezebel.
He tried to divert the topic to stars, which we brought up the manual, which we showed that the theodolite was not only designed for, but is designed to be equipped with additional attachments to assist that.
Excuse me. Was never designed for what you're now just said. It has the capability of doing that. The design, I told you, is for terrestrial elevation angles. That's what the tool is designed for. And then you can buy some attachments.
Do you have a
And
citation for this claim?
it's possible to take measurements, how accurate they are. Well, I'm just going through this now. But there is attachments you can buy to do, apparently to find true north. Only viable in the Northern Hemisphere with a attachment. And then there's another attachment to do the sun.
I've got a question. Did you design them?
Did I?
Well, yeah. You're
would you
claiming
say
that they were. You're claiming that they were not designed to do something. So either you designed them and you know that, or the person who designed them knows that and told you? So which is it?
No, the
Neither, because
limitation
we
is
brought
in the
in the
tool
literal
description, isn't it?
manual.
It's in the tool description. So should we go to say this then? Because it doesn't mention it, you know, as the tool is a surveying tool, yeah, which don't, you know, I don't know how you can link astral projections or, you know, what's going up above you with surveying. Does that mean that's not true?
It's a tool designed to measure angles between its internal reference and whatever you're looking at. Whatever you're looking at doesn't have to be terrestrial, because, as I said, it's designed to measure an angle between its internal reference and whatever you're looking at.
Whatever you're looking at. Okay.
And the manual confirms, the manual that we have shared with you literally confirms its capacity to do things with stars.
Anvilman, stop it, please.
Well, because you can't handle that we shared a manual that shows your
I
argument.
don't give a fuck. I don't care about you sharing the manual. I would
And the
never
manual
ever
says what
say
it's designed to do.
what I said.
I'm wondering, why do we
it's
see
gonna
these guys?
yield inaccurate results, and it's exactly what it does do.
How inaccurate?
So,
how is that, 3
how is that
arcseconds?
wrong?
What does that mean?
Why do we see this picture of a man inside a room when we're looking at a space rocket? I'm curious. Like, what is this, guys? Like, why do we suddenly see into a room and then it goes away? Holy shit! What is why is it so badly, guys? Like, done. Like, look at how fucking shit this is. You suck at 3D design and editing. Actually, boring. This is ridiculous. You're using so much money for this shit. Well, actually, no, you're not. You're comparing this to drones. I mean, come on, give me a $40 drone and I'll fly and show you that this is abhorrently just shit. Who is this guy? Hello? Hello?
So, if the
there he is.
If the
Now he's gone.
T3 theodolite,
there he is.
Literally says if it's literally
Let's see if I can find more faces in the footage so we can identify who's making it.
Jesse, terrestrial? It's very accurate.
No,
yeah, it's very accurate. There's no discrepancy. They're saying it's most probably one of the most accurate. Yeah. So there's no discrepancy. There's no quibble about that.
Okay, just let me finish a sentence. You cut me off there, man. So,
sorry.
The wild Heerbrug T3 was literally sold by the manufacturer as an astronomical theodolite. Is that true?
Well, I don't know if it was. When did
find out?
Ask yourself. I can't confirm that because it's way before my birthday, so I wasn't born around when that came out. I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was sold as an astronomical theodolite.
It's in the manual.
It's in the manual?
And the manual usually says things about what it's designed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a spec page. It just got it's direct to the point specs on it. Yeah.
I've had a few manuals in my time, and it told me this was capable of this, and in reality, it wasn't. So, what does that tell you?
That you're really far away from your microphone and we can't really tell what you're saying.
Okay. I said I've had a few manuals. Yeah, I've had a few manuals of this tool is amazing. Yeah, it does this, it does that, and that tool hasn't been able to do what it says on the manual. So and I'm not talking about something many years old. I'm talking something quite new. You know, it's deemed the best tool on the market, and sometimes it doesn't do what it says it's going to do.
Okay, well, the problem you have with that argument is that people have used theodolites on celestial objects, and that worked fine.
Yeah, so
that's a problem.
I'm going through some papers now where they used that theodolite, and they did it. They had to use it with other things because it was yielding inaccurate results. So what does that tell you? I'm not
Up
here
to
to
the
say it
extent
don't do.
about
It
47
can't do
half
anything. I'm just saying you can't put all your eggs in on one basket and say, yeah, that's 100% accurate, because I know it ain't. It ain't gonna never be accurate doing celestial observations.
Yes,
and,
it will.
and that was my
measurements that were
argument
presented
from
to you,
day
though.
dot. That's my
that
argument
entire
from day dot.
topic.
But you won't
That
have
entire
it, and you
topic.
just
That
want to go.
entire topic.
Extremely
That
accurate
entire
for doing
topic.
celestial
That
navigation.
entire topic.
Plus observations.
Actually,
Right. It's
I've got
better accuracy than a sextant.
No, that's where you're fucking wrong.
No, you're
Yeah, sextant is typically not going to do better than a few, what is it, a few arc minutes, and a theodolite can do within a few arc seconds. Obviously, one is way better than the other.
So how comes when they were navigating at sea, they then got one of these fucking things strapped to the bow?
Nope.
Because at sea, if you're within a few nautical miles, you could probably see where you're going.
Maybe it was limited.
When you're
because
using
it
a
can't
theodolite,
track.
you probably
It
want something a
can't
little more
track.
precise. And so, of course,
can't
theodolites
track,
have better precision than a sextant.
Yeah, so it can't. So it fails on the limitation that it can't track the stars or whatever it's gonna. You know,
Tracking is not necessary.
I don't think
for accuracy. I think it is.
So let's see. I don't think you understand.
Yeah,
what
tracking is not precision.
Okay. Yeah.
So, right now you're making claims and saying that you have these papers that back you up. I don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound to me like you do.
Okay.
So, if you maybe could post those references that you're citing.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. But and they're quite long, so have the pleasure of going through them. Yeah.
Yeah.
because what Bill was bringing to the table earlier was a theodolite surveying of a distance of about 30 kilometers or
stop it! You're just droning.
Overland.
You're droning on.
What Schlitzie believes is that a zenith angle measurement is always a celestial measurement, as opposed to like a zenith angle from one mountaintop to another, which he doesn't understand that, but he's been told it. It doesn't stick.
Yeah, I just think like talking about the capacity of this theodolite to measure angles to a star is a complete divergence from Schubel's evidence that was a terrestrial observation, which for some reason he thinks is not capable of a machine that's for terrestrial observation. It's just totally inconsistent.
Yeah.
Well, Schubel makes both arguments because he can use because he's in celestial navigation conversations. Schubel has brought up that he can use his theodolite to get better precision than a sextant, and then also in other observations, we're talking about exclusively terrestrial observations. So it's both arguments, and I think he's got them combined in his head.
And also, using theodolites on stars has always been a big part of the early surveying as an accurate determination of latitude and longitude before GPS.
Correct. Yes.
I don't know too much about the theodolite. When I was looking into it a little bit, I thought I read that it was designed for just measurements of a few hundred feet.
That's the auto level. The auto level is up to like 100 meters or something, but it's totally different than a theodolite. The theodolite does not have that limitation.
What's it specifically designed for, though?
Measuring angles.
Right.
Anything that you can get a clear focus on.
Okay, that's straightforward enough.
Yep.
The difference is with an auto level, it's only level. It doesn't measure angles. It just provides crosshairs at a level reference. And you look through the telescope, and then the other guy's holding up a ruler with big blocky numbers on it, and you have to be able to read those numbers. You have to read, do those crosshairs, land at the 1.32 meter mark. You have to read the numbers through the telescope, and if it's too far, you can't read the numbers because they get too tiny. That's the limitation on the auto level, but because the theodolite pivots up and down, you can simply zero those crosshairs in right on a single point target at any distance that you can see it. If you can see it, you can zero the crosshairs in on it, and then the instrument itself measures the physical angle of the telescope, and that works at any distance.
Yeah, and the bag argument from Slilts is like, it's allegedly good at terrestrial things and not good at celestial things, but the evidence was terrestrial, and that's what I find so useless about going into.
Jesse, also the stadia and auto level are 10 milliradians apart, so technically there is one angle that you can compare, but it's the one and only angle that you got. It's 10 milliradians, or between the one stadia and the center crosshair is 5 milliradians.
Yeah, there's a half that you can measure also to the plus, or something that's at the plus 1/2 stadia and the minus 1/2 stadia. Or you could take a picture with your cell phone through there and then count the pixels, but that's not how it's made to be used.
Right, it's just got the two hard references. Those ones are definitely known.
I've got a hard reference when I think about eating ass.
You sure do.
That was an obtuse reference.
Oh, they do go sexuality.
It's not cute.
I needed to find a way to talk about penis. I needed to find a talk about
I
my
don't need
hardness.
to find a way, bro. You guys are giving me what's it called?
Giving you what?
Softballs. Softball throws.
Oh, but you need the hard ball. This thing.
My balls don't get hard. That would probably hurt.
So what is your deal, dude? Like, why do you suddenly need to get hard in here? Like, do you need to masturbate?
We gotta give this guy attention.
No, yes, he needs to masturbate. Guys, talk about anuses
I need to ask
again.
him 10 questions.
Bro, I don't masturbate with people around.
One of your questions needs to be
All right, guys, come on, dude. Chill out, dude. Nobody wants to hear that.
I think it has
Guys,
been
it's jerking
established.
Mr. Wish, is English your first language?
No, masturbation is.
My first language is
Norm MacDonald.
Ass telepathy.
When you hear the acronym ATM, do you think of an ugly teller or a good night on the town?
I think of getting money out of a machine to pay for ass to mouth.
So he thinks of an ass trodding machine.
Question number 3. Are you a sex bot AI?
No, but I talk to a lot of them.
Oh, Jesus. Are there any, have you paid for them? More than $3?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. This guy needs help.
The
Question number
sex
4.
bot version of ChatGPT is like 17.
Do you trust?
You gotta give him. He's honest.
$17.
He is.
Actually, he's more honest than most in here. Like, we should actually learn from this dude.
Yeah, I like Wish a lot.
Question number 4. Do you trust the government that forces you to pay their taxes?
Not all of them. There's a few that I do trust, though.
You've done government entities?
Individuals within government I can trust, but the entities not so much.
Oh, yeah. I like Cash Patel and the FBI. You know, you can get a little bit more trustworthy of those guys. All right. Question number 5. Do you now, or have you ever, worked for any of your government's secret intelligence agencies?
Yes.
Question number 6. Do you now, or have you ever had, a sexual fetish for any of the following?
Yes.
Ladyboys, femboys, transgender boys, furry boys.
Yes. Is there a 5th one?
He wants it all.
What's the point of this?
To establish through observation.
Unmute DMOC, and what's the point of this?
The
Question number 7.
Through science.
If you want to stop interrupting, there's 10 questions if you've been paying attention. And we're on question number 7. Mr. Wish, will you now, or have you ever, accepted Jesus Christ into your heart as your Lord and your Savior?
Nobody comes to hear these
Yes.
questions.
Question number 8. Were the first and last pair of vagina lips to touch your face.
Look at this
your mother.
degeneracy. What are you doing, man?
You sound like Brenda. Get your fucking ass muted, bro. Yes or no, Mr. Wish?
I don't. Did you finish the question?
Question number 8 was, were the last and first pair of vagina lips that touch your face your mother's?
He finds pleasure in like
It was
uttering
the
these
first and
degeneracies.
last, yes, but there was a few in between.
Is eating pussy gay now? I don't know.
No, oh no.
Question number 9. If the autist, convexed, I want to live in a baller, mentally challenged person can mute himself, I'll ask the next question.
Oh, okay, great. Jesse, can you mute yourself, please? He was talking to you.
Oh, we love you, Jesse. Jesse, I want to debate you and make it like an actual debate, not just what your debates have normally been. I was on Twitter the other night. Not the best, not the most entertaining. Question number 9, Mr. Wish. Do you believe that within the known bounds of the ever-expanding universe, such a thing could possibly exist as a quote-unquote perfect circle?
Yes. Ask Maynard James Keenan.
Great band. You know how he got in that band? He was in his backyard hollering at his dog. And his neighbor goes, "You got a great voice. You should come to the studio and be a fucking rock star."
And then he became a fucking rock star.
We don't have a dog in the White House. It's political, really. I love dogs. Joe Biden, what he did to those dogs it was really bad. It was irreprehensible. Are you ready for the final question?
Yes, yes.
And there's a bonus question, by the way, so don't be like, I agree to answer 10 questions only, and I'm not going to answer the 11th one.
I was going to be like that, so it's good that you clarified not to do that.
Question number 10. What's Earth's shape?
It takes the shape of its container.
Yes or no?
Earth takes the
Gravity
shape
is
of its
spherical,
container.
so that's its container is gravity, so it must be spherical.
Can we contain magnetism? Is that why we don't have fission yet, or fusion, or whatever you want to call it?
Magnetism is the containment.
Your brain is shaped like a donut, dude, because it's outside your head. When Concaver got in line because he heard God saying he was passing out train tickets, he called dibs on caboose. But who was there already?
Well, I didn't. All right, what if
Mr. Wish?
Let me know when this show's over.
Thank God he left. Are you ready for the bonus question, Mr. Wish? I think you need it.
I'm more than ready.
Name this world-famous astrophysicist who they say has the biggest hands in science. And they also say, I guess if you look up the metadata, has the most hours on YouTube proclaiming the word of scientism. You can see this black man with his big hands talking about the stars once a year on Joe the Joe Rogan, as well as on TV, including The View and morning talk shows. Name this world-famous astrophysicist.
Neil, the second best ass eater, Tyson.
How big are your hands?
I'd say they're pretty big, but they're not thick.
They're not Neil's size, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he didn't play piano, but I didn't get to ask that when I met him. Do you want to know what he said when I looked into Neil deGrasse Tyson's golden brown eyes and melted in the grasp of his huge hand as I asked him, "What's Earth's shape?"
Did he
Is
laugh
this a
and then walk
genuine
away?
testimony?
Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "There are more stars in the night sky than there are grains of sand on all the world's beaches. Earth's highest tides are caused by the gravitational pull, when both the moon and sun align with Earth, pulling her oceans out. If you were to measure the distance between Earth's highest mountain peaks and her lowest ocean lows, it would be but the depth of a fingerprint when compared to Earth's mass size. Earth's shape is indeed not a yes or no question. She is an oblate spheroid, pear-shaped."
If Earth is a girl that's pear-shaped, why haven't I eaten her ass yet?
Well, they're trying to add curves to dudes so that you'll eat the dude's ass thinking it's a girl, because if you ask the dude
In there.
if it's a man, he'll say no. And if you say, "Are you a woman?" he'll say yes. But if you ask that same dude, "Do you now or have you ever had a functioning female reproductive system?" then that dude will say no. And then I'll say, "But you're not a man?" They'll say no. And then you ask, "Are you delusional?" And then if you want to live in someone else's delusions, then you have to write executive orders about little boys and little girls at school together, not competing in the same sports. Donald Trump had that dream. Now, will it just take an executive order from the next president to bus in the boys
Yeah,
to
presidents
the swim
change
meets?
things.
Marty, if you were going to ask yourself the 10 questions, what would the answers be?
The answers to
You want them?
question 8
It'd be
were all yes.
yes,
from
yes,
Marty.
no, yes, no, 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 yes, yes, no.
So that means you would eat a trans boy's ass, but not a furry boy.
Well, let me tell you about the possible name of the punk band I'm about to start. You want to join it if you really like the name. It's called Kissing on Hookers.
Never heard of them.
You in?
Oh, I'm in. I just haven't
We need
heard
a
them.
lead singer, and I think I got to hear you yell at your dog. From what I heard, I think we can make you a rock star. I mean, a punk rock star. There's one final thing. I need you to say the magic words.
Please and thank you.
I'll sing them for you if you could say them. Oh, oh, blade, spheroid.
I don't want to lie to everyone.
I know we're not saying what you believe Earth shape is. We just need you to say the words, the 2 words, oblate spheroid.
Oblate spheroid.
There you go. Now, when you hear oblate, you think of a thick bitch, and then when you hear spheroid, you picture an asteroid on the tip of a sphere being chucked in like a jungle, definitely in maybe the Congo. Yes or no?
No, but I could think that. It wouldn't be too extreme.
So you would still think that Whitsitt should come in here and we could call him a person who hates the people who practice the religion of Judaism, or
I thought Whitsitt
If we
loved
wanted to go
Jews.
to Whitford's own
They liked
Discord,
Jews, at
if he's
least.
there, he's welcome to have a conversation. If he
oh,
wants
send me
to-
shoot me an invite over there.
I'd go to him. I don't need to accept,
Yes,
deny
shoot
an
me.
invitation.
The theory is that Witsit was hitting a medical vape in Antarctica because he was eating ass the whole time.
And that's the
crackling
vape and the ass with the gate. Ah, it all makes sense now.
Ass gape? Gate?
Gape vape. How'd they get the vapes in Antarctica? Through the gape.
Wow.
He smuggled them.
It all comes together. We're gonna sign an executive order. We're gonna cash Patel on it.
No more gaping. New rule for Antarctica. No gaping
Dude,
beyond the
nothing's-
60th parallel.
Wish on a scale of 1 to 10. Now you'll know immediately when I ask you. Russian girls gaping, right? 1 to 10.
I've seen it. I love
They
it.
gape.
I want
Why?
some more.
It doesn't look. It's like, why are they all getting it? Are they all getting sodomized? Like real, their this entire life.
I don't know why, but I'm a fan.
So when you're working for the government and they pay you just to go online and talk about sexual fetishes, do you get like any bonuses for getting other guys to say certain words or?
No.
Instead of oblate spheroid, how about textured geoid?
Oh, Jesus, say it again, but a little bit slower on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
I have my own free will and I'll say it when I want to. The words were textured geoid.
Oh, geoid. See, that's what that's where he got his name from.
From
Your
geography.
scrotum's like
correct.
a textured geoid.
You can text my geoid all night, baby.
I have a question for the entire class. I can't be the only one who admires ass eating this much, right, guys?
Now, is cunnilingus homosexual? Because riddle me this, Mr. Did he bell?
Eater of the ass.
Mr. Wish, Mr. Eater of the ass. In high school, they'll tell the girls oral sex is sex. We all know what's in a hot dog, the lips and the asshole, right? Now, we all know what sodomy is. What's the other end of that? If your lips are connected to your asshole, they say as soon as you take a bite of your food, the human saliva is the most lubricating thing on earth. And it starts digesting that food immediately as soon as we start crunching it up. And that's the beginning of our digestive system. So it's oral sex. Is oral sex sodomy?
I'm going to put that on the back burner just for a second. You said human saliva is the most lubricating. I got to say that's false. You haven't tried dog. Yes, it's sodomy.
They say a sheep is the most closest thing to a human being.
I wouldn't know. I was born in America.
Don't be sheep with me.
If I was born in a different country, I'd definitely be eating the ass of sheep, but I just haven't had the opportunity.
Are you a goddamn American?
Fortunately.
Oh, when was that time you told a cop you were a sovereign citizen?
Never. Not that American. Usually a smile and honesty gets them out of my ass very fast.
Are you a goddamn Canadian?
Unfortunately, not.
You're about to hear some beeping sounds. I want you to tell me what device these beeping sounds are coming from. Are you ready?
Smoke alarm.
3, 2.
That's an oven.
Air fryer oven.
Got me.
Got him. When was the time you had an air fryer fried up something for you? I thought there was like grease in there and it was like deep frying this shit coming out crispy. Big lie. Big lie.
I couldn't tell you. If I've eaten air fried food, I wouldn't have even known it.
When was the last time you had cooked meat over an open flame that you had started yourself? You know, something like charcoal or a propane grill.
The last time? Maybe
Last
over
night?
a month. No, it's
Over
last
a
time.
month?
Yeah. I know it's summer.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You didn't ask over a warm microwave. Why didn't you ask that? I mean, if it was that, I would have said 30 minutes ago.
So you said you're not banned from any servers, bro?
No.
Like if I go to Geos, I'm limited, or
I'm in there.
You know, like you can't join the VC.
I can join the VC in there. He's just usually got me server muted. He's no fun.
Why is that?
Lion unmutes me though. I don't know. I don't ever talk about eating ass in there. I usually just troll Geo.
I love when I'm in there and someone asks about flat Earth and he steps in and the spotlight turns on. He throws his hands and his feet out. He goes, "Well, I'm not a flat earther, but let me tell you about what they say."
Yeah, the last time I was in there, him and Riggs were analyzing their dreams, and I trolled the fuck out of them. Geo went and said, like, based on certain dreams, if you have them continually, it could be like a message from a past life or some shit. That was a
Message in a
conversation.
thought. I bet you're a Floyd Stigman guy, huh?
A Floyd George guy.
But the more you know. Taking back Eden, take back this conversation from me. I gotta eat something.
Thank you. I'm actually going to go eat as well, so I'll join you shortly. Hope you have a great one, Marty, and thank you. And same to everyone here.
Are we all gonna be simultaneously eating ass?
No, going for something raw, organic, something else that's raw, but organic.
So many things it could be. Hey, Omnivore?
Yeah.
So you let QOP debate McToon, correct?
Yep.
You set that up.
What's that?
I said you set that up.
You don't agree with that?
No, I asked if you set it up. Like you were the
Did
one
I
who
set
got
it up?
McToon.
Well, no, I mean, I didn't. I had a hand in setting it up, I guess. It wasn't.
Looking to
I
debate
mean,
McToon.
Q-Up wanted to do it, and I reached out to Toon, and Toon reached out to him and said, we can do this. And they.
Q-Op literally, I think he was just trolling. I don't think he was actually giving the real points. I mean,
Can't
he,
really hear you
skimmed
there, my
over.
guy.
Really? What the fuck? My mic is in my mouth. 1 second. Hello? Is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
I think Q-Op was trolling. He didn't even really say any of the good points. And if he did, he like quickly skimmed over them and didn't try to make a good point of it. I was wondering if I could get a shot at just talking to McToon about TFE.
Sure. I mean, maybe.
Nothing like, no rush. Just
Well, what's the?
wondering if that's possible.
I mean, he'll probably come here for a debate, and we would definitely host it. Yeah, the
Yeah.
question is, does he know who you are?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
I've never even been in a VC with him, so.
Okay. Well, if you want to debate him, I would allow that. So yeah, we can probably get him for that.
That'd be nice.
Okay.
Yeah, no rush or anything. I'll still
Who
need
should I
to
tell him? Who should I
write
tell him it is?
Well, Wish.
Wish. Okay.
Yeah, he won't know me by anything, so. Wish is fine.
All right.
And what would you like the debate topic to be? Or is it just a discussion?
TFE.
Okay.
The final experiment. Q-Ob did start it off with bringing up the passport, which was smart. He just didn't grill him like I expected him to. Like we were
Mr.
on
Bull?
VC, is like, oh my god, I'm gonna
Are you
get
going
him
to
so
debate on
hard.
flat Earth or TFE?
Not TFE, not flat Earth.
TFE. Okay.
Omnivore, I text you, I DM'd you something. I can't access that document, so I give you the link and I give you the summary of what I was saying. So I don't know whether if you're on a computer you can do it. I'm hoping.
The accuracy of astronomic azimuth determinations.
Like
Are used.
That was all I was saying. I was only saying about the staffing. And obviously the tool has a limitation, which it does.
Less than 1 arc second. That's
yeah. So like, if you read it, it's not just about 1 arc second.
All right. So let's see. I'm looking at this.
That between observers and
astronomic azimuths are using classical geodesy through the Laplace equation to control the orientation of geodetic networks. You have any idea what those words mean?
Huh?
I know what network means.
What's a geodetic network?
It's where you go and meet people in hopes of establishing a connection and building business. It's networking.
No.
Omnivore, quick question, and I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be okay if I added somebody like 2v1 per se?
You can, yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know if McToon would be overwhelmed or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Some control thing, most probably centering around some globe.
Okay. Classical geodesy, surveyors create networks of precisely measured points across the landscape.
Oh, what with their benchmarks and things like that? Yeah.
No, it's well, I mean, there may be benchmarks to doing it, but they may be creating the benchmarks. either way, what they're doing is setting up like a network of points that they're using to, to map the area or determine elevation and stuff. The astronomic azimuth is the true direction to a celestial body like a star observed from a specific point. The geodetic azimuth is the calculated direction between 2 points on the reference ellipsoid used for mapping. So that's like a left to right. Deflection of the vertical is the angular difference between true vertical towards the Earth's center of mass and the ellipsoid normal. So there may be a deflection in your plumb direction based on the specific distribution of mass on the ellipsoid versus the actual, the mathematical center of the Earth. By making astronomical observations at key points in the network, typically called Laplace stations, geodeticists can determine the true astronomic azimuth to reference stars. So what they're doing is they're making these across the section of land, probably a large section. They are making a bunch of these points, and between those points where they're very carefully mapping them out, they take measurements to the stars in order to determine, I guess, like precisely where they are. Okay, so any discrepancy reveals how much the network has rotated from its proper orientation.
Yeah, because they're not going to take really long distances, so they need these
They are.
points.
They're taking super long distance. In some cases, hundreds of miles. And between those points, they have these place stations set up that they're using to double check their work by checking directions to stars. Okay. The method most commonly used by the United States National Geodetic Survey for the determination of astronomic azimuth is referred to as the direction method, and is based on observations of Polaris at any hour angle. We have analyzed repeated determinations by analysis by variance ANOVA techniques to derive realistic estimates of the expected accuracy of typical astronomic azimuths to be used in the readjustment of the North American datum. We found that the dominant errors are systematic in nature, with a very important source being observer bias or personal equation. We were unable to decompose the remaining systemic errors, which presumably consist primarily of instrument biases, anomalous refraction, and setup errors. We found from an analysis of determinations that were first corrected for observer bias and an increase in variance repeat azimuth determinations as a function of latitude that agrees reasonably well with theoretical expectations. So where does this say they pitched it and we're doing some different thing?
But that's what you got from that link, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I got from the link you sent me.
And maybe if the link is not correct then, because that should be I tell you, hold on, let me see. It was it should have been a study from, hold on, the guy's name's Carter, William Carter, The Accuracy of Astronomic Azimuth Determinations. It says provides detailed evidence highlighting the limitations of the wild T3 theodolite in celestial observations.
Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at. William Carter, James Petty, and William E.
So he says his conclusion, while the wild T3 theodolite was a high precision instrument for its time, Carter's studies demonstrates that the accuracy in celestial observations was significantly influenced by observer related factors, These limitations underscore the challenges in achieving consistent and accurate measurements, leading to the eventual adoption of more advanced and automated instruments for precise astronomical work.
So where can you send me that link?
Yeah, I can send you that. But I think it's just going to yield what you just sent me, because when I clicked on the link, it actually give you what you just read. Yeah, I'm not here to say you can't measure thingies, but I'm just talking about accuracy.
So so.
And the longer and the further you're away, the likelihood is the less accurate it's going to be.
No,
and you know
that is not true. So I want you to understand something. I don't see where your thing is here. I mean, I might be missing it on the page somewhere, but key findings: observer bias. The study found that the personal biases in astronomic azimuth determinations could be as large as 1 arcsecond or more, even when using high precision instruments like the Wild T3. Okay, so 1 arcsecond or more is a virtually meaningless error. That's like saying
if you're doing maps, that's not a meaningless error.
It is a meaningless error. So that's like saying it's 1/3600th of a degree. That is, you know what 1 degree is?
Well, according to you, 69 miles, yeah?
No, I mean, yes on Earth, but yeah, 1 degree would be a distance of 69 statute miles. So an arcsecond would be what?
But what I'm trying to say, that it's inaccurate. That's all I'm saying. So
0.019 miles.
And what is the if that's the inaccuracy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That inaccuracy is going to be a matter of feet.
I don't think so, but
Yeah, I realize you don't think so, but that's teeny tiny. That's, I mean, an arcsecond is next to nothing. So I don't know where I don't know what you're coming up with here. Basically what they're saying is it's super accurate, but we could do better.
But why does it go on the conclusion and it says it's not? So why is it saying that?
Well,
conclusion. Conclusion.
Yeah, and the conclusion is
insufficiently precise for high accuracy celestial measurements. Why does it say that?
Because they need better than an arcsecond.
Arcsecond consistency is required. Why would it say that?
Because it's written for somebody other. It's written for somebody other than you. All right, you're looking at this and going, "Oh my God, I found it." This is this is where the I've shown that this is inaccurate for these kind of measurements.
And it even says it here.
Wait, and you have no idea how these kinds of measurements work.
It's clear from here. It says the paper provides clear evidence that even under ideal conditions, the Wild T3 exhibited errors in the range of 1.4 to 2 arcs.
Where did you find it? So that's not it. That's not in the part that I.
I just give it to you.
Okay. It's not in the link you sent me.
So over.
And what was those numbers? 1 to 2 arcseconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 to 2 arcseconds. Yeah,
Still,
I'll stand by that. Yeah, they're looking for better than 2 arcseconds. They're looking for more consistency at the sub-arcsecond level. And enter the T4.
He's been avoiding your terrestrial to terrestrial surveying by mentioning the fact that the equipment is also capable at looking at
He's
stars.
talking about me in the third person as though I'm not there. But you could
This is
just
not really. This is not really the point. The point is here to expose the Hegelian dialectic of Marty coming in, advocating the higher of wish to open his ass for Mr. What's his name again?
Why are you derailing? They were having a good conversation. You're just going to come in here and derail talking about eating ass.
That just happened.
Your problem?
Earlier. That just happened earlier.
What's your problem, bro?
Because I can put it into words.
What's your problem? Why are you being weird?
Debauchery.
Have fun, dude. Have fun selling your soul, dude.
Selling my soul? What are you talking
You
about?
did.
Just because I work for the government and come in here and troll doesn't mean I don't have my soul.
There you go.
That's why I always pay my taxes. Always.
But let's see, over the distance of a mile, an inch.
Are you still talking? Are you still talking?
I was talking to you because I'm
talking to yourself. I stopped talking to you months ago.
I can't wait for the conversation between McToon and this agent of the state. I can't wait for this conversation between McToon, another agent of fire, and his other agent of fire. When is it going to happen? I love to keep the Hegelian dialectic going and witnessing it.
Why are you so mad, bro? It's
Who,
Discord.
what debate was
Discord
McToon?
debate. It's not the end of the world, okay?
It sure is.
Who is it going to be?
Had a debate
You know,
the
it's
other day.
funny. He's on your friends list.
Who is?
My teammate
Yeah, I know.
for this debate. He's on your friends list.
He sure is. I even invite him into my server because going into my my knowledge just exposes them.
What's your knowledge? What's your knowledge base?
Freundalisme. This is not something you have created.
I didn't hear what you said, the first word.
I know Omnivore is on my server, and I know a lot others are on my server too.
What? I've got you losing your mind right now.
No, you don't.
I'm not on your server.
It's because you can't handle his knowledge base. And he knows that.
Just because you got to look at what I have on the stream here and open your ass for penetration doesn't mean you're a genuine human being.
I'm sorry, what?
This is a weird conversation to do. Come on, let's be happy.
Eating someone's ass is not the equivalent of spreading my ass open.
All right, guys.
That's literally not
Right,
even
let's
close to what I was saying.
Yeah, we just. This is
I
not
can
good
also
content.
assume a persona where I sound like I am a very
Yeah, let's
intellectually
just
honest
talk
human
about
being.
masturbation and asses.
I also like to do the ass stuff because I just put on a character that can talk this way and sound sincere. I am just another fictional character that came here from the government and was for hire. Here's the drama for you.
See how much I have.
See, I can also speak this way. There it goes. Look at that. I can also put on this voice and sound as if I am very genuine and intelligent.
Omni,
with
take
you.
control, man. Let's change
Take
this.
control. You have to mute me now because I expose the fucking rectum fucker.
Not a sodomite, I just like eating ass, bro.
You definitely do. You
what's the
like that
deal?
shit in your tongue and like swallowing it and just like
No, I
have
don't.
fun
I don't
with
break
it.
the barrier.
Oh,
I
you
just
don't.
stay
You don't
outside.
break the barrier. Oh, you just stay outside as if that even matters when you're using.
They want to
your
have that
tongue.
conversation. They could go to another room.
Come on, guys.
That's what I told him. You just came in here and derailed.
It's okay. You just spread your ass, and now it's McToon's turn. Have
Okay,
fun.
where's the mod sending him to another? Not sending him to another room.
I just muted them.
That's insane. Because conversation was good up until then.
All right, what's the year on that document that you guys been citing? Could someone link that?
Yeah, I'll link it. I don't know where he's getting his analysis from.
I sent him a link, but I don't think it's the link. It was someone by William Carter.
Yeah, this is from William Carter. I put the link in.
Oh, it is from William Carter. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't.
I couldn't access it at all, so I couldn't read it. So I'm sending you, like, I'm not looking at something and not sending it because I just sent you this document what relates. It's saying it related to him and the discrepancies.
This is from June of 1978.
So that production of that machine had stopped, but it was a well. You know, like when you said it was an accurate machine, I don't doubt that very. You know, like they still hail it as one of the most accurate today. I know that much.
Yeah, newer equipment is not more accurate, and they're as you pointed out, they're quantifying the errors are largely due to the observer. The fact that it's an analog, objectively operated instrument, meaning 1 arc second can be, you know, not an uncommon error, and that is not insignificant. That is significant because these documents are talking about the implementing ICBM GPS navigation, and so determining by astronomical positions, the T3, they need better than an arc second consistently, and that's where the T4, and the T4 is a very difficult instrument to operate, but it does get those kinds of accuracies.
Yeah, I suppose that
sub-arc second. So it's
or no?
Pardon me?
Does that go with GPS, the T4?
Well, the T4. The T4 is just an enormous instrument that was a primary use by organizations like Ordnance Survey UK and most of Europe and U.S. Coast Geodetic surveys. And the T3 was far less expensive instrument. It only cost like $10,000 in 1980. A T4 cost about 5 times that. And Defense Mapping and organizations like Defense Mapping Agency, yeah, they were running classes. I remember they had classes on T4 operation in the 1980s, and GPS put that to bed. GPS, you know, you can't beat the orbiting satellites.
Well, I don't know about the satellite theory.
But none of that invalidates Schubel's earlier evidence of a measurement from one piece of terrain to another that demonstrated curvature.
That's true. That's true, but this video I have on stream right here does give evidence to the incredulity of NASA.
Oh, therefore, yeah, good.
It sure is a therefore. Look at this. What is this, guys? Please address this video I was sent from one of you. And supposedly is a spaceship that is not a religious object. Being a 3D animation. And explain to me how this fragment here that is supposedly one thing, actually consisting of two things, that doesn't even actually, like, what's this bad editing? Like, guys, come on, why is it there's suddenly a hull in between here? I don't know, guys. Why is the shine here and then it ends here as if this is matte and this is like blank, although it's supposedly not so, like what is this really badly edited thing right here?
It could be covered in moon dust.
And look at this. Like, why does the edges expand here? Like, what the? And then suddenly it starts to burn or something. Like, what the fuck? And then like it expands, and then it collapses. And oh wait for it. Oh, it expands over here. Expands, collapses further. Like now it's narrower and like what guys?
Yeah, if only we enjoyed the sound of your voice as much as you do.
It expands and it contracts, and then it expands and contracts and expands, and then it is gone, and then it appears. And then it just slowly goes away into the 3D software rendering.
What's the comeback?
You really can't figure out what's going on there. Honestly?
No.
Okay.
He's got a room temperature IQ, man. You're expecting a bit much for him to understand what's actually happening. He's demonstrated his lack of IQ.
I must be very stupid. yeah, very stupid. Look at this. It must be very dumb. Like, he doesn't understand it. Look at this. Must be stupid.
And then Omni?
It is changing its direction as it falls away through the atmosphere.
Yeah, tumbling is a little tough for him.
So it doesn't. It doesn't open and contract like your anus when you give this false statement of what it does.
He's throwing up that anus talk again. Get him the fuck out of here.
No, I'm.
Yeah, okay. I'll see y'all later. Never mind. You guys can fucking play with yourselves.
You have fun, Shubil.
Hang on a second. Hold on.
Shubil, why are you being so insecure right now?
He's gone.
No more stuff. Come on. Stop.
I have to take my dog out for a walk, so.
What's crazy is that I was talking about it forever, and he didn't yell at me, but Zinact said it 2 times, and he's pissed.
You're just tedious, I guess. It must just be because you're tedious and people don't want to hear you. That's be my guess. But hey, if you don't have friends, how would you know that? Tisk.
Okay, Boomer.
It's like, here's that thing we've discussed not to talk about. Let's bring it up again. It's really just like mind-numbing how little attention he pays to conversation, but can focus on frame-by-frame discrepancies when it's a camera on a shaky rocket with a bit of lag. Like, it's just...
Stop it! I nearly cut my fucking finger off. Jesus Christ.
What did you find funny about that?
It was a shaky rocket.
I'm glad I can provide you laughter, but not at night.
But he didn't. He did. He cut my finger off.
No,
Jesus Christ. You not know what you do. That's a bit biblical, isn't it? You not know what you do. Yeah, I can't do 2 things at once. I'm proving that girls are right when they say men can't do 2 things at once. I'm talking and cutting.
I know what I intend to do. What you interpret me doing is a different thing.
Oh, now you're going to speak all weird. Oh, don't go into this annex and start talking about bombs, please.
No, I won't do that to you.
It's a lot less vulgar. Just saying dumb.
I'm actually preparing like food.
What's cooking today?
What's cooking? Well, I'm gonna make a little sofito, and then I'm cut some ground some beef. Yeah, ground some beef. So I'm just gonna do bolognese, but it's gonna take about 3 hours to cook.
You should just get Panda Express.
You didn't say bolognese, did you? You said bolognese with a G or with a... Because bolognese sounds like something you might not want to eat.
Bolognese. I think it originates from Bologna.
I think it does too, actually.
Why is it not called spaghetti Bologna? I don't think you go to Bologna and you go, hey, are you Bolognese? I don't know, maybe.
Well, a schnitzel
There's a
parmigiana
mayonnaise
is
connection.
parmigiana's in Italy, but a schnitzel's German, isn't it? So how does that come about?
Where'd you get that? What restaurant are you going to?
A schnitzel is German, isn't it? And a parmigiana, Parmigiana's a province in Italy.
Yeah, but
So a
if
schnitzel
it won't be called a schnitzel in Italian. It's called something else, isn't it? I can't remember the name. I don't never eat that. It's like what is it? Milane? Milanese. I don't know. I can't remember. But that is a dish in Italy when they do the like they get the chicken breast, flatten it out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But that's in the north.
Schnitzel.
You're eating food in the north, which is not. You might as well go and get a McDonald's.
Well, I think the Parmigiana is actually the sauce, the cheeses and the tomato sauce. But
No,
it's a schnitzel, which is German.
Parmigiana.
Yeah.
There's aubergine, tomato sauce, and baked. So that's Parmigiana. Parmesan, aubergine, and tomato. Like a little ragu. But even bolognese is like people like pour 2 tins of tomatoes and say, yeah, that's the sauce. It's actually about 3 tablespoons of passata.
Oh, it's got classic Italian herbs, whatever they are. Rosemary, basil, and marjoram or something. Oregano. That's it. Yeah.
I would like to say welcome to Dr. Mr. Brian Peck.
Usually with you guys doing your blatant disrespect. It's just kind of funny.
That is double respect. I'm giving you 2 titles.
No, you're doing it. You're doing it specifically to be a shithead. I mean,
I'm doing it to
it's
be
fine
funny,
that
not
it's
to
fine
be
that you.
mean.
It's fine
Why
that
don't
you
you just
highlight the
laugh
fact
at
that
it?
you're just. It is high. It's funny to me that you highlight that you've got no respect. I just don't get it.
Brother,
I can sense bad
it's
blood.
not that deep. I promise you, it's not that deep. Okay.
Is it bad blood?
It's not bad blood. It's just that it's just one of those weird things. People go out of their way to be shitheads, and I've never understood that.
You know,
it's funny, but I've just never understood it.
When you're a doctor and somebody calls you that in person, like Dr. Mr. Brian, I bet that's kind of annoying, but I'm just trying to be funny. Okay, relax.
Are you a doctor?
I'm a doctor.
You're not Dr. Pepper.
No, I'm definitely not Dr. Pepper.
No,
Well, you're a doctor.
He's in here right now.
I'm boarded in internal medicine.
Pardon?
I'm boarded in internal medicine.
What kind? Petro?
Internal medicine.
Oh. Do you think that can't? Oh, we can't talk about it, so I won't talk about it.
Yeah.
I did want to ask a question. It was only a question. It's not. I don't think it would. I don't think it's appropriate. No, I don't want to. Yeah, no, I'm not going to say it. Don't worry. So yeah, that's no chopped off fingers.
Now, this is, to be fair, the whole thing where the idea of this is my title. I don't care whether people not use the title. It's when people use it, use it or misuse it, or get it wrong on purpose. The thing that Wish is bringing up actually goes back to something that Ricksky does. I've known him for over a year at this point. He just goes out of his way to make sure that he doesn't use the title correctly, and he usually does it in the world's shittiest way when he's trying to do something else. And in this board not terribly long ago, I just told him I wouldn't be going anywhere with him, and that I would prefer that he not intentionally get my name incorrect. And now it's turned into this, and it's a collection of people, and it's a collection of essentially Ricksky and Blob who do it intentionally. Wish says he's not doing it. He's not doing it with disrespect.
I swear.
I'll take him at it. I'll take him at his word and say okay, I get the joke. Thanks, man.
Blob got he got modded because he was spreading medical misinformation in the server, even though he was told not to. So Blob is just a massive troll or dumb person. So I wouldn't take anything he says seriously. And considering the way he's been behaving in the server, he's gonna get perm banned sooner rather than later.
There's a reason why Blob is basically not allowed on any other board.
No, he was going on about the most ridiculous medical misinformation about fucking cancers and cells and stuff. The videos are in the moderation notices. You can see them there. It's just fucking ridiculous. But yeah, it's.
Oh, really?
Does Blob eat raw food?
See what? Where's this? Moderation notices. I'd love to
Was
see
that a
these.
different person?
Ooh. I'll be back. I'm going to listen to these.
Who wrote them?
It's kind of quiet now that we're not insulting each other and drawing blood. Hey, Shields. Sorry about that.
Don't apologise, because 10 minutes later you'll be doing all of what you just apologised for.
Why do we have to
You
wait
do it
10
every day.
minutes?
Right, look, I don't know you. I don't dislike you or anything like that, but you do say the same thing repeatedly.
Yeah, because you feel butthurt when I
don't.
continue
You
sentences
think I do,
and I
but
get
you think I
I
do.
get interrupted. I get interrupted, and when you get called out on that, you continue to misrepresent me, and that's not gonna be tolerated.
Okay. What are you going to do about it, big boy?
He's gonna make you some beans and toast.
Beans means toast. I get that.
Gonna make you a jacket potato with cheese, beans, and
You're going to make me eat a curry pot noodle.
If you buy the whisk and get the manual for me, sure, why not?
I'm only halfway through that manual. I still don't know how to use the hand blender. Can you believe it?
That's a plausible scenario.
Can you, Adam, and Eve it? Right. I need onion. Onion. No, I got onion. What am I doing? Why do I need onion? Don't need onion. Got onion. You're confusing me now. I need to throw it. Yeah, it's better when everyone's nice, isn't it? Why can't we talk about something that we all have a common interest in without arguing?
Well, it's hard to do that when
I think we
people
should do a
who
joint
use these
adventure.
devices are talking about real things that they've done over land, and you think that for some reason 2 arc seconds is going to make a difference.
Well, it depends on the arc second, please. Yeah, I would imagine it all depends. Some people want precision. Some people will say that's allowed.
It just seems like the expectation is 0 error without any minor discrepancies at all.
Well, like I was saying, regardless of anything, I said celestial
It's a tool that is purpose built for terrestrial surveying. That's what it's built for.
Even though the manual says it's built for other things.
I think the assessment of that guy who made that paper points out there is discrepancies. And that's all I was saying. Because I know for a fact, the further you are away, the more likely you are for error. That's a fact.
Including terrestrial locations that are only about 25 miles apart?
Yes. Can be. Depends on the day. You know, you've got lots of variables. So, you know. Lots of variables. You're telling me.
Are those variables taken into account when you think
hold on, you
is
point something.
approximately...
Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Before you go off on a tangent, right, you're going to say, like, you know, this would be my understanding. Highly accurate tool, yeah? You're going to point at something in the distance which you perceive that is that point. Obviously, your theodolite's going to make that reading. That's not to say it is that point, because if there's a bit of bias, then there can be, you know, room for error. You know?
And I think what the guys who use those instruments were telling you is like how small that is over that kind of distance.
Okay. Well, if it's 1 to 2 arc seconds over, you know, I don't know. You have to read the paper. You have to read the paper and go into it, and then it gives you the distances.
True. I'm willing to look at that.
Yeah, I don't want to go into details because I haven't got those at hand. So I'd rather just say, look, yields errors, and I was happy with that. That's all I said, and that was my whole thing. I didn't go into the semantics, or I didn't go into the details because I wasn't sure of the details. And I said that many times. I'm not going to discuss going into details because I don't.
It was a broad assessment that the device was made for a specific thing, but the manual says otherwise, and people in the industry do otherwise. So, what's left?
I don't think a star or astronomers went rushing out to buy that tool. Maybe some, I don't know, official big companies may have used it or borrowed it and then decided not to use it because, like, of inaccuracy. But that's not really that's not a celestial observation tool. Hence why it's called theodolite surveyor.
Yeah, and the evidence brought to you was a location from one piece of land to another, and the difference in the angles showed curvature over distance via measurement over very small margins of error.
Well, you say curvature. I don't know how you go into curvature. So I think, obviously, I don't know. I looked at that and, you know, I'm not going to even go into that because we're just going around in circles. If you think you can do that, no problem. It's like what I said that if you're surveying a site, why would you do the survey? Why would you do the survey 100 miles away from the site that you, or 30 miles, or it's 1 mile away? Why would you do that? You wouldn't.
Actually, you would, because when people want to like build train tracks, they want to build train tracks for like 25 miles, and so they survey the land over that distance and go, which place is appropriate for this location, and then they build that train track.
You pull up some. I've got a friend who actually lays train tracks. Yeah, works on the rail. I might as well ask him, say like, have you got any drawings for? Because he'll have the drawings 100%. I don't think it's going to yield anything because it's just going to be a drawing made on CAD. It's going to have a legend. It ain't going to have anything about curvature. Trust me. And you can tell that anyway. When was the last time you saw a train track going over a hump? They run for miles. Yeah, and when you look, and you must have walked down train track. Have you ever done that as a kid?
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me that over a mile the train track rised 8 inches or lowered 8 inches over a mile. Like that wouldn't. That's not a shocking figure. Like the description of that's a massive hump is a bit of an over exaggeration for a drop in railway track that is a mile long that only drops 8 inches. Like,
So you do understand. Oh shit! Hold on.
Well, let me just chime in and say I know something else that's 8 inches.
Get off that microphone talking to those idiots.
Did you guys hear what I said?
I've never seen a train track.
Is it your
where
brother?
The sleepers, where the sleepers are up and down or allowing for this silly curvature thing. They're always gonna just be. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thick, and I don't understand.
Are you thick with 2 C's or what?
Really telling, because they're laid level, and they don't go just. They go for miles and miles and miles.
yeah, you're quite right. And when they say I want to go from, when they say they want to build a train track to go from, say, from New York to Los Angeles, they sort of have to plan that route, and so they'd need surveyors to go from point A to point B, which is many, many miles, and do many, many surveys to go, that seems like the really best place to put this railway, and then go from there.
So if they're doing curvature, why don't we see that in the layout of the track? Because you would see that. If you're on a ball and we're curving, you're gonna fucking see that. And you don't need to be anywhere. You'd see it. You'd see that deviation because you'd see the track is level, but hold on, it's like a massive you got to build it up because it's curving around and you need to go straight. I don't get what you. I don't know.
So
I don't understand. I think that's a really good telltale that you're not on a globe. That's for sure. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm open to other, but I think a train track is maybe that's one of your worst defenses. You're on a globe.
Good analysis.
Huh?
It's a good analysis you have there. Makes sense.
Well, I don't know. I might be wrong. I'm a bit of a retard, to be honest. Mainly because
we could have a look at locations near you that would have train track that lowers 20 inches over a mile, and you could talk to the people who would survey that. That would be reasonable within your local area. Like, these things are entirely possible. There are surveying companies that are in the phone book and near you. And
the other day, someone was telling me, "Oh, phone up your local ham guy to ping the moon," and then fucking Jesse came on with a ham radio. I said, like, "Oh, ping the moon. I'd like to see that, Jesse." And he went, "I can't do it." I don't know. Fucking.
What frequency is the moon on?
So, if anybody wants to hear my side of that story, I am here and I would be glad to tell it.
Jesse, I asked you to do the moon ping and you said, at this moment, I can't do it.
Jesse, what license are you, bro?
AE. So, anyway.
AE? What is that?
Equidistance.
No, what?
So yeah,
what regular license you got? I'm curious.
So I was in the middle of filming star occlusions out at a county park, or maybe it's, I don't know what jurisdiction, but anyway, it's a public park out. And so yeah, and besides, it takes a very high gain antenna and very careful tracking to do a moon ping, and I was simply not set up for that there. I'm not even set up for that at home, much less on a spur of the moment expedition for something else.
Yeah.
What license are you, Jesse? Hello?
He's on the sex offenders license.
Do you mean the ham radio license that Jesse might have? Yeah.
Okay, Omni, did you hear that? Did a mod hear that?
Why is he ducking?
Well, did anyone hear what Slitchy just said?
Yeah, I heard that. I'm not a mod, though. I can't do
I
anything.
heard that. That was hilarious.
That is an unacceptable thing, okay?
All right, I'm sorry.
That is an extremely unacceptable thing. Actually, that's in violation of TOS.
Alright, who cares?
What are you going to do? Just throw me in jail?
I mean, nobody is believing that he's accusing you of that, okay?
Come on, it was a joke. Fucking hell.
It's not even a joke that the TOS allows, much less a server.
Oh, who cares, Steve? What are you getting so worked for?
I apologise. I'm going to wash my mouth out with soap.
If you don't care about the TOS, I'll just lower your volume and talk to the people who will respect it.
Wait, but Jesse, what? That's cringe. Dude, I'm not even a flat earther. I'm just curious what license you are.
You're a troll, Grandy.
I'm not a troll. Dude, what the hell? Why are you not answering a simple question?
I did answer it, and you don't know enough about the topic to know that I answered it.
Oh, I guess not. You said AE? What is that?
Emergency. Accident and emergency.
That's not even a license. I just looked it up. What the hell?
What about that, Jesse? Accident and emergency. Is that better? Yeah, Lee?
Yeah, I don't know. He's ducking. Simple question.
No, he's offended. I offended him. He's ran off.
I guess so.
He's ran off.
Jeez. I'm on his side too, and he's running away. What the hell?
You do. Everybody's required to answer questions here.
Yeah,
Wait, what was that?
I'm gonna cook me some food here. You can go Google what does it.
Yeah, literally
what
nothing
is an
came
AE, ham radio license, and you can go find out.
No, I just did Google. Nothing came up. Someone else could try it.
Okay, I know this sounds like kindergarten class, but go to google.com.
Yeah, I typed in ham radio AE.
And then put the word license in there.
I did. I said AE ham radio license.
Okay, and what was the first thing that came up?
The ARRL ham radio licenses, all ham radio licenses must be licensed. Nothing comes up for AE. Actually, it says missing AE. Show results with AE.
Amateur extra class.
There you go.
So why would you not just say extra? Who says AE? What the hell?
I googled it just fine.
Dude, I'm telling you, look. Look. Here,
I'm gonna
I'll take a screenshot. Oh, actually, I don't even know if I have screenshot permissions in here. Someone else Google it. I think you're trying to gaslight me. I'm looking at the results right now.
Right, I'm going.
Actually, how about you screenshot the search results?
I just screenshotted my search results.
Okay, where is that?
It's in the
Omnipresence text chat.
Omnipresence text chat.
What is AE? In ham radio, IAE. What the hell is that? Is a suffix added to a call sign? That's
a slash.
That's not license, dude. That's a suffix.
Well, but amateur extra is the class.
Well,
The
yeah,
initials.
license.
The initials to amateur extra is AE because amateur starts with A and E starts with extra.
Yeah, I understand the initials. I get it. Yeah, but that guy's summary doesn't come up on my search.
Well, I guess your search is broken too.
I guess so.
Is it because you take an amateur one, then you take an extra. So you're not really a fully qualified ham radio expert.
No, I think that's the second highest.
Extras could do what he does, and the professionals could probably even do it better.
Well, no, there's no, dude. It's not like a professional sort of thing. It's just the
right. The amateur radio bands are strictly for non-commercial use. That's why they're called amateur, because you cannot make money using them. That's what keeps them from turning into just advertisements playing 24 hours a day. They're only for hobby, non-commercial use. So that's what it's for. It was established to encourage people to learn about radio, and there's a number of different license classifications you can get. The lowest is technician, and that's where I started out, and then recently I upgraded to the highest level, amateur extra class.
Well, general was the highest.
Look it up.
Is extra. Well, I mean, I believe you. I'm just saying. I thought general was the highest.
Nope, there's one more above it. I took my general test and my extra test on the same day. First, I upgraded to a general, and then on the same day, I took the test for the extra and got the extra.
There you go. How hard was the
Jesse,
test?
can you ping the moon? Like, you actually send a ham radio signal to the moon thing and it comes back? Is that what you can do? Or
no, he can't.
I'm not set up with the equipment to do it, but ham radio operators do it, and I could legally do it. I am licensed to do it.
So
and it is on my bucket list.
Are you licensed to kill?
What's that?
Are you
what do you need to do it?
007?
I need to build an antenna that has a high gain, because the moon is far enough away that most of your signal doesn't reach the moon, and then only a small amount reflects back at you, and then most of that gets lost on the way back. So the signal return is so weak, you got to build a big antenna that points at the moon. Then you have to have it on a tracking system so that it tracks the moon, because it's got to point at the moon as the moon moves. So yeah, it's definitely on my bucket list, but I've not done it yet.
Oh, I'm intrigued. When you get it happening, let us know so we can check your results. That sounds like a cool thing.
Oh, absolutely.
He's going to do a moon ping live.
I would love to do that.
I'd love to see that if he could.
Yeah, in the meantime, Jesse's been speaking to aliens, and he's now going to tell us what they've been saying.
They don't issue ham radio licenses to aliens.
I thought you was like Close Encounters of the Third Kind or something. That's why you said you was up the top of a mountain. I was thinking, like, what are you doing on the mountain talking to aliens?
My state does issue driver's licenses to aliens, though.
Yeah, illegal. Illegals. They most probably don't even have to pass the test.
It must be the aliens on the commercial side.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a thing at the moment.
Schultz, did you just call people sex offenders?
No.
So he told me or he told everybody that I was on the sex offender list. That's what he said.
Don't lie.
It's not even.
Who else
That
heard?
is a lie. Come on, dude. He's just messing around.
Well,
What are you trying to get him in trouble
wait.
for?
Did he say it, or did he not say it, or was
No,
he? Did
I
he say
said
it and
what
he was just messing-
license, and I did say that, but I didn't say you were on it. And don't lie. It was a joke.
So you did say it, but it was a joke. But you said
Yeah, but I didn't say it wasn't to you, was it? So don't get twisted, please. It was a bad taste joke. I admitted it, and I apologised. Sorry.
Made
Jeff.
at his expense about his character and his actions.
Oh, brother.
There was only
my
one person.
God.
There was only one person who was talking about ham radio licenses and being on a list.
Fiddlebone.
And
It's Fiddlebone.
Yeah, I said that. I'm not going to deny it. I said it,
Okay.
but I didn't say it was you. Or I said what list, and I just said that. I didn't say you was on the list. It was just a joke. All right, obviously a bad taste joke, but what do you want me to do?
Beg for forgiveness.
No,
dude.
I
said I'm sorry. That was it. And it was a bad. All right, it's a joke. Thinking it was a, like if you're joking, there's an argument that if you're joking, there's no limits. But if you're not joking, that's out of order. So
I think there should be discipline on that kind of comment, regardless
Oh
of
my
whether you
god, dude.
oh my god, what you try like you can tell these
Canceling
people
jokes.
these people
Okay.
when the comments
I
come,
expect
you're gonna
if
be
I
against
said
the wall.
something as vulgar as that for me to face consequences.
Oh my
So
god.
it's not a double standard.
I
Oh,
know
whatever.
you're
If
not
you don't
from
want me here, I'll just go.
America,
Don't worry. If you want me
but
to go, I'll just go.
we can joke here.
Oh, you're joking now. I don't know whether you're joking or not because you're so
You can
serious.
just say whatever you like and go, oh, it's just a joke.
All right.
And there's no
My manual's
consequences
got
for
39
being
pages. How about that? The blender's only got 39 pages. I lied. It hasn't got 40.
It was a whisk, not a blender. So
Oh, yeah. No, a hand blender. I said it was a hand blender. Do you know why it has got so many pages though? And I'm not. It's not the manual how to use it, but it has a recipes with it.
yeah.
That
But
recipes.
you are misremembering because it was a whisk and it was a 40-page instruction manual for such.
A hand blender. I wouldn't say a whisk. It's a hand blender. Always going to be a hand
Those
blender.
were the
But it gives
words
you
that
that.
came out of my mouth. You said the word whisk and you said it had a 40-page manual.
I have a bet with you that I never said whisk. I will have a bet with you. We could actually record the video and find out if I said whisk or blender, and I'm pretty 100%.
It's apparently on YouTube. We could probably find the
I'm going to do an
timestamp.
Omni. I'm not going to be 100%, but I'm going to be 99.9% that I said hand blender.
Fair enough.
Whisk,
You're
you
welcome to
wouldn't get
check
mad
the
with
video,
whisk, would
and
you?
when you do, reveal the timestamp.
How do I do it? Tell me how to do it, and I'll find some time and do it.
Well, the YouTube link is available in the Discord. Do your own research.
Okay.
What the schlitz?
That was a few hours ago, wasn't it? When I said that.
Just the double standard of you
I'm
asking us
curious. I'm
for a
curious. You've
manual
made me all
and
curious
then
now.
saying
Not
you
biased,
have
but,
one
like,
and
obviously
not
curious.
supplying it. So you're okay with having double standards. That's all we've learnt about your behaviour today.
Well, what double standards did I have that I didn't supply my little
So you
blender?
made a joke about being able to buy a whisk with a 40-page manual when we're making claims that we can supply you a theodolite manual. So we have now supplied the theodolite manual. It is now up to you to do something of equivalent for the whisk that you allegedly claim has 40 pages of
I don't think I
instructions.
said whisk. I really don't. You can imply that.
You actually did say that, and I think I'm remembering correctly.
Do you know what? When you're like, this is how ridiculous this argument has been reduced to. You know that there's no whisk. There's no
You
manual.
made a claim that you
There's no
could buy
manual.
whisk all the time. You made the
There's no
claim that you
manual
buy
to
whisk
hand.
all the time, and they have 40-page manuals. So are you being honest when you say that, or are you being a liar?
I think I said blender. I didn't even say hand blender because I have my little blender. I'll tell you what it is. Look, it's here. It's a little it's called Ninja. It's
I don't
like
remember saying what I actually said. I just don't even need to apologise for what I said. I can just say you're on a certain list that's distasteful and face no consequences because it was just a joke. You don't want to have
Why are
any
you upset?
personal responsibility for your
If someone laughs, that means it's funny. Just letting you know.
But why are you upset? Can we talk about that? If you don't want me here, I'll go. It's no problem.
Don't have to
I'm
watch me
just
twice.
pointing out that you have hypocritical standards.
Listen,
They're different from you than they are for others.
that's my hand blender. Look, I'm gonna do it one more time. Stop blender. Oh look. Stop blender. Stop. There you go. Hand blender. Ninja.
Thank you for
Comes
showing
with a
you're not
manual.
capable of
It's got
having a genuine
40
conversation.
odd recipes in.
You're just a fraud. Thank you.
Wait, the document about theodolites turned out to be a recipe book? Well, are there any good recipes in it?
I'm not going to feed the troll.
Get it? Because it's recipes. You're not going to feed the troll.
I don't get it.
To all the flat earthers here, keep antagonizing the globies. The globies are just gonna not talk to you anymore, right? And it's gonna make your life boring. If you want the globies to respond to you, don't troll them in a stupid way.
Well done, Wish.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Would you like me to repeat it?
The recipe connection with my phraseology earlier.
It was
You made
class.
the connection. Thank you.
Amazing.
I was away for some time. Had Schlitzy posted his citation that while T3 is not usable for astronomical observations?
I vote for this server to use the vocab of instead what the fuck for moments where you're just something is mind-boggling to say what the schlitz. I've already started using it. I will advocate for that to be the case.
Okay.
What in the Schlitz is happening?
I'm going to say, slits you to that. Slits you and your metaphors.
Exactly.
It's how it works. That's good. Slits.
I actually think that Schlitzy is laughing right now.
I mean, Schlitzy has a sense of humor, so I assume that would be funny for you.
Zoidberg,
Schlitz
could you go 7 days without swearing?
No.
It will be difficult, Eden, but that's why I'm proposing using Schlitz instead of a swear word.
Oh, come on. You know you're going to turn to shits from slits in like a half a day.
To be honest, Aiden, it's so embedded in my vocabulary, so it's difficult, but I can try probably to go without swearing.
Don't be a slits an idiot. Hey, it works. I like it. That's good. I'm going to join you on that endeavor.
Exactly.
I gotta take a Schlitz.
It's so wholesome, and Schlitzy get to like enjoy a joke made in good nature.
If he had a brother, he could do a double Schlitz experiment.
Hey, can you
It's a
remember
double
Land
Schlitz
of the
experiment.
Giants? Can you remember Land of the Giants? Who remembers that? Anyone?
I know what you're referring to, but I've never.
Land of the Giants. It was epic.
It's a movie, I think, right?
No, it's like a
TV
series where there's like these little people, and you always see like there was a big shoe coming down, and they were like, they were lost in something. I think their spaceship crashed in the Land of the Giants.
I remember that
see.
stuff.
Do you remember it? How good was that? That was.
I don't remember it, but I will now watch it, Schlitzy. Thank you.
Well,
I'll
I think
check it out on
Boomer,
YouTube.
Boomer actually had a part in that.
I think I did too. Yep.
You know you did.
This conversation is giving me the Schlitz.
Yeah.
Oh, well, just switch off then. It's all of you. I love it.
Schlitzy, we love you, okay? This is in all in good nature.
Yeah, because it's a joke. You do understand, it's all a joke.
I don't mind. Have your fun. Have your fun.
Bunch of schlittophiles.
Oh no. You've missed the boat. You quickly.
Okay.
It's quite funny actually. If you ask a German person was telling me like, oh, that's a naughty word.
Is it? Does it
Yeah,
does
I
it
think
mean
so.
anything in
I think
German?
they're saying like it's equivalent to pussy or something like that.
No way. Let me check.
Speed up is fart control in Dutch, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I'd imagine it is like a slit. I don't know.
I'm checking right now. It means a slot. Just a slot.
So like that's what I mean to say. Don't.
Okay, let me check. It means a placket / vent ply, slit and rip also.
Yeah, but I think that's what they pop it in the slot kind of thing.
Jargon.
That's what he said. The equivalent was when we started talking. I was going, it's like pop it in the slot then.
So
Schlitz. That's what it is.
Schlitz is not a jargon word in German. It's a standard German language word. It's not used in any known jargon.
My friend was from
it does
Berlin,
not mean
and he was
pussy or
saying
anything like that.
that's what they used to say in Berlin. Not everyone. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, it's not a naughty word.
No,
What about
it's not.
Schwanz?
It
Is
can.
Schwanz a dirty word? Because Kevin Schwanz
Schwanz is a dirty word.
slang word for dick or something, yeah?
Yeah.
Because there's a Kevin Schwanz racer. And when they used to say Kevin Schwanz, all the German guys would laugh. Chuckle.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm not surprised. We all grow up to like 6th grade and then we stop. Anyways. Eden, how are you there? How are you today, Achi? Are you doing okay?
Oh yes, blessed. I'm just eating some organic raw cauliflower wrap at the lake. Beautiful.
Oh, like a vegan sandwich. Oh. Are you vegan? Oh.
I'm vegetarian, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I watched this movie called Earthlings
vegan.
many years ago, and I was just shocked. So I decided, okay, I'm gonna just try it for 30 days for the animals. And I went on a walk and I found a $20 bill, and I was like, oh, this is fine. But yeah. So it's.
So you eat any animals?
Oh, pardon me.
No,
Don't you
animals
eat
are friends, not
sandwiches,
food.
though?
Animals are friends, not food.
Yeah, I recommend everyone try to find humane. Like if you're gonna purchase eggs, find it from an ethical farmer who actually cares about their animals and the product.
I always think like if you're a vegetarian or a vegan, bacon sandwiches are like you can eat a bacon sandwich.
No, I don't think you can eat a bacon sandwich as a vegan, and I'm telling you this as a vegan.
I thought like if they didn't contain
he can, but he
nitrates,
wouldn't.
bacon sandwiches were kind of excessive.
Zoidberg, did you ever see Dominion?
Dominion. Oh, well, the hold on, the vegan movie. Oh god, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, I've seen it.
Is that what made you vegan?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So
Wow,
it was a long. It was a long process.
Great job.
But I felt like if I own so many animal companions, right, it's hypocritical for me to eat them. So I just stopped.
Wow.
So
I was vegetarian, and then I switched.
So I just
Eating
wanted
cats
to
is pretty fucked
mention.
up, but like steak, come on, guys.
Why is it?
You can have pretty good, savory, salty, plant-based food. Really, really good.
I want to ask this
Can you hear
question.
me?
Yeah, go on.
But it's all produced by Bill
I
Gates.
I just wanted to back refer to the German word. So Schwanz is just a tail. It's just used in vulgar language for a dick, but it's the literal word for tail. So Hundeschwanz is a dog tail. So it's nothing by nature dirty. And Schlitz is it can be a slot, like a slot machine, like you put the coin in the slot. This is basically a Schlitz. So it's a gap in between something. Schlitzen, so the verb, means more like slicing. So you slice or you cut someone up, like you aufschlitzen, like a murder would kind of schlitz someone.
You
so
chop them into pieces or something, right?
Yeah, it's not the chopping. It's more like the cutting open. Like you cut a slice in someone or something. That would also mean schlitzen. Of course, a slot can be referred to something female. But one other thing, Zoidberg, you're a vegan, you said.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about honey?
Fuck. Okay.
That sounded a bit weird. What do you think about?
It's
What do you
he
think
knows
about
he knows this because it's like a huge debate in the vegan community. Consumption of honey.
I would say it's a flat earth of vegan community because there's a lot of dumb stuff about honey. But just tell me your opinion. I don't want to judge you.
I usually lean on the side that it's okay to consume honey as long as you're not harming the bees and you're providing the sustenance they need. If you're giving them what they need, but then collecting some of the honey and they have enough nutrients for their larvae and for themselves, I would be okay with consumption of that.
So like you would grow a couple acres of clover or something.
I mean, whatever you need, whatever they need. I don't know.
Clover.
So the thing is,
Clover.
if you have a beekeeper or so that takes care of the bees, specifically in for example Europe, and I think also in America, you have the problem with Varroa destructor. So you have basically an animal that kind of destroys beehives. So they need caretaking nowadays. Anyhow, it's a hostile animal.
No, I mean,
So the
no.
Varroa
I understand.
constructor-
You're protecting the hive from that animal.
yeah.
You're having a symbiotic relationship, so therefore it's justified. Okay, I see.
Kind of. So I would say the typical beekeepers in at least Central Europe, they are more kind of being in a symbiosis with the bees. Most people try to handle them as how do you say
Gently as
unintervened,
possible.
yeah, and undisturbing as possible. But there are, for example, and that's the weird thing with veganism. Specifically, avocado or almond need a lot
because of water consumption. And
the problem is if you look at almonds specifically, that's really horrible. If you look a movie, it's called More Than Honey. They are showing how almond, how do you say, farms or like the farmers who grow almonds, how they use the bees to fertilize the almond trees and so on. And it's basically and they are still using all these plant chemicals for getting rid of insects and whatever. So they are literally like killing the bees at the same time they're using them for fertilizing the almonds. And in the end, the honey that the bees are producing is basically like toxic waste. So they have to they cannot just throw it in a normal bin. They have to get rid of it as toxic waste because there's all the plant chemicals in there that they spray on the plants. However, that's not what normal beekeepers would do. Yeah, like normal beekeepers would try to live in a symbiosis. And I have listened to so many bullshit of people who are claiming to be kind of good for animals because they are kind of vegans and so on, which I normally support. But they are just claiming shit like beekeepers are destroying the bees in the winter or the beehives in the winter because it's too expensive to bring them over the winter and stuff like that, which would be the analogy of driving your car to the garbage was it the garbage place when the tank is empty, which is super stupid. So
no, I disagree.
But what you said, like, and I would just recommend you go to a local beekeeper that has a few, like, I don't know, 2 to 10 beehives and take care of that. Buy your honey there. Nowhere else.
To be fair, me and my wife usually consume and now with my kid, we either just consume like sweeteners or just sugar, like cane sugar or whatever, fruit sugar.
That's fine.
We don't consume
mean,
honey
like,
that much.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that's also
if we buy from farmers that probably have like some sort of certification in terms of like ethical treatment.
You have to buy raw honey.
Yeah, what else?
Specific for Dominion, like I don't remember much. I just remember it was like just porn, like torture porn.
Actually, like what Schlitzi just said with raw honey, it totally slipped my mind, but that's true. In many other countries, honey is typically sold basically strongly heated up and then cooled down, like pasteurized milk or so, which is
Yeah.
super heated and then cooled again. And for example, New Zealand honey, it's this Manuka honey. They are typically heating it up very high degrees and then sell it. And in Germany, it's not allowed. It's against the law. So you're not allowed to call something honey if you have heated it up. So
This reminds me of the treatment of eggs that America does. Like Americans, egg producers wash the eggs.
They do in
before
the
they
UK
pack
as
them,
well.
and that's kind of bad because you're removing the protection layer, which basically can let the egg not spoil for days without being refrigerated. But in Europe, we don't wash them.
Do you know what it
in
is?
manufacturing plants.
When they wash them, you have to then refrigerate those eggs.
Yeah,
but with
otherwise they'll spoil.
pasture eggs, you don't have to refrigerate, and they last a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
If you get a freshly laid chicken egg, and then you do the same, you can go 2 weeks later. The store-bought eggs are gonna be floating, and the other one will sink.
Yeah, bad
Sorry,
eggs.
I'm being a scatterbrain, but Suze, I agree with you. I think the arguments that I'm in vegan world. I don't know if it's a vegan debate server. A lot of vegans take the stance that it's like cruelty to these animals, but I'm like more pragmatic in the sense that bees don't have, although they're very important for everything, they don't have the same rudimentary, but they don't have the same nervous system as animals do. Mammals, most higher mammals, they cannot experience terror, fear, sadness, depression, right? So I tend to be like, I don't want them killed. I don't want people to be cruel to bees or just start burning them alive, right? But I would care much less about them than I would care for a cow or a pig or it's not only mammals, like chickens also. Like
I do agree with that. But at the same time, I would say still you should be obligated to not kind of misbehave or I don't know. Treat them badly. So I just as FYI, I'm a beekeeper and was just driving from catching a bee swarm that was in another village, and I got a call, hey, here's a bee swarm. So I just put them into a box so that they have a new home, because nowadays there are no kind of holes in trees where they can live and survive longer than one winter. So they would typically die in the next winter or in the next spring. However, I think you should handle them carefully, and you should be nice to them still. And at the same time, it's nowadays a problem for the bees to overwinter on their own honey, because you have farmers. I'm not sure what the English word for it's a plant called raps. It's basically like
Rapeseed,
yellow
rapeseed.
flowers.
Yeah, rapeseed.
Yeah, okay. And this honey, if they go to these fields, the honey is crystallizing basically instantly. So it's you get the honey out of the what's the bee the six-edged ones? No, the six. What's the word? The English word for these? The honeycombs. So you basically get it out of the honeycombs and it directly crystallizes. And the problem is in the autumn it would also crystallize in the honeycombs. So they would have the crystallized honey there, and they would basically starve to death in the winter because they could not liquefy it. So often you have to take the honey and give it back some high quality sugar that has no ballast material, where they can directly create energy in the winter. So even for their own health, it's better to give them good sugar and not give
Not use the honey that are producing. Well, I have a question though. You said you're a beekeeper. How do you handle when wasps attack your bees? Like the European bees usually are so susceptible to wasp attacks.
It's not that bad.
If a wasp marks a colony and then other 4 wasps come in, they just exterminate everything.
No, yeah, typically the wasps are just going in, taking some honey and leaving again. They are not really fighting. So what you typically do when the wasp hives are strongest is in the later summer, so July to September,
August.
something like this. So and the bees done with collecting honey. So mid-July they are done collecting honey. So the big flying out, flying in is done. So you can make a very small entrance. So just 3 centimeters in width. So they can protect the entrance pretty well. So the wasps are not really an issue at that point anymore. If a single wasp goes in, the bees are pretty good in killing the wasp. Even with hornets, a big problem is now the Asian hornets. It's just arrived in central Germany. Last year it was more southern Germany. This year I heard more appearance here around the area, and they are actually snacking away the bees from the entrance. So they are really eating bees, and they are eating a lot of bees. So this can get an issue. But the wasps are typically no issue.
That's pretty awesome.
There's a lot of them in Italy, by the way, Asian.
Yeah, typically it happens. It typically depends if the beekeeper is taking care. So if you let the entrance of the beehives open as Holland, then the wasp can go in and out as they like, and they will do that. But if you close it and you make it very small, tiny, protective, then it's easy for them to defend it.
I got a top tip for you if you're beekeeping.
Go ahead.
Get natural wild roses. You'll have the best honey ever.
Okay.
You won't get better than that, but they gotta be they can't be hybrid roses.
The European
they have to be
hornet,
not wild natural roses.
The European hornet is bigger than the Asian hornet. I thought it was the opposite.
Yeah, but the Asian one is way more aggressive. And the European hornet is also super calm. You won't have any issues as a human unless you go closer than 2 meters to the hive. Then they are kind of protective. But other than that, they're super nice animals.
They're insects.
They're pretty amazing. I've seen people bring back bees to life. Snooze, I had a quick question. Do they still use tobacco smoke with bee hives and beekeeping, or do you have to use smoke still?
Not really tobacco. You can use basically any smoke. It's called tobacco, but it's typically more like leaves or something like this. I use smoke. What you typically do, you blow a little bit of wood smoke or so to the bees. They then think that the forest or whatever is burning. So they go to the honey, suck in some honey reserve. So in preparation, if the tree would start burning, they could then leave. And because they have a full tummy, they are not really like interested in fighting. So it's basically calming them down. You don't have to really smoke them in. Like you have to give them a tiny breeze of smoke, and then you can work with them if you're calm and if you're not squeezing too much the bees. So I'm typically doing beekeeping in shorts and t-shirts, so no problem.
That's amazing. Thank you.
What about I've seen this woman. She just handles them. No, nothing. Don't smoke him. Nothing.
In the US?
Huh? In the
on
hand.
YouTube?
No, she's
Yeah, on YouTube, a YouTuber from the US.
One.
Sorry,
It's
come
quite.
again?
Yeah, we have an English one and an American one. She's always rescuing bees, going, "Oh, I rescued this hive." Da-da-da.
Yeah, I know some YouTubers, but yeah, you typically can go there without any protection, on where they are. But most are using smoke, even if they use the smoke when the camera is off, because they think it's cooler without it.
What do you guys think? I mean, I know you're not vegan, but most of you are saying. But what do you guys think about consuming mollusks? Mollusks are they don't have a nervous system. They're not even like insects. I would say they're less sophisticated. Mollusks, like a mussel or clam. Mollusks.
Perfect.
I have thoughts, but you guys go first.
I eat mussels. I eat clams. Yeah, shellfish I eat.
But do you think it's ethical? Like, I mean, they're animals, right? Like,
well, I don't know. There's so many of them. You're never gonna.
yeah, but you're still inflicting pain on a living creature, right?
Boil them live for sure. You don't want to get frozen mussel. I wouldn't eat frozen mussels. I only eat fresh, and they're live when you cook them.
Sure.
Oh fuck! Now I get it. I was thinking about muscles, like the arm muscles and so on. I was what are you talking about? Now I get it.
The black clams.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the same as like a lobster. Do you eat lobster or a shrimp?
Lobsters are more sophisticated than mussels, or clams, I would say, or oysters. For sure, they're more sophisticated animals. I probably would not consume a lobster. I would not consume an insect because I think they're sophisticated enough to pass through my threshold of like what I would recognize as animals that can, like, in some context, experience like a lot of negative stimuli. Right?
So I would agree with you that this is. I mean, if you call yourself a vegan, then I think this is kind of an animal that you eat. The problem I see with vegan, where the border is, I think once it's an animal, not counted as a plant, it's out, definitely. But then you're talking about like secondary or tertiary products. For example, are you allowed to eat apples? Are you allowed to eat almonds or stuff like that? So stuff that would only be possible, or for example, strawberries. They typically keep bumblebees in the strawberry farms. So they buy bumblebee hives or hives, and then they put them there for fertilizing the strawberries. So this is a secondary product that needs kind of animal farming, whatever. So I think this is more a gray zone.
Well, yeah, but the moral prerogative for a vegan is always like, my life is important. My fellow human's life is important, right? Obviously, so I'll prioritize humans over everything else. But like, also, I'm trying to juggle between doing that, and not being cruel, not inflicting needless suffering, or minimizing suffering as much as possible, right?
Yeah. So in my opinion, it's so I'm fine with veganism if it's kind of with some thoughts behind it. For example, a good friend of mine is not buying any kind of meat or animal products in supermarket because he said this is kind of industrialization of the animals and it's industrial harvesting of animals and so on. But my father is a hunter, and so my friend has no problem to eat kind of deer or wild pig.
I'll do you one better.
These things because they are living like free in nature until they think they get photographed, and then it's basically over. But you need to shoot them because otherwise they will carry on diseases because the population gets too big because there's no wolf. I mean, it's now reappearing the wolf here, but still the hunters are doing kind of caretaking for deers and so on. So
no, the
it's not
situation is really bad.
exploitation of the animals, right?
I'll do you one better. I think like I'll give you 3 examples. First example is like the deer population is in America and North America and Europe. It's because we took so much from their natural environment. They're kind of fucked, right? So in the winter they just starve to death if there are too many of them. So we cull them so they don't starve to death because it would be grotesque, right? I mean, we caused the problem initially, but doing this is more merciful than not more merciful. This is minimizing suffering than literally
I totally
like
agree.
allowing them to starve.
Same with the bees. So, for example, the Varroa destructor was introduced by us humans to Europe, and it's killing the European bees, while the Asian bees had no problem with that. But still, now we have to take care of the mess that we created.
I agree. I think that also vegans can consume meat if like, for example, roadkill. Like a lot of vegans eat roadkill. An animal dies, like obviously the driver did not intend to kill it, it was just an accident. Then a lot of vegans are okay with
Vegans don't
consuming
eat
that.
roadkill. Vegans don't eat roadkill. Vegans don't eat any. That's unless that's
Coco.
like a European thing. That is not in America.
Coco. I would encourage you to do some research about this. Well, I'm talking strictly philosophically, even though some vegans do practice this. Many vegans will say that it's ethical to eat roadkill because the death was induced without any like intention to make the animal suffer or to kill it for benefit. It was an accident. So therefore, it is ethical. For example, if you find a dead animal, like they just died for some reason, right? It is ethical to consume their body. If you find
It's also
eggs in the
hazardous.
forest,
It's also kind of hazardous.
can be. I'm just giving you like the philosophical perspective. Like if you find eggs in the forest that are not broken or whatever, it is ethical to consume them if you are vegan. And also, I think it's ethical, for example, people in Greenland to hunt other animals because it's prohibitively expensive for us to supply them with plant-based nutrients, right? They don't have much of a choice. I think it's ethical for farmers in Africa to kill elephants, which happens all the time, because their elephants go to their crops and they're going to starve otherwise, right? I think that's ethical. It's ethical to cull animals because otherwise they starve to death in the winter, and it's really horrible to see.
I know they like reindeer piss.
I mean, veganism is like
Yeah, but reindeer
really...
reindeer is typically farmed in the northern countries. So it's you will typically not find wild reindeer, and if you find wild reindeer, there is no need to actually kill it because the living room for reindeers, like in northern Norway, Sweden, or Finland, it's super wide. That's basically wild nature there. So I think reindeer is not a good example of purposefully consuming meat.
They drink reindeer pee.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Only
that's only Irish reindeer.
No, they do. They drink the pee of reindeer.
I was going to say, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that there were monks in Siberia that were fond of the reindeer urine because the reindeer would eat the Amanita muscaria mushroom and trip balls. So
that's where the whole Christmas thing came from. They would hang up the muscaria and they became the little decorations on the tree, like the baubles on the tree, because they would
Yeah.
hang them out the door for them to dry, because they were less toxic.
Yeah, I was like, I knew that I had heard that somewhere. I mean, could be total bullshit, but
no, when they drink the pee, I don't know what it is. It's the reindeer can eat loads of them, and they get
Yeah,
high.
it's
They're laying
something-
on their backs, they're rolling around, they're having a good time.
Yeah.
But when you drink the pee, I don't know how they work this one out.
So,
you can drink the
from what-
reindeer pee, get high, without
yeah,
getting
because
ill.
you can eat the Amanita muscaria raw and you won't get the effects from it. But if you drink the urine, it somehow the way that the Amanita is processed through their kidneys, that's what releases the psychoactive effect, which is really weird.
I heard it's more concentrated when it gets recycled.
Yeah. Yeah.
You still get
Yeah,
the
and it's less
effects.
toxic.
It's
You
just
don't get
way
the
more.
toxic-
reminds
It's
me
way
of
more concentrated.
Of an article I read in Australia, dogs lick specific frogs. They've learned to lick specific frogs because they get high.
Who the fuck learned that
Yeah.
if you drink reindeer pee, you get high, and why?
I made a joke earlier, NASA show, you'd have appreciated it.
I missed it.
But yeah, apparently in Australia, I'll produce the article in a second. A bunch of dogs learned which toads are like, well, not poisonous, not toxic, but like, if you lick a little bit on them, then you get high, and dogs just started getting high chronically. We gotta find it.
Yeah, cane toads. Licking cane toads. Get high. There's the downside. If you get warts around your face, you look like you got.
Oh yeah,
leprosy.
here's the ABC article. It's in chat. I mean, can you imagine dogs are like just becoming addicts? It's so absurd.
They're eating the dogs.
They're licking the frogs.
Yeah, I think they're cane toads. They're toads, no?
Say it really gives a new definition of hair of the dog.
I don't know. Maybe the dog high is really nice. Maybe if you're a dog and you get high, it's like a really nice high. Maybe you don't get like substance dependent the way humans do, and therefore your brain is like you always get that first time high. It's always as strong as ever and doesn't diminish.
Well, they probably love it because they can finally see in color instead of black and white.
Is that even possible? Hold on.
Yeah, my dog was like that, black and white, colorblind.
I don't know what colors dogs see. Apparently, rabbits see green. No, red. What's it? Red and green. I know that they're very influenced by red rabbits.
Have you guys ever seen the dog food by Disney under the Disney brand? Feel free to check out the ingredients.
What's that? Cocaine or
Toxic.
like what?
Toxic, yeah.
Lost children in Disneyland.
Yeah,
Anyways,
that's what I was going to say. Human.
right. So, Shubil, are you still here?
Dogs see a lot of yellow, I've read.
Not sure about dogs, but I think deer cannot see red. That's why hunter have typically like this red black camouflage stuff, so that they don't shoot themselves or each other, but still the deer cannot see them.
They've got a smell. I think it's 80,000 times stronger than ours, though, isn't it?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it seems that a lot of like animals in the animal kingdom are highly specialized, like one area. They're like really good experts at, I don't know, hearing or digging a hole or something. Anyways, so I was gonna ask something. If I pick a point in the northern hemisphere, this is the third time I'm asking this question. I think Doofus last time answered me, but I wanted some clarification. So if there's big brains here when it comes to geometry, maybe you can help me. My geometry is really shitty. So if I took a point in the northern, let's say northern Canada, and I draw on the Mercator map, I draw a straight line down to southern Texas, right? Now, in the globe model, that would be a curved line, right? On the flat Earth model, that would be a straight line, right? So I draw this line, and then I start from that point in northern Canada, and every 69 miles, I place one of my friends, right? And up until the point in southern Texas. And at the same time, exactly, all of us at the same time measure our angle to the sun and record it. Then we input all of that data on a two-dimensional graph. By necessity, if we're living on a globe, that will be a straight line because only a straight line can have this kind of relationship. And I wanted to ask, again, if there are big brains here, why would that be a straight line? Why would us being on a globe having this measurement would necessarily result in a straight line? I told you I'm a midwit when it comes to geometry, so if somebody can help.
Yeah, because you are angles are rotational measurements. So like you turn around the center point and you turn the same way all the time, which is then 1 degree, and that happens to be the same like on the surface on the ball. You also rotate every specific path the same amount of angle.
But that would be every person on every point, every discrete point, 69 miles that I've placed, all of my friends would have to do that. They have to rotate in some way, or like, no, they're just bringing up their theodolite and just measuring the angle to the sun, then recording that measurement in terms of like
or the angle to Polaris.
Distance or the angle to
90 degrees.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
0. Yeah, at 90 degrees, it's 0 degrees above the horizon. At the North Pole, it's 90 degrees above the horizon.
Yeah, but I'm
so
northern Canada, not the North Pole, so probably it's not going to be.
doesn't matter. I mean, it seriously doesn't matter because the angle measurements are measurements around a center point.
Yeah.
So if you're on the surface, you're rotating the same amount every 1 degree in. So this 69 miles is exactly the distance of 1 degree from the measured from the center of Earth.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah. So if
60
you
nautical or
paint,
69.
if you paint a triangle from the center of Earth to Polaris, and then to the point on Earth on the surface back to the center point. And you're increasing the one angle. Let's say that the angle at the center point on Earth is alpha. And you're increasing alpha by 1 degree. You have to decrease beta, if this is on the surface, by roughly 1 degree, if gamma is infinitely far away.
Okay, so the point is though is that I'll have different distances between me and Polaris if I'm measuring, and between my friend who's like 69 miles away from me, and then the friend who's 69 miles away from that friend. We have different distances, therefore denoting that since the distance changes, it increases between us, the point on Earth where we're standing, and Polaris, that would indicate a curve, right? That's the point.
Okay. Let's just take this
Okay,
triangle.
I misunderstood it then.
So if Polaris is super far away, the angle at Polaris, let's call it gamma, is basically 0. The angle difference looking to the center of Earth versus looking to a person somewhere on Earth is basically 0. Therefore, the both other angles need to be basically in sum 180, because the one is basically 0, the other one needs to be basically 180. So if you decrease one angle by 1 degree, you have to increase the other angle by 1 degree. If Polaris would be pretty close, that wouldn't work the same way. So if you then move, if Polaris, let's say it's just 1,000 miles above the Earth's surface, even if you would be on the globe and you would move this 69 miles, you would have a different angle change than 1 degree, because suddenly the person that moves on the surface on the Earth would increase the angle at gamma. So alpha is increasing by 1 degree, but gamma is also increasing, so the dip at beta would be less than 1 degree. But because Polaris is so far away, it's negligible. So both are increasing and decreasing at the same time, alpha and beta.
Sure, but would that indicate essentially what I'm asking? That we are on, there is a curve that we're positioned on, like all of us on that line, discrete point 69 miles from each other. Like, would that indicate with that experiment that we are on a sphere because there is a curve of the Earth that is denoted via the measurement of the angle to Polaris, essentially?
Yes, angle measurement on Polaris only works on a ball if Polaris is pretty far away. Yes. Okay. And it never, ever would work on a flat Earth, because as greater your distance will get, as less angle change per distance you will experience. So at the very first step, you will have a big angle change, and as further away, same like as lamps on the street, the difference between the lamps going far away of you or from an angle perspective are very small. If the street lights are very close to you, the angle difference between them is very big.
I understand. Okay. Is there any flat earther who objects to this experiment?
Oh, let me steelman it. Lights in the sky does not tell us where we live.
Nice.
You sound like a flat earther.
That's seriously the only counter argument that I have ever heard. Either God made it, which
Did it disappear?
I was just wondering if it was me or what happened.
I know. I think he sneezed and he disappeared.
God struck him down.
He blasphemed. That blaspheming heathen.
That's right. You saw it here first, folks.
True story.
Unbelievable.
He's been eating the bees.
Good old Jehovah striking him down.
Just when you thought it was safe. Do you know what? Today, I was approached by Moomins. Can you believe it? They're everywhere.
Mormons?
Yeah, excuse me, sir. Can I stop you? I was going, no.
Moomins, aren't they these cartoon animals from Finland? Moomins?
Yeah.
No, you know what I mean.
No, he meant Mormons.
Do you know what I said? It was quite funny, actually. I goes, no, I'm really busy. I've got an appointment. Guess who with? God. They just looked at me as like, you're mad.
I have a question here for the.
Are these guys going? Wait, just wait a second. Are these guys going also from door to door in the UK? I mean, Mormons. Or
they're everywhere. I swear to God.
Yeah, they're all over the world.
They don't go by that term anymore, though. I think it's the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, you can call them Mormons.
No, it's this.
They got the black
badges. It's the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints, but they also call themselves Mormons.
Yeah, I have a quick question for any agnostic or atheist here. I remember you guys mentioned God, the Creator, striking people down. Would you believe in a God, or would you consider worshiping a God if he started striking people down, like who he considered evil? right in front of you.
Yeah, but that's not a fair question. It's saying if there is a God, if we know there's a God, would we believe in a God? Yeah, if God like literally appears in front of me and strikes somebody down, I have to believe in a God, right?
No, I don't think that's true either, though, Zoidberg.
Does that mean that you have to worship them?
Because you also would have reason to believe that it's any other sort of metaphysical being, or you're hallucinating, or you're just dreaming.
No.
like-
No. I'm saying, well, obviously, I'm saying everything is perfect. Like I'm not under the influence of anything. My faculties are completely like intact. I trust my senses to a reasonable degree. God appears in front of me. Jesus Christ Himself. That's like cutting people down with a fiery sword. Performs magic, right? I can confirm that I'm not in a dream. I'm not this is not a simulation. I'm not high or anything like that. I by necessity have to start believing in God. Same thing if the devil appears.
I mean,
to me.
it's
Obviously
the
I have to
same
start
like
believing in God as well.
it's the same like do I believe in
just
or
gonna
would I
claim
believe
now.
in aliens if they land in front of me? Of course, yes, why not?
Okay, the
Does
next
that
and
mean
then the
that you
follow-up
worship
question:
him?
would you worship him when you see him striking down people right in front of you?
No.
What about if
No,
God was
definitely not.
If he
Okay.
so presumably, right, unless he's clarified his reasons and the reasons are justified, perhaps. But if he's just doing it willy-nilly just for the fun of it, then obviously no.
Oh yeah, thank you, Maxim, and good to hear from you. No, I was referring to, let's say, quote unquote, people who are evil, or maybe his definition of evil, because maybe people
The
consider
problem is
themselves
your
righteous,
definition
but
of evil.
they're
Wait.
That's the problem.
What do you guys
That's
think?
the problem. It's not
Bjorn,
his
let him finish.
definition of evil. It's your
Thank
definition
you.
of evil.
Let's say,
It's your definition
let's
of
say
evil
take
based upon
people that
the
everyone-
person that interpreted the book for you.
Bjorn, I respectfully ask you to allow other people, please. Thank you. Eden, please finish.
Okay, thank you. So Maxim and anybody here, let's say people that you also believe are evil, would you then worship him with him striking people down in front of you?
So I wouldn't call it evil because that is a religious term. I would say unethical. So anyone who behaves unethical, I would never worship. If there is a person, for example, if there's God coming and say, okay, I don't know, I finish starving. I'm finishing wars and bringing world peace and all good for everyone. Then maybe I would consider that, yes, because then that would be a great God. If he just being unethical like he is at the moment, if he exists, no, never.
No,
But Eden, the heavy distinction comes in, right? And the reason why I would say no, even if that which he considers evil is what that person's doing, right? My heaviest distinction is the fact that he's allowed evil to exist at all, right? So that to me is deplorable if he's perfectly good.
Oh my God, Maxim.
If he can argue like, hey, fuck, I was away the last few thousand years. I'm super sorry. I'm now finishing all the suffering and so on. I was just not here.
That's a false god. That's a false god. He's omnipresent. That's a false god. That's Satan. He's lying to you. If God says I wasn't here, that's Satan.
It doesn't necessarily be the Bible God, right? So he can say, okay,
just a creator god. Okay.
Yeah, a creator, a god, whatever. I mean, he can say, hey, all these idiots totally misunderstood my messages. Like they just did try to read between the lines, and so that's what never I said. Yeah, so claim
So this was a generic. Real quick, Eden. This was just a generic God, not the Christian classical theist God, right?
Also, I believe it would be heretical to believe that God will appear to you or distribute punishment himself. I think it's heretical to believe that. The Christian God specifically, so it cannot be the Christian God.
Yeah, thank you. The reason I asked is because, like, maybe Heath looks at us as precious works of art, and just like, let's say if you have a state-of-the-art laptop that's infected with countless malware, like thousands of malware, viruses, etc., you're not going to take that computer and just start smashing it and insulting it. No, you simply just update the antivirus or the operating system, rescan it and remove the virus malware, right? I think that's what the creator wants. He doesn't want to go around smashing his works of art or his creations.
He doesn't want to smash any. He doesn't want to smash any guy because I don't know if you missed the whole point of the New Testament, which is love and forgiveness. So you can live a life of sin and be forgiven. So that God would not come down and just start striking everybody down.
Yeah.
Well, that's false. Wait, hold on. That's patently false, right? Because Revelation goes against that completely.
But Revelation talks about end times,
Revelation is written in context of the time, so it's kind of Revelation isn't really
Bjorn. We're talking about within that worldview specifically, right? So Christians obviously believe that the end times is still yet to come, right? And Jesus is going to return with a fiery sword and essentially like obliterate the world.
Okay, but that's not what Eden was saying, though. Eden was saying if God just started coming down now and randomly started killing who he thought was evil. And so I think
showing his power,
what
right?
Aaron is saying is that until Revelation, we're supposed to love and forgive and everything. So it's kind of different.
There'd be no one left, would there?
Plus, how do you know what else? How do you know what else this God believes in?
Well, that's a separate topic.
Yeah. No, but in terms of believing in him, just because he can come in and smite people down doesn't necessarily mean he meets all the other criteria for a god.
You're referring to like the problem of like epistemic underdetermination.
You want to lose me right now. When you say things like that, now I have to Google what epistemic. Epistemic what?
In philosophy. So when you start talking in those terms, yeah, I don't even engage in the conversation.
I like philosophy, but like I'm like a baby in it, right? So
here I'll dumb it down a little bit, right? So basically the issue is right.
No,
dumb it down because people like me are stupid.
I don't think you guys are stupid, right? Like I've said this before. I understand like a lot of the more quote unquote in-depth philosophical discussions are they're difficult to understand if you've never engaged with them, which is fine. Like I don't have a problem with that.
The nomenclature and the lexicon are difficult for me. Like I probably grasp the concepts pretty clearly, but when people start throwing words like epistemic nihilism
It's similar to legalese because in court they want to be as precise as they can because how what's affected, what's on the line. So I think philosophy tries to do the same. It wants to be very highly specific, technical. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's just a bit nerdy. That's all.
Well, hold on, Maxim. Actually, now I'm really curious. All right, I enjoy when people talk about like, what do you mean by it?
So the epistemic underdetermination problem.
Underdetermination, yes, okay.
Right. It's so from a theistic position, right? Depending on how you cash out the attributes of God, there's an issue of underdetermination because even within like a theistic paradigm, you accept that you're a fallible human agent. So there's essentially there's no way to have access to God's mental faculties, his desires, his will. Like we can speculate, right, on what he might do or why he would choose X over Y, but at the end of the day, there's no way to have access to any of that information.
I mean, the fact that we're here at all, though, Mike's implies a choice, right?
Yeah, no, like that's why the fine tuning argument's so popular, right? That's why William Lane Craig has worked so hard to kind of like refine that argument. And I think even if you were to talk to him, he might entertain the possibility, but he has more of a if memory serves me correctly, he has more of like a Kantian perspective on theism, which gets, that's going to get really nuanced.
Trying to rationalize the supernatural, the unrational, basically.
Yeah, right. Like that's kind of yeah, it's a tough subject even for professional academic philosophers, right? And I think the ones that are honest will admit that.
So I was just saying that from the Christian apologetic standpoint, the fact that we're here would imply that God made a choice, and that would be sort of evidence, if you will, of a personal God. That's what I was putting forward for the cheap seats.
Yeah, that's even something that Richard Swinburne uses as his argument for the resurrection, right? He basically tries to take a Bayesian approach and argues that the type of being that would have the prior justification and reasons to raise Jesus from the dead would have been the the God of Abraham, basically. But again, that just gets into Bayesian probability and modal probability space, and like it's like when I start bringing this stuff up, people just kind of like glaze over because it's a
We're
bit
not
much.
glazing over. This is interesting.
The thing is, we're just drawn to what we're drawn to, Mike's.
I get it.
Like Pale Rider, he's probably, I don't know, he might be drawn to maths and he might be excelling. That's just how it is. I think Rumi said something similar. We're all just drawn to what we're drawn to, right? Almost as if the vocation. Go on, Pale Rider.
It's not that for me, Andy. I have no problem with there being a God. Yep. What I have an issue with is the idea that any of the mainstay religions are able to put down what the mind of a God wants and expects from humans. And any of the gods in those religious texts, I have no reason to worship something like that, because they are all have all done immoral things, in my opinion. So why would I follow any of them?
Real quick.
Sorry. Wait.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Immoral from what standard?
From the stories that they're saying. At the end of the day, we all have to make moral choices. I don't believe morals are objective, because I don't see any morals coming out of anything other than a mind.
So, I mean, I'd have to disagree with you there. I mean,
give me one example where morals haven't come from a mind.
Throughout all different cultures, they have some framework of morality, though, right? Independent of an individual.
Yeah, but Andy, what Bale is saying.
That's why I often ask the question: is rape always wrong?
But Andy, what Bale is saying is that all morality in their world, in Bale's world, that exists came from somebody, because somebody found something icky or something good, so they codified it, and then they made other people follow that by the virtue of being incredibly rhetoric gifted and convinced them, or by the they told a really nice story, or by the virtue of the sword.
Right.
Yes, there's certain things we can point to that we all agree is fucking awful. So, yes.
But why is it awful? Doesn't God do this? Essentially, God says, whoever God, doesn't matter, Zeus, whatever, doesn't matter. These gods say, if you don't accept my morality, I'll just kill you.
Yeah,
destroy you, or torture you,
from the Christian paradigm, that he would be the standard, right? In other words,
do you think that's a good standard?
He created it. He has the power to give and take life whenever he chooses, right? So he is the standard.
Do you think that's a good standard?
It's irrelevant to the argument. The point is,
it is relevant because
you can't accuse him of murder, Zoidberg. Do you understand
but it is relevant because we use these beings as standards for our own pragmatic lives as well. Our laws are highly influenced by the metaphysics of our ancestors, right? And that's a problem, right?
No, but the point is, I mean, for me, we have a measure, right? That's the measure, and this is how we know. This is how I can know what evil is, right? Because that's the standard.
Right, But Andy, under your measure, then the gods of the Bibles have all mass executed people for not believing in them. How is that moral?
But again, you can't accuse God of murder. Do you understand that?
No, I disagree with you on that.
But well, you'd be wrong then. You know, he can take your life whenever he wants. Because he's the creator of all things. Do you? How is this not understood?
Right, but maybe we don't call it murder because, yes, maybe he, let's not use the word murder, but the God of the Old Testament did inspire genocide multiple times. So I would say that while murder might be a simplistic word to use, he did inspire genocide a lot, many times. So that's not a very good thing.
Also, if he gives free will, why is it his right to take my life whenever he wants?
Because he made everything, including morality, by the way.
Yeah, but
we don't operate that for human
claim, but you haven't backed that up, Andy. You're just a claim.
Andy, but we don't operate that for human beings. Otherwise, you'll be okay with abortion.
No.
Don't say I made it, therefore I can kill it.
No, that was not done by God. If you follow these rules, everything that God does is moral, and everything that God says, even objectively considered to be maybe not moral, it's because God did it. It is moral. That's the idea behind like the Christian God morality.
We understand that, and we're disagreeing with it, and we're asking Andy to give a justifiable reason instead of, well, because God did it.
Yeah, but there is no.
Snooze just explained it perfectly. I'm glad somebody gets it. Thank you.
But if these entities
Andy,
have
I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with that, though.
From what standard?
I understand.
From what standard, Pale Rider? What's your standard?
From the standards that every single person has to make choices every day, and I have not had to have somebody from a book written by man, badly translated by man, and badly interpreted by man for me not to go out and murder somebody.
Right. Here's the thing, right? I'm not saying you're a bad person. Okay, I'm not calling anyone a bad person in this VC. Right? You're probably a good person. In my eyes, you have a moral compass that was given to you at birth, before you were born, in fact. But you haven't got any justification for it. That's the point.
You haven't got any justification, Andy. It's just a claim.
Maybe we're talking past each other. This seems to be the problem when we.
Your claim is that God gave me a moral compass in life. You have no justification for that except the words in a book written by men.
Well, no, I already pointed to things that we'll agree that is wrong, right? So, is rape always wrong, Pale Rider?
Yes, but Andy, there were plenty of societies in the past where it wasn't seen as wrong. But you said you said that God imprinted it on everybody. So how did these people think that it wasn't wrong?
You just fucked yourself, and you don't even realize it, you idiot. I just asked you, is rape always wrong? And you said yes. So you agree with me that morality is objective.
No, I don't.
That's
my subjective opinion.
Right.
Fine, justify it then.
Because causing harm to another human being is wrong.
Why is it wrong?
Because I wouldn't want to have that done to me.
Because of my feelings.
So why would I do it to somebody else?
Yeah, but Andy, you can understand, right? Like when you say because of my feelings, right? That same criticism can also be leveled towards God, right? Because of his individual preferences, right? That's why he chooses to do X or Y. And this is what I was referring to when discussing like the problem of underdetermination, like epistemic underdetermination, right? To say that God, like, whether or not you want to claim that God is like the objective moral standard, why he chooses X or why he prescribes that X thing is moral is simply because of his preferences.
Well, I mean, do you think it's fair to say that seeing as we're limited, and he would be like the all-knowing. He probably knows a bit better than us, Max.
Well,
Right?
again,
we're
like
making a subjective claim on that what we can understand of God's mind.
right, because also the way people understand that, like this is what I've, you and me have talked about before, right? Is like just the understanding of the term objective, right? Like I understand that you see it as like oriented towards a higher good, or it has some like objective is in regards to like telos, right? But that the problem with that is like if you say that the objective, that if someone says that, well, my objective morality is that I want to do this, which you might particularly see as immoral, right? But to them, it is objective because it meets their description of their particular telos.
Yeah, but sorry, I'm just looking at something else. That
That's
can
okay.
change though, right?
According to that person, that one individual, yeah.
Yeah, it could change massively. What did Dostoevsky? I can't remember that quote from Dostoevsky. I saved it somewhere. It's something like.
Oh, I know. I saw it the other day.
Yeah, without God, all things are permitted, and that's what you'll find will happen.
That's not necessarily true.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, it is. I promise you.
No, it's not. No,
Hold on.
Why did man create the code of
Wait, hold on, Bjorn. Hold on, Bjorn. Let Pale Rider get in there. Go ahead, Pale.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Andy, did God come to you and give you this information, or is it something that you have subjectively decided from the teachings of his book?
I mean, if I'm honest, I'm happy to step into the role of the Christian apologetics. I quite like it, but the fact is, I weren't making a moral argument from any particular perspective, any particular flavor of religion, because that's secondary and is open to interpretation. When you walk into any of these rooms, everyone's arguing about what this means, what that means. I wouldn't argue it from the position of Hinduism either, Pale Rider.
Right. But from what you believe, from your spirituality, did your God that you believe in come and tell you that this was an objective fact, or is it something that you have subjectively decided for yourself?
This is something that I've looked around the world and my experience of my some 40 odd years in the world and gone, oh yeah, I see now that the moral argument for God is a really good one for this reason and the reasons I've just laid out.
So
but the morality that you're. Sorry, go ahead, Bjorn.
Oh, real quick, it's only through. You're saying that only through God are these morals and laws and what have you made? Is that what you're getting at? I'm just that last part there. Explain that to me again, quick.
I'm saying, look, think of it like this, like Dostoevsky said: without God, everything's permitted because there is no standard.
So
that's
from that
not true,
right? Like independent of what
came long before there was a Christian God, and
dude, Bjorn, you missed the bit where I said I wasn't arguing it from a Christian standpoint.
Yeah,
right.
He says.
I like the debate. It's interesting.
But Andy, if I try to steal man, you say like the morality that we have kind of. Even that I'm not believing in a God, and my morality has been like encoded in my DNA by the Creator, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Just one question in between, Eden. What is he still here? Yeah, Eden, you're still here. What was your point, or were you just curious about our reaction, like the worshipping of a kind of an immoral god or so? Eden, are you still there? Okay, maybe not. So Andy, go on.
Yeah, I I think if you look at a child, even they know the difference. They know right from wrong, right? The other day, the guy was trying to make the argument. No, they don't. They don't at all. But no, they do. They do. They will push the boundaries, though. Of course, they are testing the world, but they know right from wrong.
Yeah, animals know the difference between right and wrong.
Absolutely.
Apes know the difference, and no one told them. They know that they don't have to. They shouldn't eat their own offsprings, for example, even if they could, or kill them just because they stole a banana. So they also have kind of ethics, even if this ethics is kind of programmed in their DNA, like instinct behavior or whatever.
Do you think you can? This is quite interesting. Mike's and I were talking about this the other day. Do you think you can justify morality through a evolutionary process, Snooze?
Yes, of course. Because I mean, in my opinion, no, in my opinion, for evil is nothing, or behaving bad is nothing that kind of benefits the community. So if you want to survive as a species, you have to be like supportive to each other. In my opinion, mankind only kind of evolved to the top of the food chain because we could invent like teamwork, community, support each other during bad times and so on. And without that community, there would never be the kind of the race of the humans. So yeah, definitely, in my opinion, that's a part of evolution. Yeah.
Mike, so I'd like to get your take on that, actually, because you didn't really go into detail about it.
Yeah, the discussion we had the other day regarding jail's evolutionary argument for morality, or at least like some sort of ethics. One thing I pointed out to JL was I can't see, I don't think that it's possible for someone to make the argument that just simply due to the fact that we've evolved, that therefore we have the ability to appropriately track moral claims or moral facts, right? Like, because a perfect example of this, as we always use in regards to the moral argument, is we can look back in history and see that human beings for time immemorial have done horrible things, right? That we all just based off of like an intuition would say that's despicable and deplorable, and we would never want that to be done again. So I don't understand how you can say that we have the ability to track moral facts in any objective sense, right? If we can clearly look back and show cases previously and currently of abhorrent, evils.
Okay, but behavior like for example, I don't know, dictators that have kind of mistreated their people or whatever, or the medieval like how do you say, the crusade and stuff, that never supported the flourishing of a community or of a country or a population, right? So it always kind of degraded the quality of life, these misbehaviors. And once we figured out like supporting each other, defining rules, and living by moral standards, mankind evolved further and created more like benefits for each other. And the same you find sometimes in animal life. If, for example, in an ape community, if some ape is misbehaving, the others will kind of exclude that one from the community. And I think this is part of the evolution. How do you say, these lonely wolves don't evolve that good as a community?
Yeah, so again, this is where definitions start to take hold, because the way I understand moral facts or objective moral facts, right, would be that their stance independent of anybody's preferences or attitudes, right? So even if a society as a whole declares like, oh, this is now this is our standard of living, this is our ethical code or ethical framework, we would all, understand that that can change, and it has changed. But we wouldn't want to, anchor ourselves to that ethical code if it began to do things that we would all, again, recognize to be abhorrent, right? Because then that's just why, I can't see that even just based off of like a sociological preference that therefore like stance independent moral facts exist, or that we have the ability to track for them.
Yeah, I mean nowadays it all gets really complicated. Like for example, equal rights, and I don't know, kind of sometimes the rights of a single person is more important than the wealth of the community or something like this. I mean, we could just say, hey, let's just kill Elon Musk and take all its money and share it. I mean, that would definitely improve the comfort of the whole community. But this is now considered immoral. But I think in the very basics of morality, you can say that what kind of improve the living standard for everyone and improves health and, for example, food supply chains and so on, comfort of living, that is more moral than the stuff that kind of decreases our health, flourishment, and so on.
Snooze, and Maxim, I like both of those statements. The only thing I would adjust, though, Snooze, personally, is I don't think it has to go to that extreme where someone like Musk has to forfeit their life. I think he could be
true. I mean,
encouraged.
we could just jail him and rob his money. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. That's much. That's
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
this is kind of that's a good idea. Yeah. So.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say one of the common objections to like the evolutionary arguments is, Donald Hoffman's critique of our abilities to track for truth if we're an evolved species. Because again, this is just like where you get bogged down in the definitions of like, well, because what everybody considers truth can obviously be easily, speculative or just entirely subjective, right? Like we would say, my truth is my truth, your truth is your truth, right? Well, then the term truth just becomes vacuous, right? It doesn't have, like Nietzsche, I think a great quote from Nietzsche was like, truth is illusory, and we as a society have just forgotten that it is the case, right? That we like to throw around the term truth, but no, it's okay.
Yeah, just finish off. I agree completely. Just finish off. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just I think that we kind of use it as like a labeling tool, right? To say, well, how do you know what's true? Well, truth to one person is going to be entirely based off of their entire lived experience, right? Like, or at least a good portion of it. So it's hard to it would be hard to force someone to accept a particular truth of another individual if they don't share that same lived experience. And that's why I think that term becomes incredibly vacuous.
Exactly. I'd often say, because you hear that quite a lot, and I was surprised to hear it from a lady, a very nice lady, by the way, as well. And I don't want to mention no names, but she sort of started my truth, and I went, well, there's truth, there's no my truth. And she's like, what do you mean? And I like, there's your opinion.
Yeah.
Right? But then there's one truth for all of us. That's the way I see it.
Yeah,
I think there is one truth, but we are not necessarily. I just want to say, I think there is one truth, but we are not necessarily able to actually figure it out.
Yeah, it's tricky business, no doubt. But I mean, for me, I'd listen to some ancient philosophy, something like the Tao Te Ching or something like that, and it talks about the way. And I found myself trying to align myself with this, and then I thought about truth as being synonymous with the way, and and it just made perfect sense, almost like it's a flow, or an intention, or a happening, or something like that. And that seemed to work for me. I don't know, but yeah, truth is objective too. So another good argument for God. I think God and truth is synonymous. So, but that's obviously my epistemology.
But I mean, would you disagree that kind of community standards, or kind of how tribes arranged each other to share wealth compared to increasing single wealth, or single? I'm missing some words, but I think you get the point.
I know what you mean.
Do you disagree that this is, if let's just exclude if evolution is real or not?
Yeah.
Would you agree that kind of this would help a specific species to kind of get an advantage over other species if they figure out a good way of teamwork, and instead of kind of fighting each other about the territory, more like joining forces and improving their overall kind of exchange of goods and living?
Yeah, I mean, Darwin was a kindly old fella who looked at some ants and saw them all working together, and so this could be the base for altruism, right, Snooze? That's what you're pointing at.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we're coming back to my beekeeping. For example, like bees, honeybees, they are capable of collecting honey very early in the year, where solitary bees, so the bees that are not living in a state, and also bumblebees, which are not overwintering in a hive, only the queens do overwinter, same as the wasps. Bees are way earlier out than bumblebees and wasps and so on. So they have a clear advantage because they share community. And the funny thing with bees is, compared to all other insects that are not creating states, the individual is more or less pointless. So all the worker bees are all females. They could reproduce, that they are not doing it. So only the queen is reproducing their genetic material. However, the queen is all at least half sister with all the worker bees. So the genetic material is still reproduced and still, living further. So I think this is an example of 100% altruism for the greater good, and they have specialized or improved that behavior. I think they also have the ethics. So, for example, one worker bee would sacrifice itself by how do you say, stinging someone and kind of defending the hive, even though it will die. And they anyway only live like 2 to 4 weeks in the summer, but the hive itself survives over thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, I think I grant your evolution, but and we could say that we could feel why certain behaviors are moral, but not why something's truly right or wrong, because you have that. It also encompasses this survival driven instinct, not objective moral truths. That's really what it comes down to.
But objective morality,
I could look over here and go, survival of the fittest, who, by the way, Darwin pinched that off somebody else, and then we can use that to do fucking horrible things, and that has already been done, by the way. That's basically the point Mike's was making earlier.
Religion does the same thing. If you don't believe in my religion, I get to kill you.
Zoidberg, yeah.
Right. But Zoidberg, that kind of gets back to that immediate point, right? Like, because that would just mean that we even if we did evolve and we established these religious systems that originally we thought were perfectly good ethical systems, they clearly, as time goes on, demonstrate that they're not.
I'm starting to really like you, Zoidberg, by the way.
Thank you. I never disliked you.
You know, I posted the info last week, just looking at the replacement rates. Italy's down to 1.2. I was shocked to see that. Why is it so bad? I mean, they're going to
everything is incredibly expensive. In order for you to have a kid, is incredibly expensive. All the good jobs are in big cities. All the big cities are incredibly expensive to live in. So people struggle. Maybe they have one kid and that's it.
Right.
Country of old people now.
That makes sense.
But I mean, the Central European countries are for a long time below 2. And they are basically immigrant. Now, how do you say? Like when people come to the countries, so they are the economy of Central Europe, and I think US as well, is based on people traveling there and start working there, and not based on reproduction.
There's no choice about it now. People going in art, and by the way, it's obviously being used in a political way. These fucking savages. I hate seeing all that. It just makes me laugh. I know I laugh at it quite a lot, but you can, obviously it's being used in this political way too. They're going to eat your dogs, everybody. But it's absolutely necessary now because of well, there's all sorts of things I could point to for why. Feminism is the most obvious one, obviously, because we decided to take the most fertile years of females and put them in a cubicle or in a college or whatever it was. So that's the obvious thing to point to. But what we're going to end up with is a aging population with no one to take care of that aging population, and all kinds of jobs that people just don't want to do. Also, right? People just we have no choice but to send for people who are probably from a God-fearing country that were be fruitful and multiply, so to speak.
Yeah, but I mean, this is exactly what I meant. Like in the last few kind of, I don't know, hundreds of years or thousands of years, maybe it got all complicated a little bit with the ethics. It has not necessarily to do with the greater good for the whole community. So I mean, like, if you would seriously want to improve all living standards, we maybe would behave different. And some ethical standards are detached nowadays from that goal. I don't say that it's bad. So I'm a fan of equal rights and everyone can choose themselves, but not sure if it's actually improving the quality of everyone or everyone's life.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I often go my eye out about secular humanism because it's really dumb. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But don't worry, because those people will be gone very soon. In just a few generations, they will be gone.
What are you talking about, Andy? Hold my bear.
I'm talking about the failure of the secular humanists to replace themselves.
Well, I'm sure some leftists have kids, I guess. Secular humanist. Why can't they have kids?
But I never said you can't have kids. But if we look at the replacement rates, the data's in right already.
How lower?
I think the replacement rates of Christians are even worse. So if I see how many people are actually going to church nowadays here in Germany, the replacement rate of Christians is kind of close to zero, or let's say 0.5 or so. So from every Christian family, maybe every second Christian family has a believer as a child. That's not based on evidence. It's just like what I see here, for example, in school, where my kids go to school, and I see, okay, as many of the parents were basically Christians or went to, I don't know, these things. I only know the German words for those. And nowadays I see how many kids go to these kind of confirmation of their how do you say it?
Don't worry about it. Say the German word. Teach me the German words. I want to hear it.
I mean, Taufe is basically when you're a kid and you are dumped into water, and now you're a Christian, and then we have in
baptism.
Yeah, correct. And then we have with 9 years, roughly 3rd grade, we have this kind of confirmation. We call it communion. So when you are,
I love that.
Communion is basically when you are old enough to agree and confirm that you were that you by purpose want to be a Christian. And then I think with, I don't know, 13, 14, 15, something like this, we go to Firmung, which is basically you are accepted as a full Christian or something like this. But anyway, so these ceremonies, I see less and less children going there. So, for example, in the age where my parents went to school, literally everyone was a Christian. Everyone was going to church regularly. And nowadays, I don't know. You typically have some old people and maybe 2 or 3 people in the mid-40s sitting in the church on Sunday. It's basically empty. So the reproduction rate of Christians is pretty low here, I would say.
Yeah, I can speculate too. I agree with you, by the way. And so I will. I think you're going to find you're going to see a quick turnaround because new atheism is falling to pieces. And what the Dawkins and Hitchens and that Ali lass and who was the other one? I can't remember. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, as they called them. They were the sort of new atheism, and but even the Ali girl, she's now converted, hasn't she? She started a Muslim, went to atheism, and now is a Christian. And so what's happening is that there's a spiritual vacuum, if you will, left behind these people, and what that's being filled with is Islam. And I think there's a few people in the works that they're a bit nervous about that, and it seems to me that they're pushing Christianity again. So I'd expect to see a sharp turnaround of that, to be honest, News.
I wouldn't agree with that. Actually, at least not now. Just one disclaimer. I didn't want to kind of smile or think the reproduction rate of Christian or the how many Christians there are in the young age is something good. I think everyone who wants to believe is fine believing that. And I actually don't really think that the amount of atheists, what I would call an atheist, is increasing in the same rate as kind of religious people are, or the amount of religious people are decreasing. I think the new age atheism is I don't care a shit. So the most people who are not going to church, they have not decided to be an atheist or not believe in God. They just don't give a shit and want to play Diablo or whatever. So I, for myself, for example, chose not to worship church and God anymore, because I actually thought about it. I questioned my moral standards and the moral standards of the church and what priests were doing while they were working and how the church was covering that. And I'm talking about the Catholic Church because I have nothing to do with others. So I think the problem is mostly like education and awareness of ethics, and that's also sometimes leading to kind of increasing of criminal activities. I don't think this is a good thing. So if religion and church helps people to figure out their moral standard, I think it's a good thing, even though I think maybe you don't need to have this vehicle, but yeah.
Okay, well,
I think everybody's going to live by something, right? That's the way I look at it. And if you say the word worship, what does that mean to you? What does it mean? Well, it just means prioritize, doesn't it? Really, and beyond that, I think if you take God out of the equation, then you take dignity with it, and that's what I'm seeing.
Why do you have to take dignity out?
No, I said if you take God out, you take dignity.
Why?
The thing is, human beings are prone to worship. They will worship something, and it'll be something that's, that's perishable. That all things must pass, right? So it'll be a bank account or a relationship. This is I think the story when I think about that story about Abraham and Jacob, is it? I don't know the Bible too well, but when I think about that story, that's what it points to for me. It points to that you put the divine first above the thing you think is the most sacred. In this case, your own son, right? The most important thing, right, is his son, and that's what that story's pointing to, amongst other things. It's like I said before, it's like an onion. You just keep peeling it back, and you go, oh shit, this there's a lot of layers to this story. And
absolutely. I had a question for Snooze, if you don't mind.
Yeah. You wanted to ask something. I have not so much time, so go ahead.
Thank you, Snooze. So, how would you rate the church, I guess particularly or specifically the Catholic Church, on their representation of God? If we were to give it a scale of 1 to 10 or 0 to 100, would it be negative or would it be 0? Or what are your thoughts?
What do you mean with representation of God?
So let's say if there was a creator that you could imagine that was just and that you could appreciate, or maybe even the Christian God that Jesus talked about, how would you rate the church as representing Jesus on a scale of 1 to 10? Like a 0?
I think the in my opinion, the Catholic Church is generally not a good representative of anything. Just due to their actions in the past, and I don't just mean the Crusades. I also mean like the younger past. I definitely appreciate the way the Protestant church, like the Luther church, works here in Germany. It's way better. It's more realistic, more to people's life. I mean, they have female pastors and so on. I generally have an issue with the Christian God and the morality. So I have not that big issue with the New Testament. I have serious issues with the Old Testament. So yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
So I'm not really sure how I could judge the representation of something that I cannot support and judge about if it's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. That's understandable. Thank you. If I could answer,
but for example, like Jehovah's Witnesses and these kind of idiots, they are even worse representatives because they are literally destroying lives nowadays. So it's, I mean, you can always do worse than kind of Catholic Church.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
How are they destroying lives? Sorry, I don't know much about The old
For example, so a friend of mine is in that realm. So she was born into Jehovah's Witnesses, and her husband is a Jehovah's Witness. She would like to quit, but this is basically impossible. So with quitting, because she's not seriously a believer anymore, she does not like how they behave, and specifically how they treat some community members that they, I don't know, decided not to be worth it or so. However, if she would like to quit and or get divorced from her husband, that would ruin her whole life. So the Jehovah's Witnesses would pay lawyers to get the children to so that the husband keeps the children staying in the church. They would kind of sue her. Basically, she would be financially and mentally completely ruined. So there's no possibility as a single person to quit. She would be kind of abandoned by the whole family. So that's the biggest issue. So you have no free will anymore in these realms.
Yeah, it's not funny if you're not in a good marriage. I don't know. It's a rather nuanced thing, so I'd rather not comment on it, to be honest. I thought I was going to take the piss a little bit and say there's no apostasy in Jehovah's Witnesses, as far as I know. but yeah, that sounds like a tricky situation.
Andy, you've heard of Scientology, yeah? And the shit they get up to when somebody leaves?
Yeah. I quite like some of the Scientology, actually. Yeah, let's have a change of topic. Great.
No, but you've heard of the way they target people who leave.
Oh, yes. They're very litigious
Jehovah's Witnesses and
organization.
Mormons are guilty of doing the same sort of thing. Not to the same extent, but not far off.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. They're terrifying, the scientists, allegedly, sorry.
You don't need to say
I think you have to pay for certain knowledge, right? It's like a university, essentially.
What, Scientology?
They might be listening, Bjorn. Just be careful.
I mean, listen, they can come after me. It's cool. I mean, I maybe did some things back in the day online when a certain group was having fun with them. So I really don't mind, because Scientology is absolutely batshit crazy. I mean, come on. You know, evil galactic overlord Xenu coming here and burying aliens and volcanoes, and that's everything bad that happens in your life is because an alien attaches to you. Holy shit, that's like...
It's hilarious. Didn't they? Don't they make you sign like a contract for 3 billion years or something? I can't remember the number, but
that's only for the people that serve in the Sea Org. So basically, they conscript people in to effectively slavery, because they literally get no money, they get no freedom, they're working the whole time. They very rarely get time off, even if family members are sick. And it's extremely controlling. It's only if you're one of the famous members, and even then, the shit they cover up for them. Like, look at Danny Masterson, and the amount of money they spent trying to cover up him being guilty of rape.
Yep. 100%. They do that all the time. And the Sea Org people, I mean, if you just watch that HBO documentary from a few years ago, based on the book Going Clear, the stories you hear of kids 12 and 13 years old being forced to work all day, not go to school, it's horrific.
Well, you know what? I'm just going to be silly for a sec. It's all the criticism that I've seen. Well, the criticism is valid because of the stuff I've seen of it. I watched that Louis Theroux documentary of it, which is really good, and a few other things. And that film actually, I think, was based on him, wasn't it? Philip Seymour Hoffman played, I think, L. Ron Hubbard. But you know, this is quite funny. The fact that that L. Ron Hubbard was sort of hanging around with what's that guy's name? Do what thy will be the letter of the law. Come on.
Was it Aleister Crowley or no? I think
Aleister Crowley. He was hanging around with him and a few other people of certain fellowships.
Yeah, the guy that was in charge of, like the California side, and then his wife.
And so I'm just sort of, this is kind of what I do. I'm a pattern recognition guy, so I paint a picture. So I'm not saying this is true or anything like that, but it seems to me that he was hanging around with certain types, and they obviously invited him into their groups, and he was like, you know what, I'm going to make my own group, and they own so much property now because with the religious, you get the, if you create a religion, you get a tax-free exemption, and so they can't squirrel away the money. With that, they have to keep buying property. They have to keep. That's how it works. They have to keep because they're not allowed to squirrel. So that's part of the remit, if you will. And so they have to keep. They have to keep buying property. And so I always, when all criticism starts to Scientology, I always think that there are some things about it that I do actually like. I like that thing that they do where they hook you up with the paddles. You know, where they put the electrons on your nipples. I don't know what they do, but they they try.
Yeah, you gotta hold the cans. You gotta hold the two cans. E-meter.
Do you know the reason why they do that, Andy?
Yeah, it's something to do with negativity, isn't it, and all that stuff.
No, basically that is a way to basically pressure people into admitting stuff in their lives that they've done wrong. Yeah. Because every single word is recorded, and they're sometimes kept there for up to 12 hours or longer until they admit the stuff they've done wrong. That is then all recorded, and then that is used to blackmail and harass people if they ever talk about leaving.
Yeah, of course. But the stuff you just mentioned is obviously. Yeah, it's disgusting, but I fully expect that. And if you'd created this org, you would do the same. Everybody would do the same thing. So the point though is if you can do that, you can actually do that for yourself. By the way, but many people don't want to admit all the shit that they've done wrong. They tend to put it in a box in the head somewhere and never want to look at it ever again. But you can process all that old emotion because it sort of becomes detached in your energy field, aura, whatever you want to call it, and it can come back and haunt you, and it does, and it festers. So it is quite powerful. The secondary thing that they do with that's terrible. That's awful, obviously. But,
Andy, it's one. You have to admit that it's one thing if you're going to a counselor or a psychiatrist who will actually help you process that stuff that you've done or have experienced in the past. That's not the aim of Scientology. It is literally just to get you on record saying stuff to blackmail you. It's nothing about processing it or anything else. They don't do anything that actually helps you process it, so it's not beneficial.
Yeah, they definitely they're only using that blackmail material to then get you to spend more money on more courses. It's kind of like the cult playbook. The same thing happened with that crazy group in upstate New York, Nexium, where they were friggin', putting brands on women. It was the same thing. Their whole process was just without the cans. They did something where they walked you through the bad memories of your life and then, wrote it all down and used it to blackmail you into buying the next level of courses.
Yeah, like Scientology is down to about 25,000 members worldwide because of the shit they've done.
Yeah, what was their name?
Building here in New York, right? And if you go by that building in New York, it is huge. I mean, it's got to be 20 some odd stories, maybe more. I think I've maybe seen 2 or 3 people around it or in front of it. Every time I go past it, my stepmother lives up there, and I think I've seen the same 2 or 3 people around it every single time. But they claim they're the fastest growing religion because they use all that money they make to buy land, and that's how they say their fastest growing religion.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, to think that this failed sci-fi writer, and apparently is quite prodigious. Joe Rogan talked about that, how I can't remember the amount of books that he wrote, but it's like crazy amount of books. And to think that he's spawned off this religion, it's so ridiculous in so many ways. But I see a few positives in there as well, especially for as you point out, the well-off people. If you're sort of fair to middling, yeah, it's a terrible thing. You know, I had some crazy like $50,000 for this going clear thing, and that was the low estimate, I think. So
80,000 minimum.
Yeah. So
but again, Andy, considering all religions are doing that sort of shit. They're hiding pedophilia, they're hiding abuse of people and everything else. Why would you think there's any good in any of them? Because effectively that's all it is. They're using people to have money so they can abuse and enslave other people.
Yeah, if you look into the say the Freemasons or a lot of these fellowships, shall we say, the bribery culture runs through all of them, as far as I can tell, and goes up to the highest levels. People they feel comfortable when they've got something over on the person to control them. This is sort of well known, but the thing is, if you think of scripture as just a tool, what do people do with that? Like a gun. A gun can be used to save somebody or kill somebody, right? To murder somebody. So that's the way I look at it. The scripture's not advocating for pedophilia or rape or whatever you were talking about.
Certain scriptures do, though.
No, I don't think so. Out of context, you can cherry pick some stuff. But...
And that's a problem, Andy. Every single scripture is open to the individual's interpretation. That's why it was used. That's why the Roman Catholic Church hid the shit that they did. That's why the Protestant Church hid the shit that they did. That's why Islam hides the shit that they do. All religions are hiding the same shit.
Well, I mean, if you can post a passage, perhaps, that advocates for rape or pedophilia, I'd love to see it. But you'd have to read the passage before and after.
Yes, but again, it's in the individual's interpretation, and this is the problem. All these scripts are not the definitive word of any creator. They are parables and stories told that are open to the interpretation of these people to use for whatever they want to justify.
Well, you're justifying that through your atheism, though, right?
No, I'm justifying this because I've heard testimonies where people have said, "Oh no, this is the part of this book that justifies it."
Well, I mean, post it.
I'll try to do a few over the next couple of days, but I have seen them. So, well, because I don't have them on this PC.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of things like that about the Bible. I've never seen anything like that. So,
again, it's not about the Bible. It's about the way people interpret the Bible. It's the way people interpret the Quran. It's the way people interpret all their teachings.
Right. So your problem is then with people.
The shit that they.
Your problem is with people. Egos.
Yes, because the religions are all written in a way that allow people to interpret what they want to see in a book to justify the shit that they are up to.
Well,
I have no problem with the God. I have no problem with God. I have a problem where religion is telling me what God wants.
That's fine. I mean, so you're in line with Jesus then, because Jesus had a problem with religions too, didn't he?
No, because Jesus is still saying the only way you can come to heaven is through him.
But again, I think you're missing your own sort of prejudice. The issue you've got is with egos, not with the text itself.
No, I have problems with the text. I was brought up in Northern Ireland. right? So Protestant and Catholics both fighting with each other and killing each other for retarded shit. I was brought. My family were Protestant. I was raised by a Roman Catholic. We used to go to Sunday church every Sunday. And yet, this woman who looked after me like a mother would go to one church, would go to the chapel, and we'd go to a church. And every single person would say, "Oh no, well, like you're not going to see her in each other's lives because you've picked the in the afterlife because you've picked the wrong one of you picked the wrong God."
Yeah, it's funny. Have you ever? Because Mike's just said in the chat that you sound like this guy called John Lennox. Have you ever listened to John Lennox?
It's uncanny, Pale. It's tripping me out.
I've heard the name. I don't remember him.
He does. You do sound a lot alike. But I'd strongly advocate for you to go listen to him, not just for that reason, but because. In fact, he actually talked a bit about the conflict there with the latest interview he did with Alex O'Connor, which was really interesting because he was talking about how I can't remember the exact. I wish I could because it would really help the story. But he had a shop in one of the most tricky places in terms of right in between the warring factions, if you will. And he actually said to his dad, he's like, "This is a little bit dangerous, don't you think? Why are we doing this?" And he's like, "Well, son, the scripture teaches us to treat people as if they're all made in the image of God." And he said how he carried that with him through the rest of his life. And you're right that people then go and take that and they can justify doing horrible things maybe. But again, to me that's more of a problem with egos than the text, personally. I'd rather them have something that could be a potential barrier for them to do something horrible than nothing at all.
But they don't have a barrier, Andy. If people are willing to go out and murder each other, there's no fucking barrier. The paramilitaries on both sides of Northern Ireland, I disagree fundamentally with all of them. They're all running forced prostitution rings, trafficking people to be part of them, selling drugs to children. Because it's never been about the religion, it's never been about anything apart from power. The same as religions. It's controlling other people.
Well, I mean, I can definitely understand that, but me personally, I think of a world without God in it, and it's just way worse to me. Like, even if I just granted you that it's some figment of my imagination, which I don't think, obviously, but let's just grant you that it's just some concept, right? Without that, I just see then there's no barrier to governments becoming God then, and that's not a world you want to live in, I think.
And again, Andy, I don't have a problem, but then the issue I have with what you're saying there is the fact that you're claiming to understand what God wants from you and wants you to do. That's where I have a problem, because that's when it becomes a religion, and that's when somebody's telling me they can understand the mind of this creator that created the universe in all its complexity. And I find that very weird.
Well, the thing is, I never said any of that, so that's a complete straw man. The fact is that I'm limited, and I know that I'm limited. Okay.
But that's fine then. But then you don't know whether the opinions you've made are correct or not. If it's it's either you understand the mind of God and what He wants, or you don't understand any of it and you're just making assumptions.
So, is that an all nothing fallacy right there, or what?
It's faith. That's what it is. That's the thing I don't understand with some of the really far off Christians, is that it is faith, but that faith should be in whatever this higher power is and not what some guy said. And that's the problem, because it's the human condition. People are just going to try to use anything they can to take power, like you said before.
Yeah, agreed. But if Andy's telling me that he's made all these decisions, that X, Y, and Z are wrong, then he's making the assumptions that they agree with this God that he has made the choice to believe in.
Yeah, to me, it's it's incredible to me that people would argue that they're atheists. It's like retarded, respectfully. I can't believe we're arguing such a thing.
Well, I mean, the way I look at it, what I just said, and rather than what some guy said, all of it is what some guy or group of guys said. That's all there is.
No. You see, as I said before, I think of God and truth as synonymous. So, so if you think, and I don't want to argue about evolution, but if you think about it like this, either it's guided or it's random, right? I don't want to argue about abiogenesis. I don't want to argue about evolution. I'm just saying to you, either it's guided or it's random.
It follows the laws of nature, the laws of physics and the natural laws.
If it's random, how can I trust anything?
But then, even if it's, you're asking us to trust your assumptions and beliefs in a God.
Well, no, I don't think you understand the question, Pale Rider. Pale Rider, you're going to need to go away and think about this one. If it's random, how can I trust anything at all?
So this kind of gets back into what I had mentioned earlier, Andy, is in regards to understanding like modal probability space, right? Like we obviously, it's something I talked about with Torah a couple weeks ago in regards to like, we obviously all understand that it's incredibly dangerous to get inside of a vehicle and go to the store just to pick up, some eggs and milk, because it's not so much that we don't trust our ability as individual drivers, right, to get us there safely, but rather the fact that there is a high probability that not a high probability, but a particular probability that another driver could either be intoxicated, just not paying attention, or is out to hurt someone and is, going to wreck into you. But we still make that decision to get inside the vehicle and go to the store to get our eggs and milk, right? So we do make those value judgments based off of some sort of probability judgment, whether we do it, with full like awareness of it or not. But we do make those decisions. So you can evaluate it similar, in a similar fashion, right? Whether or not because like I don't live my day-to-day life thinking that I came from a random set of events, right? Whether or not that's true, I don't live my life that way. But I do recognize that even if that's the case, I can still live with some degree of not certainty, but a high degree of confidence just based off of like prior probability. Does that make sense?
Look, I lived so my early life, my dad died when I was very young. I was very angry.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It was a long time ago now. I was very angry at God. And when I look around and I listen, like for instance, with all due respect, I don't want to talk about someone who's not here, but that Warren guy, right? He sounds incredibly angry. And and that needs to be worked out, whatever that is. And when I look around at people, I see that in many people, and thankfully, thank God, I worked all that out. And the point of me telling you this is that I lived for a certain amount of time with no concept, that's the wrong word, with no feeling of the divine, if you will, just walking through life. And I'm telling you, it's just not the way to live. It's a fucking confused state. It really is. So, but it's then very difficult for me to then put into words what I actually really want to say, because and it's a little bit paradoxical because it has to be. But the way I see it is any concept in your brain about what God is will be a barrier to the innermost truth. That's honestly what it is. That's what it is. And I had to sort of realize a few a few things. And I'm happy to go into it. First of all, as I've said many times, our true nature is spirit. And there's like a 12th, I don't know, 13th century monk. His name's Meister Eckhart. And he said something he said many profound things, but this was one of them. He said the greatest obstacle to God is time. And what he actually meant was psychological time, because it takes time to think a thought, doesn't it? Like if you think of a thought, it's like a movement. It's like from here to there, right? Now Jesus said the exact same thing, but he used it very different words, right? He said, take no time for the morrow will take thought. And this is the thing, you can change that word with thought. Take no time for the morrow, for the morrow will take time for the things of itself. Something like that. And then he points to nature. Consider the lilies, right? So it was this thing that just sitting there and recognizing that time isn't even real. That is a real profound thing. Now obviously in terms of egos, sure, we can talk about linear time. You know, you put some veg on the side and in a week it would go bad. By the way, when I was a youngster, we'd put veg in the coal house and it lasted for weeks. I can only assume these supermarkets are flying it around the world several times before it comes to me. I don't know what they're doing to it, but now if you put it on the side, it goes bad in a week, right? But that realization helped me a great deal, because I could go into the present moment so deeply. I felt very at peace with myself. And in fact, there was no self. Because what you realize is the ego is problematic by its very nature. And I think of my brother, my oldest brother, who finds a problem in everything. And if I lifted him out of his problematic life and I put him in a one without any problems whatsoever, within 2 or 3 weeks, he'd have all the problems he has now and then some. So it was this sort of journey through realizing, through going into that stillness and feeling how peaceful it felt. And then even that should have a fine print, because dwelling in being is a lovely place to be, but then doing becomes problematic, because you don't want to leave it. You just feel so good. So I don't know how I can equate that with God. It's very difficult, but I think that's something to do with his nature. So the way I look at it is, everything in life, everything's in ceaseless motion, and that is still, whatever that is. I don't even want to put a label to it, because the moment I do, that becomes an issue, because the word God has just got so much baggage attached to it, unfortunately, with these religions. So I'd completely agree with you, Pale Rider. And as I said before, Jesus himself, he had a problem with religions too, right? So, but yeah, you should listen to John Lennox. He's really good for the old Christian apologetics, I think. By the way, I saw a video on my suggestions list from Professor Dave. So I don't know. I didn't click on it. I'm very careful about these videos I click on, because then it'll just keep putting more in the old algorithm. But it was obviously taking the piss out of John Lennox. So just from the thumbnail, I could see that was the content of the video, and it's like, oh my god. I think that Planet Peterson guy might have been involved with it too. Yeah, it was funny because in this server, I mean, you all told me that I said Andrew Wilson, I've never seen him lose a debate. And you said, "Oh, go watch the Planet Peterson one." I went and watched it, and yeah. Oh god, it was bad. But you see, when you're going up against someone who has a very solid worldview like that, and you have no worldview at all, and your morality is just preferences, because that's ultimately what it all boils down to, then you're going to be in trouble. So, are we got a topic or no? Is Mike still there? Mike's?
Wait, is just Noah talking? What the fuck?
Wow. Denmark is unmuted and he is quiet. That's a new one.
What's all the commotion? Waiting for a real conversation starter, aren't you guys? Sweet baby Democ. The only one with the best conversations that Globers don't want to engage.
You're the best, Democ.
Well, I'm quite impressed by the Earth curve horizontal. Up, not down, down, not down, up, not blocking something, but blocking something. But you wouldn't understand. It's a hill in your backyard that's not a hill, but you wouldn't understand.
You mean like refraction, where the things are brought from behind the hill and now are above the hill? Like the globe magic optics?
No, not refract. I don't even know what the hell that is. I was just talking about a piece of dirt being in the way of something, and then, but it's not. But it is. But it's a physical thing blocking something, but it's not blocking the thing. So then refraction would be a whole different story. That's just like light showing you shit from underneath the planet. So the boat could be in Australia for all you know. How far does light refract? 8,000 miles, 24,000, a billion? Supposedly 93 million fucking miles it retracts and refracts, right? If it can go from the sun to 93 and then spread out throughout the rest of the universe, I don't think 24,000 of Earth is going to be fucking anything to the ability of refraction. Do you guys? The grain of sand Earth is going to hurt the light to make it do something crazier and different than the sun would make it do? That's weird. That's really
Absolutely.
weird. So the sun doesn't have the power to do that with light itself, but the Earth does? That's fucking crazy. So light goes away from the big sun that is the source of gravity. The big gas ball gravity source. Light pushes away from it, but bends around everything else up close. Isn't that crazy, guys? The very thing that is gravity can't bend light around itself. It has to shoot it out. Anti-gravity light. It's fucking awesome. You guys are saying light bends around objects, but the sun don't like that idea. Sun shoots it out everywhere. No bendy boats on the sun. But how far does refraction work for? 93 million miles? So where are you guys seeing stuff at anyway? At the end of the universe, back that way somewhere or beyond other planets? Like, are you even seeing it in front of the planet or behind it? Are you seeing it by Earth or just somewhere around Jupiter? Like, what are you even fucking talking about? If light can bend around stuff that's in front of it. Whatever, would you guys, so which thing stops bending the thing in front of the thing that bends the thing in front of the thing? When does light stop bending everything in front of itself? And how does it know when to stop so you could ever see anything? It's kind of tricky, isn't it? It's like, how does gravity know when to stop and start? Just does, no matter what the math is, it just knows when or how to stop and start. But it always stops and starts when you ain't looking. It's like that particle wave thing, gravity. Same as the Earth curve. It's only there when you're not looking. You got to get back, get away from it. Get way back, further, get back, get back. Can you see me? No? Okay, I'm on the Earth curve. It's magic. Yeah, the sun's gonna be somebody's only light shining tonight. It's gonna shine at night. How does the sun shine at night on a globe? How does that work? And where's refraction for nighttime on a globe? Shouldn't be no nighttime refractors. You should be seeing the sun on the other side of the planet, right? Light benders. Bend that light. All kinds of conundrums and many more for a Glober without a demonstration. Who doesn't know where the light bends from or to, or how far, or how wide? Who doesn't know what left to right is for 24,000 miles? Who doesn't know how to go up vertically left or down vertically right? Horizontal, vertical, down right to your horizon, to the sky. The globe is gonna be confusing. Listen to this. I'll rev the motor up. You hear that? Where did refraction go after it started? And where did it come from? Does refraction come from sun? Does it come from the sun's light and source in the area like the compass? In is that way. So if the sun is at in and you have a refracting day, the stuff can only refract from where the sun's at to where the sun's pointing, right? Oh, it's going to refract back against the sunlight? So the light of the sun's going to refract backwards against itself? This is some cool shit you guys got going on. Retractors, and sure wish anybody could demonstrate it. You know how much money you guys would get for all the globe magic tricks if that shit was real? David Gloverfield. He's going to show you gravity like you never saw before on the bottom of a ball. Nobody talking? I'm sure which one of the Glovers had some good science. They could get one of the flat earthers. They could actually do some real shit one of these days. That'd be crazy that nobody wants to do real stuff and really find anything out for real. They just want to believe that the military and some guys in a lab coat with a big boiling water pot outshine you guys. So get a big container, and now you're nuclear smart because you got a container to heat stuff up.
Yeah, I trust them over you, you crazy idiot.
nuclear smarts, boys. Hot water, hot rocks. The Incas and Mayas definitely didn't know about hot rocks, did they? The Japanese, Chinese, the terracotta soldiers, they didn't know about hot rocks, did they? Too advanced to heat stuff up and make plastic and glass and obsidian back in the day, wasn't it? They were making obsidian before you guys even knew what it was, Globers. Isn't that weird? You guys been copying technology off a bunch of fucking
Volcanoes make obsidian, you crazy asshole. Like, what are you talking about?
Piece of fucking metal. That's crazy. What's NASA good for if they can't even fucking metal that doesn't rust? You mean they can't make gold? A gold pole? If it's so much percent iron, so much percent gold, and so much percent palladium, gallium, nickel, aluminum doesn't rust. Like, what are we even talking about? Are we like retarded or something all of a sudden? Like, why are people just fucking retarded? I just don't get it. They don't understand that sticking your hand up in the air is just voltage. It's just voltage. It's just layers of voltage. Layers of static electricity.
So if I stick my hand up in the air right now, I'm creating voltage. That's what you're saying.
And power company ain't nothing but some running water. Get some running water, hook your turbines to it. It'll spin them. Then get power. Then that'll spin them. Then you can have power everywhere, unlimited, like the whole city does. It never stops. Does the city get charged for how much the city uses? No. Does the power company get charged for their power? No. Huh. Then stop saying power ain't free, because it is for the power company.
Pay yourself $5 and tell me how much your bank account increases.
You guys are just going more primitive is what you're doing. You're going more primitive to more primitive, because the primitive is actually like mimicking Earth. And once you get so primitive, you're actually technologically advanced. Because once you can be like an ant and like work with the Earth and mimic like what you got to do and do it that way, and there's no like waste, like it's just all natural. That's the route of science and energy and stuff. Not fucking secrets. Some guy's got the information. Well, some guy in a lab somewhere knows definitely. Yeah. Some 90-year-old guy in a lab who can't even mess with the stuff itself. Yeah, he knows. And then the guys who peer reviewed it who never set off the nuke. How do you peer review the first nuke ever? How do you peer review something that doesn't exist? Kind of weird, isn't it?
You peer review the processes that were happening before that. This is a developed technology, but saying I can't develop a wheel and then later
who would be able, who would know how this, know how that stuff works better and be able to say, you don't Photoshop videos. Those are changed with, whatever After Effects or whatever the Adobe thing for video editing is. And somebody who could just, give the, give like an official ruling on whether or not the moon videos are fake, something like that. Like if they were asked to do it, how would they go about looking at that? So yeah, I'm definitely open to suggestions for that.
Well, mine were much, much simpler than that. I like yours better, but I also like mine because mine would help catch me and other people like me up.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at it.
Oh, I don't really have a lot of suggestions in there yet. I started the room and I'm going to start letting people know I started the room, and we'll see if we can't get other. There was something else that Morty said he would do, and for the life of me, I cannot remember. Like, it'll come back to me as soon as I see it. But it's again, it's these things that you guys that are so familiar with it talk about a lot, your own specialties that I know that I don't understand fully, and that other people that are new here don't really understand fully. So I figured it could be a combination of it gets them the chance to show off their knowledge and gives us a chance to catch up with the rest of you.
I think that's great. I think that interactive or adversarial content is probably more engaging than just the college lecture format. But so if we could have have a debate about something or other, as opposed to just a presentation on it, it could be that might be more, people might be more interested in that. But yeah.
Yeah, and from your point of view, 100%, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, in between times when maybe you don't have any kind of debate going on or whatnot, it would still be something to throw in there. It would probably be a shorter format. It wouldn't go the hours long like the debates have. But it would still be like an event to keep people active and always have something going on.
Yeah. Well, I would like to do. I'd like to do a follow up to the celestial navigation event that we did, where what was that?
I didn't say anything. Let me mute my mic.
Okay. Basically have some flat earthers work with either a willing person who can do cell nav, which would have to be a glober, I think, right now, or possibly just kind of walk through it, like say, okay, I'm gonna try this, let's see how it works. So I take my elevation angles to the star, and then I'm going to plot it on a map. Okay, which map? You don't have to choose the correct map, just choose a map. And then we'll see how that works. Basically go through the process.
Yeah, and that'd be good, especially because the cell nav one was one that I was not able to be here for. So that would be interesting to me. And of course,
Yeah.
the world revolves around me, right?
Well, I think it's, you weren't there for it, and it wasn't I was hoping for more of a he taught a lot about celestial navigation, which was great. I mean, there was stuff that I hadn't heard before or hadn't at least seen the way he did it in his presentation. He's really good, and he had a great conversation after. But I was kind of hoping for, they would say, well, this, why can't this work on a flat Earth? And then the discussion would go around. Okay, well, what's your first step for doing this on a flat Earth? Okay, what's your second step, and so on. And the idea would be to actually try that stuff and see how far you would get with each step. Like, how far could you get on flat Earth with each step?
Yeah, that could be interesting too, especially if it's done in a not confrontational, but
yeah, I know, in a less confrontational manner. Right. I want to get people who are in there to try it out rather than people who are in there. I wouldn't want people who said, okay, yeah, I'll try this, to just totally get shouted down. I'd want it to be as cooperative as it could be, but the idea would be to have people who don't think that there isn't or shouldn't be a problem going in there and putting that to the test. So yeah, I mean, if we can make that happen, I think that would be good.
yeah, stuff like that really does sound better. And not for nothing, but also, again, I know from your perspective, you're looking for the drama and stuff, but short, quiet times for people to not be screaming at each other would probably be good too.
Yeah, I agree. So the reason why I'm saying that is just because I think that's what will keep engagement high. It's not really about wanting a shit show. It's about wanting, people to be like if it's like, there will be so Mordwan gave a talk on computer vision, which was fascinating, but he didn't have a lot of people showing up for that. And I
missed that one too. No, I would have showed up for that one too.
That was on Globe Gangsters. So that was a while back. But yeah, I mean, but my point was I was there for it, but a lot of people weren't. And I think the lesson was, if I'm going to learn about a complex subject that I don't have a practical use for, people will be less enticed by
that I do get, and that's why I'm hoping, and I could be wrong, because a lot of you guys are really, really smart and make me feel stupid every day, but I'm hoping that if maybe we go back a little bit more to basics, and I'm prejudiced here because I want the basics. That's what I need. But I'm hoping if we go back to basics, maybe that'll bring more people in.
It could, yeah. That would definitely be cool. I would definitely like to see, what kind of events we could get. Kind of, maybe something recurring.
The recurring
Life does a really good job with some of that too.
Who does?
Jesse, Path of Light. He's done a whole lot of measurements and stuff, and I don't know what you want to call them, experiments, or I mean, Shubil even more so, but Shubil's level of technical ability is going to be beyond what most people can emulate.
I love Shubil, but even without ever having listened to him do a presentation, I would have to agree with you that we would probably frustrate him because he's well above. He's he's so nice and so sweet about answering specific questions and stuff. But yeah, I think
I think he'd be beyond what most people could get out of. You know, I mean, he can explain it well, but it's still like Jesse. You know, Jesse is is like more like talking about what it would be like if you went and bought an old theodolite and then went out to try something with it. You know, it's like if you got expert level gear and a surveying license, then you would do it this way.
Right.
You got to think about the reason that these presentations occur is because somebody's got it wrong, right? Or they're interpreted to have it wrong. And getting back to basics and things like that's all good. But what makes these places like this thrive are arguments. That's what makes it go.
Yeah, unfortunately, I agree with that. I think that the retention, keeping the retention level up is going to be based on having there be, for lack of a better word, drama.
And again, I do get that. I 100% get that. And as far as the VC guest speakers and all go, I will agree with that. I do PR work for my company at times. But I'm going to put this to you. Look at text chat. How many regular people are left in text chat?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Not as many.
Okay.
And I'm thinking those might be the people that we can recapture if we do the I'm not saying do less of the
debates and stuff.
Debate ones and stuff like that. I'm saying let's cycle in more calm things and possibly, probably not at first, because at this point I'm betting that there's a lot of people that don't even check in anymore. If you look at the number of members against the number of regular texters, I'm betting we've lost some, right? But I'm thinking that maybe there is a subset of people that actually would prefer a calmer discussion.
Okay, well, I definitely can't read everybody's mind at once, so.
There's a history. There's a history. When it calms down, the server dies.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying to calm the whole server down. I am admitting that, and I've admitted, I'm sure Omni, I hope you've seen, I totally 100% admit that there needs to be conflict for the server as a whole to survive. And I've been supporting that, right? I'm just saying to bulk up the server, to not let the server die off, factor back in the people here that maybe don't want calm and do a combination of things.
Well, there should be. I mean, there's no reason there couldn't be room for both, right? It doesn't seem like it would be impossible. Like how there can be more than one VC. Yeah, we have the Bible chat VC going, and we have the general VC going, and I think that works pretty good because there's only so many times you can debate the transcendental argument for God before it's gonna,
hell yes.
It's gonna all.
There's nothing wrong with the occasional dumpster fire.
No, there's not at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're all in agreement there. So I mean, at that point, we just have to, figure out, what the balance is, and we've also had pretty good track record of having good, interesting events. So
Yeah, but like, look at the schedule now. We're down to JL Warren, who that is going to be a shit show for her.
Oh, I didn't hear you say help. Sorry.
Maybe.
You know, so
Okay, what are we doing?
fitting in other things, and then at that point,
Okay, is this bag shopping bag?
Hey, somebody.
Al, you got your mic open.
Yeah, he's hot mic.
That's Al Trucker.
Yep.
All right.
I got it.
But then that might also be an opportunity to get different types of speakers in that might draw a crowd as well, with debate, but not screaming, not the total screaming.
Well, let's see. I mean, I'm 100% good for that. We'll see if ideas are welcome.
Well, I think we know who the screamers are.
I'm a screamer.
Yeah, everybody screams at some point, pretty much. Just about.
I guess it depends on who you get debating each other.
Yeah, well, Taylor doesn't scream at all, but she's certainly provocative and trying to, getting under people's skin and stuff.
Yeah, she makes people scream because she's just a brick wall.
Right. Well, she's working hard to be that brick wall.
Yeah, I like those debates, especially with someone like Jace. He can counter her, abruptly, and I think it's important that those are demonstrated. Those situations, people that know, appreciate the real data, the real science, versus someone that's maybe in question about it, or even sort of preaching something that's not quite right. It's a great opportunity to expose that, from my perspective. So I think those are really good interactions.
Well, I'd love to get Taylor Jace debate. I mean, that would be, I think that would be, hot stuff. So yeah, if we could line that up, that would be great.
Yeah, and there's people I see in here who are planning on a debate in MDD that we might be able to do here, but no lie, we need mods, like maybe special debate mods rather than your everyday mods who can actually handle.
No, you put them on the stage.
Yeah, on the stage, it's pretty controlled. So I think that would be the preferred, like, if you want to have like a real actual debate, like what we did with QOP, that was pretty orderly.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Yeah, so that was
I saw the Peterson one, and Lion jumping up to White Knight for Taylor was.
Yeah, I mean, it was
theater, but
it was short lived, and I didn't have a problem with it. Like I said, Taylor, I feel like she can handle herself. If she definitely is.
Yeah, she did not. He did not need him to do. She did not need him to do that, but she was calling for somebody to come help her. So
I kind of like it. I like when that happens.
Yeah, but it looked stupid. Like for a debate, like if that happened, we already laugh at the mods and the debate hosts on Modern Day Debate. If something like that had to happen there, we would have laughed our asses off at them. Yeah.
That's not going to happen here, though. What I'm trying to tell you, what you want, the calm, professional, even flow. That's not what makes the server thrive and survive. It's the interactions, the aggression, the out of balance, so to speak, the teeter-totter. That's the good part. That's what makes it thrive.
Yeah.
Well,
DC, but are the guests going to keep coming? If they take a look and see what, like if we continue doing
Well,
it,
that's
like
why they came. I mean, that's why Peterson came here, because he felt like it would be good.
yes, I'm in his server. I know why he came.
So I mean, also like MC Toon will come here if we have flat earthers. If it's all globers, they won't come here because we don't have anything to argue about.
Yeah, that part is correct. 100%. I just, in my mind, full disclosure, in my mind, I'm already off onto further tangents of what we can do.
Yeah, well, I'm big time happy. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think there's a lot of room for all sorts of different things, and I'm definitely not, singularly committed to just having one sort of event.
Yeah.
So,
because the flatties are right about one thing. If they are not here, the globies do not come.
yeah, well, you want to have, you need to have both, or at least you want to have both. I don't know how 24/7 manages it, but probably with enough influx of people that they really can get by with banning everybody, because they're on such a big server. But
well, that's the next thing we have to what would they say, follow Satan and get into the flat earth servers and start bringing more people over. We have to infiltrate.
Yeah, people need to, people should invite all their people, all their all their contacts. So MC Toon is maybe down to debate Wish, but he doesn't know who Wish is, and frankly, neither do I. Which,
As long as you set up the terms for the debate, he wants to debate TFE from my recollection.
Yeah, correct.
As if some of it is invalid somehow.
Well, I mean, when you just declared that every picture NASA has taken is fake, where do you go from there?
And that comes down to the other point. You might be able to switch the opinion of one person like Jaren from their point of view. It took like a lot of money and a lot of travel to show one person one thing. And through that, I guess some people who are on the fence or who weren't as cemented into flat earth indoctrination thought, well, hang on, I really did think that the 24-hour sun was impossible, and it's unfathomable to think of a scenario of like how that would happen on a flat earth without some sort of wibbly wobbly lens between the sun and that earth. Like,
well, I mean, I'll tell you, I honestly didn't think it would make any difference. I thought, my belief was that they would go down there, they'd see the 24-hour sun, and nothing would change.
Yeah, and what I've seen Joe Henry attempt to do is like, I still really believe in this flatness, so let's find a workaround that makes my flashlight through my perspex disc give the appearance of something that I think's happening. And like there's a few issues, like the bottom of his map is reflective up onto the underside of the dome. Often the footage is from outside into the inside, which I don't think any flat earther would claim. I've been outside the dome to confirm this is what it looks like from the outside. So,
well, yeah. But I mean, you know, so you know, Mickelson kept looking for the ether for a while after the experiment failed. You know, he tried a bunch of other stuff because he was pretty sure there had to be something like that. So
yeah, the Mickelson and Morley stuff was like, okay, we see light traveling through something. And how can we check for that? So we check it at one side of the orbit and check it at the other. We check it when the Earth is spun one way, and we check it when the Earth is spun another way. And we do that over like a course of like 6 years, and we come up with neither. Nothing really changes.
Yep. Well, I mean, it was a jaw dropper. You know?
And like when people are describing the fascinating concepts of the dark matter and how much mass there is in the universe, some people might interpret that as, oh, it's just another ether explanation. And then we have to go to those experts in the field to go, no, like we expect gravity to do so much with a certain amount of mass, and it's doing more stuff. And so the most logical explanation for that is another type of mass. Let's look into that.
Yeah. Well, right, and you know, but I'm not going to give anybody like I it's a reasonable thing for people to think, you know, that there should be some sort of ether. So, you know, it was not believed for 100 years by all the smart people for no reason.
And that's the same with like particles and waves, because when you're talking about just simple things like music, it comes from one closure and pulses towards you. But when you're looking at light, it can act like a particle and a wave. So we had to sort of call it a particulate wave. So it's kind of like throwing a moving skipping rope through the sky, only it's like energy itself almost. So it's a weird thing to describe because we've only found so much about it using our current technology. So there may be more discoveries about light in the future, and it will take some pretty impressive minds to delve into that sort of.
Yeah, well, there was an experiment that I saw the headline for recently that's like, light seems to be going back in time. And, you know, I looked into it and I was like, man, I really don't think so. But, like, I'm not the, you know, I'm not the guy who's going to you know, blow the whistle on this one. Like, you know, I doubt it, but, you know, but who knows? So.
Yeah, it's like if light had sentience, it's like I'm just covering this current moment now, only for other people Yeah, that happened 9.5 billion years ago, buddy. And it's just a matter of like the reference frame.
Yeah.
And I didn't know when people were talking about 1,030 miles per hour or whatever figure you get. Like, if you look at a plane and it's going past you, it's in reference to you. So if Earth is going this particular speed, what is it going past? And I had a little look and I went, it's this sort of conceptual line almost from the center of the Earth through the center of the sun and beyond, and how much Earth rotates past that point every hour.
Yeah.
It's a speed in reference to something else, and I enjoyed discovering what that something else was.
Yeah.
Have you ever guys ever done like a Discord talent show?
Talent show? No.
Discord karaoke.
I have seen Discord karaoke. Yes, I've seen that. I am not a singer, so.
Me either, obviously, but I've participated in a supporting role.
Yeah, I've got respect for that.
I've got a mild flu at the moment, so my voice is deeper than usual. It's a bit nasally. But yeah, singing was an interesting thing that I tried for about 6 years. Had a breakup, wanted to drink my sorrows, but it was a karaoke bar, so I sang them out instead, and discovered that if I can impersonate Kermit the Frog, I can maybe impersonate Sinatra, and that's how I learned how to be approximately accurate with my singing tones by trying lots of variety from Britney Spears to Elton John. It was quite an interesting journey to discover that I can develop a skill over time.
Very nice. See, we can have a karaoke party then, because now we know who we can get.
Yeah.
There's at least one participant. Anyone else with a voice can sing Ring of Fire.
No, it's your job now. You volunteered.
Karaoke host.
No, you're not the host. We can be the host.
Online with my little microphone. Okay, folks, you got any requests? I got a song right for you.
There you go. That's perfect. We should do a globe versus flats game of code names that gets streamed on the.
Yeah, we could do that
on the stream site. That would probably be interesting. Have you played code names?
I have, yes.
Okay, so now, so you get my image. Because the Globers are going to be thinking of words one way, the Flats are probably going to be thinking of words another way.
Is that like the game of telephone only with pictures? Like I could say, draw this thing, and then somebody else would draw the picture, and then that that telephone game would continue, and we could laugh at the humorous results at the end.
That actually would be a good idea too, but yeah, that's not what Codenames is. It's how to do this succinctly. Do you have a way to describe it quickly, Omni, without getting too?
It's a game where you have to guess words based on clues, but the person, but you can't give. The person is restricted from giving certain clues.
Especially if part of the word contains the answer. Yeah, I'm aware of
Stuff
that.
like that.
Cool.
Like you can't do all the things that you would want to do to get somebody to guess your word. Like all of those are.
Yeah, it's verbal Pictionary. Verbal Pictionary,
Kind
I
of,
would say.
yeah. That's
Cool.
a good way to think about it. Yes.
How did you find the F1, Coco?
Well, the qualifying this morning was interesting. And then my friend came over this morning to see if I wanted to go swimming, and I missed the actual qualifying. So I kind of fucked today up. But the game is listen to me. The race is tomorrow, and Stroll is out because he's messed up his wrist and it's not healing right or something. His wrist and hand. So he qualified today, but now he's out.
Yeah, he crashed his bike back in 2023, like right before the season started, and messed his wrist up, and then he had to have surgery. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The dude sucks balls. He's a terrible driver. Absolutely awful. And I don't know, Formula One is killing me. I love the science and the engineering of the cars, but the parade races are killing me. I like the sports car racing better. Looking forward to Le Mans in a couple weeks.
Well, I hang out with the Euros, and they like the Formula One, so.
Oh, it's better than NASCAR by far, because it's much better to see cars go left and right and not just go in a big circle over and over again. But they got to figure out a way so people can pass people, and it's not just whoever qualifies first wins.
Yep. Yeah, when overtaking is the highlight of the game, listen to me again, of the race, then you know that something's not working right.
I helped one of my friends co-develop a board game. We didn't release it, but it was just a fine sort of project to go, oh, here's this thing that I dreamed of. Can I make it a reality? So I thought, for a gift for my friend, I went to a professional sign writer and got all the pieces vinyl cut. Very inefficient pricing by me, but at the end of the day, he's got a living version of the board game that he dreamt of, with a small modifications with my help.
Cool.
Which turned it from a you versus me game to let's cooperate against the common threat game.
Oh, that's cool. Has he shown it around at all?
Yeah, basically his friends and family have played with me, and I showed them my thought process. I used vector graphics similar to Adobe Illustrator to design the different symbols. So I was thinking about people who might have visual difficulties when I'm using a game piece. So the game piece not only has a pattern, it has, say, you're the red player, you'd be a hexagon, and there'd be you'd be a red hexagon, so you wouldn't need to know your color, but you say I'm the hexagon player. And likewise with player 2, they'd be a different shape and a different color. So regardless of your capabilities, the pieces were very clearly delineated as to who was who.
Cool.
I just remembered that I did take it to a board game store where other people were also introducing their ideas. It was like a open night to sort of play each other's games, and it was interesting to see other people's feedback on my game, and their some were treated like that's my baby, that's my game, and other people like, yeah, this is adjustable, and if people don't like the game, they don't have to buy it. Like we've all bought like 20 board games and got our favorites and not favorites. So I'm just looking for something to build that a couple of hundred of people would like to enjoy, and their games were quite interesting to go, oh, that's an interesting concept, and how they made their pieces and how those interact,
Yep. Yeah.
So I have exposed the game to other people now that I remember it. Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay, I guess we have to have some kind of fight or something to get people in here. So who wants to scream at who?
Do I want to scream at people while they scream at me?
Somebody ping JL Warren. He'll have a fight.
Or who's that guy that came in today? Rockstar or something? I think he's a Glober, but he had an attitude. I'm sure he'd like to scream at somebody too.
Sergeant Rock?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know him, but I saw his name. Okay, well.
He did seem angry. He did seem a little angry. There's a little angry there.
There was.
Do we know what he was angry about?
Life, man. Life.
Yeah, it had to be because I made one of my usual stupid comments, and I know he freaked out on me. So.
Yeah, that can happen.
All right, let's see if he'll come.
You could always like unmute Democ for 10 minutes and we could listen to him scream about 17,000 assholes. Yeah.
That's true. I lose him, and I bet you. I think that there's people that sit on the stream and have it open all day long, so that when he's unmuted, they all hop in.
Probably.
He's worth the price of admission, for sure. He's definitely worth the price of admission.
Yeah, I mean, at least for a while.
Yeah, you got to meter that. You have to meter that.
Moderation. All good things in moderation.
Yeah.
Okay, Al. Okay. I think it would be now. This is. I have no idea why my mic is doing that again. Let me cut it off. Oh no! Is it any better?
Yep.
Oh, thank God. Thank you.
That's the typical way of guy fixing things when you have no idea what's really causing it. Just shut it off, turn it back on, and then if that doesn't work, hit it with your hand over and over until maybe it works.
That and the you're from my part of the world, the Italian hammer. Do you use the Italian hammer?
Sometimes. Well, yeah, all right, fine. You caught me.
Okay, so for us, it's just really anything that you can put your hand on that you can use to pound something with.
Bingo.
Why go get a hammer when you can use an Italian hammer? Okay, I just went to the politics server to see if there was anybody there, and there's only 2 people in that VC. Wait, I'm looping? Let me try to get out and come. Oh, good. Thank you.
No, it's okay now. It just had been doing that. That's what was going on.
Oh, that's going to be lovely on the stream. Yay. Oh, good. Thank you. Bro, if nobody's talking and you want to talk, you might as well talk because we've all seen the kind of conversations that happen. Huh? Ice cream. See, now that's the exact kind of topic I would bring up when you leave things to me. Okay, mint chip is a good flavor, I guess. All right, you got to tell your family you're busy and you got to get your mic working again because I'm at a point where I need to listen to something now, so I'm going to need to mute. What are the 7 words? Well, we already. Yeah. I see you're speaking to Mr. I am a troll and I admit it.
Can we get a free DMOC?
What's wrong? You don't have enough flat earthers coming in here?
No, unfortunately.
I told him. Keep letting these goobers ransack flat earthers. They're not gonna come back.
No, he's been
got 2 new people.
Omnivore is very well aware that if there's no flat earthers, there's no server. So he's been doing what he can. It's just it's tough.
I must attract the people. It's like every time I come in here, every time I start talking, I hear a bunch of people come and join. I guess from YouTube. But yeah, I told him, and the other day, PhD Tony and J Ace were like going back and forth. They were talking about me, and I couldn't ever say anything because you know how both of them carry on. And PhD Tony was just like ragging me, and I was like, "All right, am I gonna get a chance to talk?" And then Omni put me in the over talking room. So
you get plenty of time to talk though, so that's a little weird.
Well, we already know Coco whose side you're gonna take, and it's not gonna be mine. But yeah, I think
I actually take Omni's side. You were not here for the previous conversation. So it's nice that you just ascribe things to me, like whatever you want to say. You guys already do get modded a lot lighter than anybody else does. We understand that's what happens. We understand that's what has to happen. And I fully back Omni on that. So whatever, girl. Just make it up like you always do.
So you're taking my side, right? No.
Did you listen to a word I said, or did you just ignore me because I'm a globie?
No, I'm just saying, are you taking my side or not?
I think what I said was pretty straightforward. So, that it's up to you to decide what you think I said, since you're just going to make up shit anyway.
I'm not. How is me asking you a clarifying question making up anything?
Because you're asking me to repeat what I just said, and I don't see the need to repeat myself.
You said you're taking Omni's side, so that means you're not taking mine? Right. So that's the case. And so I was correct in assessing that you're probably not going to take my side.
What's your position,
So anyway, I've been telling Omni, you got to there's like this whole room is full of globers or whatever you want to call them. And then if you have a flat earther come in, a lot of people want to respond to them, which I understand because I'd want to be a part of the conversation. But then like what was happening the other day was I never really got to say anything because you got J Ace and Tony going back and forth. And then so I'm like, okay, am I going to get a chance to talk? And you get put in the over talking room. So I don't know. It's like whoever's in the discussion should definitely get a chance to respond instead of like 5 people going and making claims. And then it's really hard to respond to everybody at once. But yeah, I hope y'all been enjoying it. If flat earthers annoy you guys, and maybe like a debate thing wouldn't be a good place, because if you're just like enraged by them and can't stand them, then how are you going to have any civil discussions?
Words hurt them too. They don't like words because every time I talk, they're like, Democ said words. No, he said the word horizontal.
You say words, Democ. How's it going,
Yeah,
brother?
pretty good, pretty good. But this is the only word we need to pay attention to. Real physics with a 3D ball of a ball.
That's multiple words, not just one word. You said this is the only word, and then you said multiple words. So, come on, man. Just like
retards right now. Listen to this.
Yeah, I know you love insults right
so
away.
Do you have a sphere handy? We know you love talking about not a sphere and never touching a sphere.
Show me.
This is how
We
it
know you
goes.
won't touch a sphere, right? The whole point is no glober will touch a 3D ball to let the ball explain itself. Now, you keep making up shit about words all you want, because I know you want to just talk about words. That's all you're ever going to do to prove a globe, is to say a bunch of dumbass words that don't mean shit like you accuse everybody else of. Now, when you get the fucking ball out, we ain't got to listen to your retard words, do we? No, we pay attention to reality. Fuck your opinion and words. Go ahead, non-reality likers.
It's not an opinion. It's called we put people in space, and they took a picture
You
of
didn't
the
go
globe.
nowhere. You didn't go nowhere.
And
dumb lying
you
bitch.
are
You didn't go nowhere,
insane and
loser.
think that didn't
Cartoon
happen.
boy. You didn't
Yes,
go
I
nowhere.
know. Of course, that's all you
didn't go
have is to
nowhere.
repeatedly
You're
say
your
it's
fucking.
CGI.
You got a helmet
That's
on?
not an argument.
Are you in an
And the
Elon
argument
helmet
is
going
not
to
it's
space?
CGI. It's
Yeah, you're in a
CGI is
CGI
not an
space, aren't
argument.
you? Tell me when you go to space for real, retard liar, or shut the fuck up.
Retard liar. Shut the fuck up.
My grandma told me we went to space. My fucking grandma wouldn't lie. My grandma fought the whole army in a dress barefooted with one toe. My grandma works for NASA. She would never lie. She'd be a dumb, lying, crippled bitch if she said it was a globe, wouldn't she?
Okay, come on. Is there any mods here? Let's
I'm
get
just
somewhere.
saying, like, these dudes don't want to have a civil discussion for fucking anything. So
Well,
the
I
word
know that's kind of what I
horizontal.
was trying to talk about. It's like we should be able to have a civil discussion, but you know, a lot of things that I've seen is like people getting extremely triggered and then it just turns to chaos. And like it happens even when I'm trying to talk to people. And then like, you know, a bunch
I
of
said
people
words.
getting angry and mad.
I said words. J.A. said hello. I said hello to Jace. And then some weird random fucking retard, like always, jumps in the back saying dumb shit about words. Pop the globe out. Let's talk
This is
about
why you can't have a
physics of a
discussion with
sphere
this
and
guy
why
because all
you
he does
can't
is go
talk
to
about
insults.
why
So I'm
Glovers
not going to have a
only
discussion with
insult.
someone that just goes to insults
Why
as soon as
Glovers
they
only
don't
want
like
to
what you
insult
say.
everybody and not pull out the globe. Stop insulting your globe and talking for it. It can do its own talking. It will have its own physics. Then you write the math down. Are you ready? Are you ready to write the physics and the attributes of a real ball that you can't get away from? That's 100% proven fact every day, all day, every single fucking time. You can't get nothing different to happen to the ball in the lab, can you? Magic Man, you get him to orbit down and around stuff? Go below the other ball, Scooby. Then up, rise up. Where's that at? You guys got a lot of fucking retard beliefs that don't mean fuck. I got proof. The fuck? A real ball. Says all you motherfuckers are liars.
I was just gonna ask I was gonna ask a question to Jesse. I haven't talked to him in a while. And I was looking up the pressure change differences on the surface of the earth. Like apparently the pressure can change near the surface, like depending on the temperature. Have you heard about this, Jesse?
Oh, say that again.
The pressure changing throughout the day, near the surface of the earth. Have you looked into that?
Oh yeah, the barometric pressure changes constantly. I'm logging it from my front porch.
Okay.
Yeah, you got Death Valley, you got mountains that would be the surface of themselves. Every part of dirt or water is the surface of itself, Taylor. So any high or low altitude or any differential in that too, you have a differential in voltage too with any altitude. And the reading of altitude, remember, is only based on a horizontal from surface to wherever, from surface to wherever, down to surface. So all the like the desert is different, the hottest place on earth, and then you have the coldest place on earth. They're all different because of temperature. Just like your tire, the energy can get inside of the material and negate what's going on in there and leave. But the material usually like is trapped until the energy can fluctuate it. So the
Right.
pressure, yeah.
Yeah,
And so-
definitely. And I actually got like a really because like I got these pressure, temperature, and humidity sensors, and I was trying them out on my drone. Like they update every like 30 minutes, and I'm like, okay, can I make it take a reading? And I'm having trouble doing that. So I did end up ordering like a very expensive temperature sensor, like research grade, to try to measure like the temperature gradient I'm on. So I had to spend a lot of money on that too, but it's okay. I'm just having trouble with these like this pressure sensor. I don't
So
know what
that's
to
what
do.
it is. It's a barometric pressure system. They're right. They're not even getting elevation. They're getting pressure. So they're reading how pressure you are tall.
Now, if you know the sea level temperature and pressure not too far from you, then you can use the pressure to calculate your altitude quite accurately, but you have to know the pressure at the sea level at that moment to do it really accurately.
At that
Right.
moment.
So like if the surface of the earth is heating up, wouldn't that also lower the pressure?
It would expand the earth also. The earth also would grow while it heated up, right?
Yeah, if an area was warmer, then that would expand the air and it would move out into other areas, and so it would have less mass per call, for air in the air column at that location, which would reduce the pressure.
Right. That's what I figured. But apparently, if it's in a contained closed system, temperature doesn't change the pressure. I don't know. I was looking into it, and basically,
Well,
depending on if it's open or closed.
that's not altogether true though. It always depends on the circumstances of where your container's at and what they're doing with it too, how to manipulate it. Because you can do a lot of different things and just try to get the opposite of that effect. And that's the funny part too. Like anytime you get anything that happens different than like it's stipulated in the rules, then it never negates the rule, and it's weird to me, right? Like why is that a thing? Like, okay, so it said like step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the only steps that you should ever take to do this thing, and it should produce this. So then you do it. Somehow you did it in step 1, 2, 3, 4. Didn't even have the last step, and then you get this outcome plus this, and everybody's gonna be like, no, 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 but that's not reality. What you're doing and showing us, touching and doing is not real. We're gonna pay attention to something that doesn't really exist in our face, and take that over what we've been shown. And I don't know, where do you go with that when it's not getting fixed?
Taylor, you want to take that one?
But yeah, go ahead. I think.
No, I
You
mean,
wanna take that one?
Taylor, where does your ideology and DMOC's ideology intersect? I mean, you know a bit
Oh, I
about
don't know. Me
science.
and DMOC.
Well,
Like,
yeah, do they
I believe in
intersect at all?
well, I believe in a creator. I believe in a God and the Bible, and that's kind of the foundation of my beliefs. And then DMOC, I don't think he does. So I think foundationally, like we're on different.
At the moment, I'm talking about physics.
I'm not sure what all DMOC believes in physics.
I just believe what you
Oh,
can
so,
demonstrate.
so
What
you're
you can
saying you
demonstrate.
can't translate?
No, I said what you can demonstrate is what you can demonstrate. That's the only thing that should ever be translated. What you can physically, empirically demonstrate with your hands or manipulate. So if you say you know what a sun and a star is, you have to produce one, and it has to work and keep doing it and be a sun. You can't say, well, I fucking farted and that was the sun for 3 seconds. Fuck you, you lose, Democ. I get all the money in the world from all these retards and all the. No. Fuck no. If you say you know what it is, produce the motherfucker. If you can't, stop saying you know what it is. Say we don't know. Why is that so hard of a thing for people to keep
Okay,
saying?
all right, cool. So DMOC says he doesn't know what the sun is. Taylor, what do you think the sun is?
Is this like some interrogation?
No, I asked you what the
I
sun
mean, I
is. You
think
know,
the sun is the
we see it
greater
every
light
day.
that God placed in the sky.
But that's the wrong question. The question is, what can you demonstrate the sun to be if you are going to make a claim on what it is? I don't think she's making a claim.
Hey, stop right there. It's a good question.
I
What
am.
can we demonstrate the sun to be? We can demonstrate that it is a source of heat, source of light, right? Am I sure about that?
From where? No, from itself. That's not you demonstrating. That's just you saying.
I don't know.
Sun.
I can get pretty sunburnt under the sun.
No, you can't. How do you know you can without air?
No, you can't.
How do you
Hey,
know the sun's hot?
Taylor, weigh in. Can I get
Hold
sunburnt
on.
from
How
the
do you know
sun?
the sun is hot? Itself, not the
Why
air.
don't you just stand underneath it and then tell me?
That's not. You're not standing underneath the sun. You're not next to the sun by any means. You need to touch the sun to tell me whether it's
Yeah,
hot.
I guess the sun's something I can't see, huh?
No, something you can't touch. Stupid. Quit saying the wrong
Do I need
things,
to
dude.
touch it to know it's
How are
hot?
you going to ask people questions on an interrogated format when you can't even form the fucking question correctly?
Actually, I was
Can
trying to
you touch the sun to prove whether it's cold or hot?
Taylor. Hey, Taylor,
Dude,
weigh in a little bit. I
I'll
need
ask
you
the
here.
questions. Taylor, can we touch the sun to prove whether it's hot or cold? Can any human?
Go for it, Taylor.
My answer is no. We can't.
I'm
Then
not really.
Taylor, my follow-up question is,
I
do
don't
we
like
need
participating in interrogating conversations.
Taylor, my follow-up question is, do we need to touch the sun to interrogate it?
Yes, you'll need to produce one. You'll need to know exactly how it's made and with what and how.
Hey, Taylor, why are you running?
Did I say I was running? I just don't like participating in conversations where somebody's going to interrogate me with a series of questions.
It's
Well, if
okay.
you
I
got
got it.
answers, you shouldn't
Go
be
ahead and give it to
afraid.
me. I'll do it. So it's physics, right? We're talking about. So the idea of physics is what? Looky loo. Just look at stuff and then you know it all, right? Just look. and you're good to go, right? Just look and make shit up till you fucking pass away, and we're good,
Well,
right?
you're the one that says use your eyes. That's
No,
all
I
you
didn't.
use on
No,
the,
no, no, I'm
that's all you
asking
need
you.
on the
No, that's a
horizon,
question
right?
to you. A question is to you is how do you do physics? Do you only use your eyes? I'm asking you.
You didn't ask me shit, so I ain't
I
answering
just
nothing.
did, you retard. Now it's twice. Now it'll be the third time. Do you only use your fucking eyeballs when you do the physics of spheres? And how
Of
do you
course.
do it without your eyeballs?
Well, of course not. But do you?
Hey,
Now
Do
you
you
answer
do
the
now?
same
How
question.
can we do globe physics, ball physics without our eyeballs, just our hands? How do we do that?
Hey, I didn't say entirely
Stop
without.
fucking telling me and
You said,
dictating the questions
hey,
for me.
dumbass. You
I'll
said to
dictate
use
my question.
only
You
your
just give the
eyes.
answer. Do you
You
see that
said
he's
to
a
use
dishonest bitch?
only your
He
eyes. Of
wants to
course I
ask me a
don't,
question, and when I
dumbass.
give the answer now, he doesn't want to answer anything that I'm asking him. He just wants to run around in fucking circles and be retarded, like
Can I
Marty.
say
Now
something real
Dude,
quick?
stop.
Now I'd like to
Can I
ask
talk to somebody
Taylor.
with any
Now
fucking
I'd
clue?
like to ask Taylor a follow-up question. Hey Taylor, do you find
Holy fuck.
Do you find DMOC's line of argument logical? Taylor, I
Yeah.
asked you a question.
Yeah, because the reason I believe a creator or a creation exists is because I'm fucking being created and I could touch myself
The
and I could
question is
touch
still
you.
there for Taylor.
I can touch everything physically. So physically, we can prove things. Non-physically, you can't. Now, globers, how do you prove a globe?
Taylor, you're failing. You want to answer the
No, you're
question?
failing. Stop it. Stop telling
You
people
follow
that they need to
DMOC's
answer your
line of
questions.
logic.
No one has to answer your questions if they don't want. You can't insist someone's failing a fucking test they didn't offer to take. Stop.
All right, I've done my damage. I'm leaving.
You didn't do any damage. You should go back to school when you figure out how to do globe physics without looking. Don't use your eyeballs. Don't use your eyeballs at all for globe science. I think that'd be the best way for globers. Then they'd actually fucking have to put up or shut up, right? No computers. No computers, no TVs. No TVs involved with physics and science. No computers, no cartoons, no math. The physical fucking attributes of the objects, and we all take a looky-loo. We can record what happens, and everybody make up what they want after they see it happen. Then you can predict all you want about reality.
Hey, could I say something real quick, DMOC?
Forever, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that if anybody wants to have a civilized discussion about something, just say so. We don't have to just listen to the monologues, but otherwise, continue.
Right, and somebody wants to be able to. Can any glober speak for the fucking globe in ball physics that we can really demonstrate? Or is it all just somebody told you guys, some guy wrote it in a book like a fucking religion, and you guys just hope they're right? You fucking just hope they're right and flat earthers are wrong so hard.
Have you created a flat Earth in a lab?
Well, I'm sorry, but
The flat earth is my lab.
all I,
Elevation is my lab. The
DMOC,
principal
give me a
law of
second.
elevation that we can prove physically. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you. Give me a second. All I wanted to show was, hey, Taylor, DMOC is your future.
Yeah, and remember that all the stuff
This
that
is
you've
why
been
I didn't
told
want
in
to
school.
participate, but it's just a bunch of garbage.
Well, it might not be a
Well,
bad thing because all the stuff you've been told in school is wrong anyway. Fish don't breathe air. People don't breathe air in their lungs, in their bloodline. They compress the kinetic energy or the static or whatever you want to call this shit. And then
Did you just say we
the
don't
only way you're
breathe
gonna
air?
do anything.
Did you
Yeah,
really
I
just say
did.
that crazy shit?
Yeah, I
Holy
did.
hell.
Prove you got air in your
Holy
blood
That'd be
right
the
now.
dumbest thing I've heard all
Prove you
fucking
have
day.
air bubbles in your blood right
1 point
now.
for DMOC.
Hey, Demick, what's it feel like to be
Prove you
absolutely
have air
stupid?
bubbles in your blood right now. Stop asking questions.
You're
We're
the
doing
dumbest
real
person in the
proving.
room right now.
Ad
We're doing
hominem.
me, the guy asking real questions that you can't demonstrate. Stop asking stupid fucking questions and demonstrate
I
bubbles in your
demonstrated
blood.
with your mom last night.
Yeah, real dumb question.
I don't see any bubbles in anyone's blood. I see bubbles in water when you call it air in the water. Last time I checked, and it don't fucking
Your
stick
mom had
around in the
gum bubbles in her
aquarium and
mouth
play
this morning.
games. It doesn't stick around in the aquarium and play games around the
Hey,
fish either.
hey, Taylor,
So
there
show
you
me when
have
you
it.
trap air in water. Show me your
Taylor,
air bubbles trapped in water.
Taylor, there you have it. They're just that.
And put one in your blood. Put an air bubble in your blood. We're waiting for air to be in your blood. How do you prove air's in your blood, losers? Not stories. Fucking air. Go get a liquid, go get a fucking container of blood, pump some fucking air into it, and let's watch it dissolve and not pop out the top.
Oh yeah, wasn't it deadly if you get like air during like an injection?
Yeah, you'll die instantly. If an aneurysm hits your brain, it's called a fucking aneurysm. Or you can have a popped lung or all kinds of shit with air in the
So
wrong
then,
place.
what's an oxygenated blood then? How does that work?
It's a fucking story. It's called kinetic energy. You have energy circulating. You have a circulatory blood system like a fucking river flowing, brother. That's it. In a tube, compressed, decompressed, power, energy, exerted. Same as regenerative fucking braking. That's it. That's how you run like a robot.
So
You
what
work
does
just like a
breathing do?
robot.
So glad I'm not that dumb.
Yeah, so glad you can't prove fuck all. You just got to read books. You're so dumb, you just got to take some guy's story for what you think. How about picking a fucking blood vessel up yourself and look at it yourself and act like a fucking human and think for yourself? What do you think's
Hey,
going on there?
Demok, just stop for a second. You're
Just
fucking
stop
retarded.
thinking for yourself,
Okay.
Demok.
Why
just
do we
listen to
breathe?
the guy 14,000 years ago you can't repeat.
Why do we breathe?
In a
Demok.
technological dress in the sand. He had
Hey,
such
Demok.
technological sandals on, didn't he? Kept his ass clean with no toilet paper. Eratosthenes.
Hey,
So
why do we
smart.
have to breathe?
Circulatory system, energy. Everything needs
Okay,
energy.
explain it. Go ahead and explain it some more.
Because you
What does it
need
do?
energy. Because if you don't breathe, your blood will sit there and go stale. And you'll die. It won't
wait.
circulate.
So it's putting oxygen in our blood?
No, bitch.
Okay, then what happens?
Circulation, dumb fuck. Kinetic energy,
So what happens?
magnetics.
Explain it. Come
It's
on, give us
kinetic.
the details.
You retarded bitch. Do you know what the word kinetic energy is? Everything that
have to do with
resists
blood?
another
Come on,
thing puts
explain
off
it.
potential. Everything that contains something makes it potential. Without a container, you don't have no power. Without resistance, you don't have power. Don't say the fucking word oxygen ever again, stupid. Because there ain't no oxygen in my fucking power cables, are there? You got oxygen in your jumper cables?
You can't explain it. You don't know shit about it. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Next
Because the
topic.
oxygen is in jumper cables, isn't it? It's kinetic energy,
Jumper
bitch.
cables?
Yeah, electricity. Yeah.
Oh my. Wait, what?
Jumper cables, batteries, power. You hook a jumper cable to a battery, stick it to you, you're going to get an effect. Don't say what, weirdo. We're talking real physics. Provable.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry? You're sorry they pump your chest
I'm
when
sorry.
you pass out in the street from an ambulance and they
Will
get a
you-
fucking car starter to start your chest up?
Will you just
You're sorry?
stop?
Why do they get a
Somebody mute him for a second?
Why do they get a
No.
battery charger to start you
Well,
up?
yeah, he is wanting to speak though. You're asking questions. He doesn't want to speak.
He just
Yeah, go ahead,
goes
battery charger.
because he's a dumbass.
Yeah,
So
you're afraid of a battery charger.
I'm apologizing because I go into a coughing fit sometimes because I have a lung infection right now. So if I cough, I'm trying to mute myself, but sometimes it might be a little loud. That's why I was apologizing. Anyway, oxygen and jumper cables. Well,
Yeah,
you know,
wave your hand
actually,
underwater.
no,
Take your hand and
there
put it in
is-
water and
there
wave it
is-
around.
Hold on.
You get
No.
kinetic energy. It'll make bubbles leave the water. They don't stay in the water. Show me when air bubbles stay in water. Stick around. Stay there. When does that happen?
In a zero-G environment.
So
Anyway,
so nowhere.
No, I was gonna
so
say
nowhere
that,
ever, nowhere. A non-existent thing. Where the
in
fuck
free
is
fall.
zero G at?
Yes.
Where's
free
zero
fall.
G on Earth? Go in the woods
Free fall.
and find me zero G.
Free fall.
Free falls in the woods. Free falls
It can
outside.
happen on Earth, but you don't know how. So
Free fall can happen on Earth. You can fall. You can free fall while you're standing on Earth. You're a fucking weirdo.
Have some air bubbles. If I have some
you
air
don't know
bubbles
what
in
an air
a
bubble
fluid,
is. You can't point them out in your
and
blood.
If
That's
I
the
go
only
up on
thing we
top of my
started this
garage
with.
and I drop
Can
a
Globers
bottle
point
with
out
some
how
water
air
with
is in
bubbles
your
it,
blood?
the bubbles will be stationary.
Just show us how there's air in your blood.
I just
all
explained
Globers,
bubbles
look
in
it up.
free fall.
Everybody Google at the same time because that's all you fucktards can do. You'll never be able to do anything else, retards. Google
didn't
what
listen
somebody
to
else
anything I
said,
just said,
and
did
repeat that. Google what somebody told you, and that made you smart, right? Can you prove it? Now prove it.
Did you hear anything I just said?
Did you hear any air bubbles in the blood? No? You don't got
How
no
am I
air in the
supposed to
blood?
hear that?
Then shut the fuck up, weirdo. Do you have a blood tank where you can put air in it and let's watch it dissolve in the blood? Show me air dissolve in blood. Live.
Did you hear anything I said about dropping a
Blood.
thing full of
A
fluid with air
container
bubbles?
of blood. an aquarium full of blood, any animal's blood, fill it up, pump air in that bitch, and let's watch it not come out the top.
It's a yes or no question. If you can't
Yeah,
answer
there
yes
is
or no,
no
I guess you're
dissolving
just
blood with
dumb as shit because
oxygen.
you
It
weren't
doesn't
listening, were you?
exist. You can't dissolve blood with oxygen. Oxygen doesn't dissolve air bubbles in itself. Doesn't happen.
We're still on bubbles and fluid and free fall, but you didn't hear anything
Yeah,
I
you
said,
never
did
been
you?
in free fall. You're not falling nowhere. You're on the fucking ground
Yeah, I
talking to
have.
me on the phone.
So while I was injecting steroids earlier today, I accidentally injected an air bubble into my stomach, and it was dissolved.
Your
It's gone
stomach,
now.
is that your vein? Do it in your vein live on TV. You lying
Nah,
bitch.
you should.
Then
You need
shut
to
the
inject
fuck up, loser.
You got to
You're not
inject
proving your point very
subcutaneously.
well.
You got to inject subcutaneously.
Everybody can get
which
stabbed
is
in
under
the
the
stomach,
fat.
you fucking retard. Who hasn't been stabbed in the stomach, you dumb bitch, and sewed up? We're not talking about your stomach, you fucking invalid retard. We're talking about your bloodline inside of your vein.
I've never been stabbed in the stomach
And how
sewed
does
up. Of
air
course,
get to your
I don't.
bloodline from your fucking lung? Show me that
But I don't live in the
transition.
trailer park that you live in, Demok, so it doesn't.
Where
really
the
happen
air
where I'm at.
bubbles move from your lung when they're getting out of your mouth, every bit of air you pull in, you have to push out even more, you dumb bitches. So where the fuck are you dissolving any air? How are you pushing out more than you pulled
That's
in?
what I was asking you earlier, and you didn't want to answer.
How are you pushing out more than you pull in?
You don't.
Yeah, you do, bitch.
Tell us how. Explain
yeah, you
it.
do.
All right,
You're
tell
the
us
one
how.
that doesn't do any
Tell-
research or doesn't know anything for yourself. You got to read a book,
Tell us,
cunt.
tell us how it
Hold
works.
your breath,
Go ahead.
motherfucker. Take a little air.
Tell us
Take
how
a little
it
air.
works.
Coffee boy, take a little bit of air. Hold it. Now blow out way more. You fucking retard.
Coffee? I haven't
Now,
drank
retard.
coffee since this morning.
Take a little bit of air in, like.
I mean, that's because most people don't breathe out.
Demok.
Most people don't breathe out all of the way. Most people exist in a state to where they're constantly like, if it's 1 to 10, the amount of breath that you have in your lungs, like
mean?
10.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna explain. So if
Yeah, you're
0
not gonna
is 0
demonstrate,
air in the
though.
lungs and 10 is maximum air in the lungs, most people
didn't make any
operate
sense.
around like 5 to 7 when they breathe. So they're constantly in sort of a state of like anxious breathing with that. So you can breathe in a little bit, go to a 7, and then go down to a 0. But that's because you were by default operating at a 5.
Cool story. Now, can you breathe in just a little bit like I told you, like I do every day, and then breathe out 10 times fucking more? Stupid.
Yeah, that's because you already had 5 in you.
Because
You already had a
there
bunch of
ain't
air
no
in your
air
lungs.
bubbles in you. Because you ain't dissolving the air. The air in your lungs is not being disappeared into your blood, being pushed right the fuck out instantaneously. Are you stupid? Where'd you guys go to fucking school? Retard fucking Smurf 3 Apples High School? Where you just go to fucking Dr. Seuss and believe everything written down in a book? Oxygen in your nutsack. The bubbles are still accumulating into your brain. You guys are fucking goofy.
Nah, I just
Air
understand a
bubbles do
lot
not
about.
exist in liquid. Never. Nowhere. Ever. And how would you prove it? Stop asking me dumb questions. If you guys got all the fucking answers and I'm the stupid person, why the fuck would you bother asking me a question? Just show me air and being dissolved by your blood. Show me how dumb I am by you proving your fucking lie.
Yeah, I'm not even making
We
that
love
claim.
asking
It's
you
just
dumb
that
questions.
the proof that you gave just has complete lack of understanding of general
What, that
breathing
you
techniques.
pull air in and push air out every day? Provable? What are you talking about? You don't keep it in. Show me when you keep the air in and don't blow none out, you lying ass bitch. Dissolve
When
it
you're
in your blood.
when you're
Just
hyperventilating,
hold
as
your
an example,
fucking breath and
you're
dissolve it
never
all.
breathing out all of the
Don't
way.
breathe out.
You're never
Prove your
breathing out all of the
point.
way when you're hyperventilating.
Prove you can dissolve that blood in your air in your blood and don't let it out.
I'm not even making claims on that, but your proof for why you can't
My proof
just
is you
doesn't
can't
understand breathing methods.
You can't breathe in and not breathe out, loser. Therefore, you're not a fucking fish, bitch. You are not making fucking air in your lungs. It's not going into your fucking body. It's not going into your fucking bloodline. The air is not going doing shit, but going right back out of your air bag, your alveoli and your lung bag.
So then why do we breathe out carbon dioxide when we don't
You're
breathe
the
in
dumb
carbon
bitch who
dioxide?
doesn't. Don't worry about what you don't know, you fucking loser. Go get an airbag and figure it out. Go get a tire and figure it out. Figure out why the tire doesn't make the air disappear in its own flesh or blood.
Yes. So you can use a bag to figure that
So
out.
you
And
don't
then when
have
you
any
breathe,
blood.
when you
Where
do
can we
bag
get
breathing,
blood dissolving fucking air, you retarded bitch?
so when you do bag breathing,
You
you're breathing
fucking
in the
retard
same air that you
loser.
had
So
before,
when you don't have
which
any
makes
air
it to where
dissolved in blood, so when you don't have air dissolved in blood, what do you got?
when you're constantly breathing
What are
into
you
a bag,
breathing?
you're breathing
What are
in
you breathing in?
CO2.
What are you breathing in your blood if it's going all straight back out of your lungs?
Like your lungs are clearly transferring it from one type of gas to another.
Clearly they're not.
So then
Clearly, I
why?
don't see you proving that. Because I don't see no fucking blood doing that. I don't see you with your air pump pumping in fucking air into blood and it dissolves. You
So
loser.
if I breathed into a bag
If you
and
do,
then did that,
if all day, we're never gonna get our proof we're looking for.
no,
We'll
I've done
need
bag
some
breathing all the
liquid
time.
blood, and we'll need your air to be dissolved in it live.
So when
Why
you
are you
do bag
waiting?
breathing,
What are you waiting on?
eventually you can't breathe anymore
What are you waiting
because you've
on?
gotten
You
rid
have
of
no
all of
clue
the
what you're
oxygen
doing,
out of it.
loser. You got a dumb fucking question for reality. What? Go
I'm not
get
the one
some
stuttering.
fucking blood. We're gonna take a look at some blood. The gentleman said, "Can we have a fucking real discussion in here about something real physically?" And you cunts don't want to. Why?
I'm talking about things that are based in
I'm
actual
talking about
experimentation.
liquid blood, bitch.
Why is
Blood,
this
motherfucker.
tolerated?
Where did you get the story that it dissolves air? Where?
Why is this allowed?
Brenda, do you have your blood handy? Why are you asking more questions? Confucius.
Hi, Brenda. It's allowed because there were like 5 members here, then Gmos
Brenda.
joined, and we're all here, so that's why.
Yeah, you guys are here because of me. So now, can you guys shut the fuck up? Don't talk to me about your story. Don't ask me dumb fucking retard questions that aren't going to prove your point. You guys only need to prove your point. And if you can't, concede today, right the fuck now. Democ proved you do not got blood in your motherfucking, or air in your blood. Democ proved it to all you retards, unless you can prove
What
to
the
me
hell
the
is he
otherwise.
talking about?
Shut up, loser, kindergartner.
Nobody
You'll be filled
knows.
in when you get blood. Get some blood. We're talking about blood, Brenda. Physical, real blood. Do you have any?
You can measure your blood oxygen levels. It's
I don't
very
care
easy.
what dicks you've been
I
sucking.
came here because
Get
there's
the
no
liquid
sound on
blood,
YouTube.
Demons.
put some air in it, and show us how the fucking air is being dissolved. I don't want story time.
When you hold your breath, you stop breathing.
When you
Your
get the
blood
fucking
oxygen
brain
levels
cell, you'll
go
get
lower.
some liquid blood. When you get another brain cell, you'll find out what an air pump is. Put them together.
Maybe if you stuff a cork in it and do some research, dude, you can learn this.
You're gonna show me with blood how you research blood, right?
Show
Like I said, stuff a cork in it and do it yourself.
Is blood
So you
oxygen
guys-
tests
so how
not
you
a
guys
valid
research
test?
what blood does is look at an author's story of Peter Pan. Well, Peter Pan's shadow had so much blood in it, and it had so much oxygen levels, and we can take our meter and predict that Peter Pan ate
I
Jiffy.
think he's talking about his underwear.
I think you guys
Okay,
are talking about nothing, no blood havers.
Can I say something? The only reason I really no.
Yeah, go for it, Taylor.
I was just gonna say the only reason I was really coming here is just to say, um, aside from this crazy interaction that we're having right now, like we need to like think about how we're treating, people in here that are coming in here in good faith, trying to have a debate or something like that. You shouldn't just like go off on them or not let them respond, and like just in general, if every time I come here, Coco tells me, "Oh, you've talked enough, Taylor, you should just leave," and this, that, and the other, like you're not gonna have people wanting to come back. And I just want to keep the conversations progressive and stuff like that.
Nobody expects flat earthers to have any concept of being having personal integrity.
Thank you,
or
Ad
treating other people
So
nicely. No flat
No, your
earthers.
ad hoc
Flat
was
earthers
well
never do that.
endowed.
Nobody
Brenda's
expects you
right.
to.
Brenda's right. The double
Brenda,
standard.
just shut up. Brenda's never been right. All
Let
Brenda
him let
does
him
is
keep
right. The
going. He's
double
proving my
standard.
throw dirt
point
in
right
your
now.
mud puddle.
That's true,
The
Tim.
double,
What Brenda's
no.
saying is literally my entire point. Because if you
That's
don't
right.
think that you can have a good conversation, or if they just enrage you, then how are we ever going to get anywhere? You know,
What
like why
Brenda's
would you
saying
even
about
come in a debate channel? Why would you make a
what
debate
Brenda
channel?
is
If that's the
saying about
case?
the double standard is correct.
Not really, because like people let Warren talk all day when he does pretty much the exact same thing. PhD Tony as
I'm just
well.
saying,
There are
when I
times
came
to where he's
here,
just
So
yelling
you
over
guys have
people.
a talk channel just to tell stories about fucking unicorns and nothing,
right?
and just
So
your
before I came
favorite
in here, there
deodorant.
was nobody talking. There's no flat earthers. Okay. I'm just trying to encourage you guys is to try to treat the flat earthers who are trying to have a civil debate with respect. Don't just call them names or say they're stupid or not
I'm
let them talk.
sorry.
On their side of
In what way did you want to describe DMOC's
With
debate
physical
style civil?
equipment and stuff that you claim you have that does
Yeah,
the stuff you
didn't we
claim.
just have a conversation? Didn't we
No,
just have
no
a
one pulled
conversation where
out any
Democ kept
blood and
yelling
no
that
one
there's no such
dissolved
thing
any
as
blood,
gas
air
is
in it. No, we
dissolved
didn't.
into liquids? We just
No,
had
you
that
don't know what that
conversation just
means.
moments ago. So
You
there's
don't know
no
what that means. Stop saying
there's no coming
dissolved
in
and
here
liquid.
with people having a
Stop saying
good
words you
faith
don't know nothing about.
conversation with Democ being here. Like, how are we going to complain about good faith conversations while Democ is in the fucking room?
You're gonna complain when you're not
Well,
a
they
part of the
unmuted
Doesn't
him.
conversation.
happen with
You're
Democ.
crying like a little bitch because you ain't got
I
no
mean,
blood dissolved in air.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
mean,
it
I'm
it's
just
means.
just
talking about the
everybody
interaction I had the other
Everyone in
day.
this room knows that sodas have carbon
Yeah.
dioxide
You're a
dissolved
soda.
into the
You're a
liquid.
soda
We know
pop.
that a soda
You're a
has
man-made soda
gases
pop with
dissolved into
carbonation.
liquids. We
Ooh, good
fucking
point.
know that these things
It has
exist in
what in it?
reality, and there's Democ in the room being a
It has
useless shit, just clogging up the goddamn conversation. That's what's fucking
Yeah.
going on.
Well, and guess what? He's the ranking flat earther here.
Yeah, flat earthers are moral degenerates.
No. Democ is the
I don't
conversation.
know about
There
that,
was
Brenda.
4
A
people
lot of
here,
fighters I
then
know believe
Democ
in God,
joined.
and
10 minutes
they're
later,
against
you guys are all here.
conspiracy.
So
Yeah, it became a shit show.
thanks, Democ.
Okay, he's muted. We can move on to a new topic now.
Yeah, simply
Yeah, I'm
put.
just trying to keep the chat going.
Thank
Like I've
you.
noticed like a progressive decline in flat earthers who come here. So I don't know. I'm just trying to keep this, channel alive, and I want it to stay where we can come and share information instead of, just dogpiling someone or whatnot. Kind of like Coco
Thank
did to me
you.
when I got here, just, or like assuming that everybody's coming in bad faith and with no morals. I mean, we shouldn't automatically think that about the other side. We should hear them out.
Didn't I dogpile you if it was just me? What are you talking about?
No, that was two different instances. Your way that what you talked to me when I come here, when I came here today, that was different than the dogpiling situation. That was another situation.
Well, I think the
So
lack
when did I dogpile you?
I think the lack of flat Earth representation here may be due to the lack of their good arguments.
I don't know. I've wanted to come and bring up topics in here, but just
You
seeing how
don't know.
everybody's kind of
You
acting.
don't know, but I do.
What'd you say? Sorry, I was in the middle of talking. What'd you say?
You don't know, but I do.
Okay.
I mean,
she just complained about you. It's unbelievable, man. You didn't see that? You just did what she just complained about.
I mean, even in your own paradigm, flat earthers have no problems making arguments and arguing about things, even if they're dumb. So, like the idea that flat earthers aren't here because they have dumb arguments, like from your paradigm, when has that ever stopped somebody, a flat earther, from making?
Hey, guess what? If they had good arguments, I wouldn't be here.
If it wasn't for the flat earthers, you wouldn't have nothing, dude. What would you talk to each other about? Making cakes? Baseball? Hello?
You're the one who's here 20 hours a day. You tell me.
I don't know, other science.
He's not here
stuff.
20 hours a day. I can promise you that.
Yeah, no, it's just factually these servers do not exist without flat earthers, because that is kind of the entire poll for the anti-flat earthers, because there's no actual coherent similarities with the anti-flat earthers, except for how much they hate flat earthers.
All you got, it's like talking to Wikipedia.
So are you bitching about no flat earthers being around? You're all here.
Well, yes, I did come in here. There was nobody talking, and I just wanted to talk about the interaction I had the other day and just how we could get better.
You may start backtracking now.
What are you talking about? Backtracking? I'm
You
just
said there
trying to
were
help.
flat earthers. Now it's like 4 to 1.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but either way, I
All
don't
right.
know.
Well,
It's
you
not
know,
it.
you catch up on your own time.
Okay.
It's just a
Well,
very
I was
Being
like
confrontational,
yeah.
Astro Rex.
I was like
Instead of
gaslighting
just
me.
bringing up a topic to talk about. See, that's a perfect example.
you got to talk,
Yeah,
Taylor.
like if you absolutely despise flat earthers, if you think that they're bad faith, maybe you shouldn't come in a spot where you're supposed to like have like a civilized discussion with them.
Well, I think well, I kind of reached out to you earlier because I think you're in good faith. You were spending quite a bit of money in your endeavors. I think that's admirable because you know that good research takes good quality instruments, and for that, you got to pay. That's why I was asking you earlier, where do you intersect with someone like DMOC? Because you're pretty well spoken. You are talking about going into in-depth science, more than consumer grade equipment. You're talking about research grade equipment. You're taking another step, a next level. And I'm sorry, I've been around for a while, and I've heard people like you before, and they became DMOC. So you tell me where you're going, and I'll tell you where you're headed.
That was just an ad hominem, dude. What was
Well,
that?
I mean, I believe
seriously,
in
man.
like papers.
What did you just do there?
No,
Like, really?
it's just basic.
I don't know.
It's just
You're in a
basic.
bar talking to this woman. You can tell her that, bro? Like, what is wrong with you, man?
I
What is
wasn't
wrong with
talking to you. I was talking to Taylor, wasn't I? Now, Taylor, I'd like
Well,
you to
I think DMOC fundamentally disagree on many points. I more like, anything that's like provable by science, like, and, things that you could replicate, I do like have faith in, not faith in that sense, but I assume the science have good integrity and good results. And I think that's one of the ways that me and DMOC
And
differ.
guess what? I believe you when you say that. And I think your science and good results will lead you to an inevitable conclusion.
Yeah, I agree.
Unlike
it's just
some other flat earthers in the server who have been at this way longer than you and have given lip service to way more than you and done nothing and still hold to their conclusions. So I'm gonna wait, Taylor, and I'm gonna wait, Taylor, and I'm gonna watch.
Astro, can we ask you a few questions about your belief, if that's okay, or would you rather not?
Yeah, go. Why don't you two guys go up into Bible study and do that?
I mean, I don't give a shit about questions, but I have one reciprocal demand that you answer the exact same question that I do, but in your worldview, right after I do.
Okay. So you say you've been in this for some time. Let's just see if you've done similar research to Flat Earth. Have you watched the Principal documentary?
Nope.
Oh, thank you. Have you watched any moon landing hoax exposés? And if so, can you name us the titles, please?
Yes, Bart Sabrell's piece, the fun thing happened to the way on the moon.
Oh, nice. You've watched the whole thing.
Of course.
Beautiful. And what about the follow-up?
Don't know, never heard of it.
Okay, it's okay. I appreciate your time. So yes, I've seen those documentaries.
Yeah, no, these are pretty basic questions. I'm assuming your answers will be honest.
Yeah, thank you. I see your name, Astro Rex. Are you like a fan of astronomy, or it seems like you might be even a professional?
All my life.
Amazing.
Well, one other point is I don't think we should assume people have bad faith from the get-go. Like, I know it's easy to just say that, like, yeah, if you believe this, surely they're just bad faith or like, whatever. I wouldn't assume that. Like, there might be some people actually just trying to learn and do research from the bottom up. Like, so I don't know. That's another point.
I think I was very pointed when I said I don't think you're acting in bad faith.
Oh, I know, but yeah, thank you for that. And that's, maybe a good thing for other people to on both sides to hear. I think that we should just assume good faith from, and then see if something happens to where like you would, see that they're clearly being dishonest and intentionally lying.
Well, let's not broaden my comment. I said that about you, not about some others.
No, like essentially you're making the comparison that like, oh, like there's how could you, Taylor, be in the same group as DMOC? It's simply put because not everybody acts in a tribalistic group sentiment to where they don't exist outside of the collective like you might do. Where like it's okay to be individuals that have differing opinions in other groups, which is not exactly what like the mainstream view has, but when you're outside of the mainstream view, you're going to get a lot of different people with a lot of different opinions. Could you like just be on the same side as